Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? We are officially live. Today, we finish up the last of the mod series. The longest of all of them. Thus far. It has been a time. A good time or a bad time. I'm not sure which. Okay, let's do a quick rundown. We've done a lot of these. We're almost done. The ones that we have left are... Let's see. I think we had like 20 some left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-ish left. And I should have all of them on here now because Sarah sent me that list and I've been checking it to make sure that I had all mine on there. First one we start with today is cube phase or cube room, which will be on this gun. And then we will do, let's see, it's the other nebula weapon. Yeah, Nanophase. We'll do Nanophase next. Because that's the other one that wasn't on that list that I originally had. And then we're back to doing the S's and then the rest of the alphabet, which should be just like Tremor, Voltaic, Ronjura. So those are all like mods, actual mods. What's up, Colin? How's it going, bro? So first up for the day, the worst gun in the game. The most pointless item ever to be made in this game that should not exist, yet still does. The corrupted cube gun. And we need a weak spot boss on this one, so we'll do like... Actually, we don't need a weak spot boss. We can modify. So we'll just do like, I guess, Yesha maybe. No, we'll do Nerud. We'll do Nerud. All good. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good, Colin. Doing pretty good. Guess what my country just did? What's up, Tran? I have no idea what they did, buddy. What'd they do? Let's see. Do we want Talratha or Shah? I'll start the day off with Shahala. That sounds like a nightmare. Let's start it off with a nightmare. What's up, Jester or not? How's it going, bro? They banned the Steam store. Why would they do that? That sounds stupid. This I tested this gun again. They did no changes to this gun. This gun is so stupid. I cannot believe it's in the game. I'm excited to try it yet again. It's gonna be awesome. Pumped up, dude. Pumped up, bro. And we'll probably have to switch off Plasma Cutter and use something goofy. Especially since I guarantee you we get hatchery. This should not do very well on hatchery. Of that I know. Meow. Giant cube. Nice. I think they did fix like the red projectiles. I think they made them to where they actually work now. As in dealing crit properly. But man. It's pretty goofy. How much is the mod requirement on anyway? 1,000? Wow. That's crazy. That should not be 1,000. Not even a little bit. So I tried Corrupted Deceit. Because I assume... I've been doing some range builds. But the next video will likely be 5 range builds that I've tried. So I tried Corrupted Deceit again, because I was like, alright, Original Deceit, you know, they mess with this mod requirement. And, Original Deceit's still really good. It's just, you can't loop it like you could, which is annoying. So, Corrupted Deceit, while being better than Deceit in pretty much every way, still does not work on multiple bosses. Half the time it works on Kayla, the other half it doesn't, and I fought the One True King with it. Does not work at all on One True King. So, yeah, there you go. There's another gun they didn't fix at all. What's up, Adam? Favorite mod so far? Ooh, that's a tough one. There's a lot of good ones. Scrap Shot, I think, was one of the ones we found the other day that I really liked. We're gonna go through at the end of today, if we finish it early enough, and we're gonna put all of them in each tier. So then we'll know which ones for sure that we liked and didn't like. That'll be really hard, but we're gonna try and do it. Inconvenient. 3 of those guys right off the bat. Yeah, it probably does damage now. It still sucks though. It's like, why does it exist? I don't know. It shouldn't. Anyway. Oh yeah, Corrupted Deceit. So yeah, Corrupted Deceit is still just a pointless gun. Because it's so good when it works. It's so good when it works. Because it's better than Deceit now. You can loop it properly. But it's just, it requires way too much effort. And still doesn't work on like multiple bosses, which is dumb. My favorite space crabs? We haven't tested that one yet. I do like space crabs. Although, I guarantee it's not my favorite. My problem with space crabs is I never really know what build to use it with. I know what tools to use, but I just never really made a build with it that exceeds my expectations. 2 mod builds from your last video just carried me through my first apocalypse run. Sick, dude. It's awesome, Adam. Space crabs are minion builds and explosion builds. I think most people use it with explosion builds. Oh my word, I hate this gun. It sucks so bad, I don't know why it exists. It really shouldn't. Ghosts have a weird attack where they just kind of walk towards you and kill you. This gun actually makes me want to break my fingers in half. It feels horrible to use. It's like Cube Gun, but worse. They're just hard to do. Honestly. Imagine bullets that don't kill your enemy for at least 5 seconds. And a gun that overheats almost instantly with the Ingenuity mutator on it. Now make that gun 10 times worse and you have the Corrupted Q gun. It's awesome. Miss the beam rifle from the first game? Beam rifle from the first game was awesome. That's a like anybody who played the first game, that's like a classic that everybody knows. Everybody knows that gun. So good. Cube room. Should have corrupted the MP60 instead of Cube Gun. Seriously? Dude, I corrupted MP60 would be sick. Make it do explosion damage. I totally use it. Beam rifle with hot shot. Yeah, dude. Just can't buy anything more than that? That's a weird rule, Trim. That is really weird, dude. Like, look at this. I guess the advantage is, like, you don't have to aim at all. You know? What we get? Shahala? We gotta go right. The advantage, again, no aiming. That's kind of nice. I'd take that, but... Me, personally, I like to aim my guns. Except for Monarch. I made a Monarch build. The Monarch build... to use Devoured Lube definitely got nerfed. Got nerfed pretty big. Does a lot less damage, but still really good. It's hard to beat infinite skill loop, you know? Okay, buddy. I see how you are. Plasma cutter. So yeah, the 5 builds that I made are a Deceit build, a Corrupted Deceit build, which honestly the Corrupted Deceit build is just a Crescent Moon bow build. You can use it with any of the bows, just using a supercharger instead of sequence shot. It's the same build. I just wanted to see if Corrupted Deceit worked, which doesn't. Don't use a piece of garbage. But and then I had a Monarch build, a Plasma cutter build, And then there's another one, too. I don't remember what it was. Oh, it's Ford scattergun build, because Tragic called me out in the Discord. He was all mad that I ranked Ford scattergun really low last time I did my tier list. He's like, bro, I love that gun. So I made a build out of it. And I gotta admit, the build that I made with it is really freaking good. So I'm excited to show that one off. What's up, Six? This is the Seeker Beetles from the first game, too. Those are really good. They have a lot of actually pretty good mods with the first one. What's up, Silva? Monolith took over the game. See everyone what they got? Yeah, because here's the thing about Monolith. Monolith increases your damage. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It increases the damage dealt. So if you're running any build, the best way to run it is to run it with Monolith. It doesn't matter what build. Like mod builds, summon builds, crit builds, gun builds, all of them. As long as you have fire, the Sand Tornado, they do more damage. It's a huge mistake by the devs. Huge mistake. But also a good thing, because the Tornado is really, really good, and we all love it. So it's a good thing, but it was a mistake for build variety, because now to make the best build, you just have Monolith on. They need to, like, either add more stuff that does that, or take off the exposed on it, because right now it's just way too strong. Which, again, I don't promote nerfing, so keep it the way it is. Just add more stuff that has, like, exposed on it or something. Hope they don't yeah, hope they don't nerf it. I don't want them to nerf it at all, exactly. The nice thing about it is it's super easy to use, too. So it's not like it's really good and it sucks to use, because there are things like that, but it's good at pretty much every account. Why does this gun exist? Okay. We need more overheat weapons. Honestly, all the ones we have, other than Plasma Cutter, are pretty mean. Like, the LMG's really good, but it's just worse than the, what the heck is the other gun called? Tommy gun. Whatever the name is. I should know this, because I love that gun. But anyway, the other one's just better, because you don't have to worry about the overheat mechanic. Especially with 1000 Cuts Mutator now. Dude. That thing insta-reloads. Like, it's not even funny. Is the mod Boar still good? Think about using an exposed weak spot build with it? Yeah, we tested it. It's good still. It's still a good mod. Excuse me. Thought I killed you. Oh my word, it doesn't deal any damage, dude. It does seem to go through targets now, which is what it was supposed to do in the first place. Before, it both did and did not go through targets. Like, it was really confusing. This is getting the lowest spot in the game, by the way. Out of spite. It's getting number 70. Out of spite. I think it should have been removed from the game. And then I'm gonna get comments in the video. People are gonna be like, it's actually really good if you do this. And I'm gonna be like, no, I don't care. I hate it. I hate it out of spite. It shouldn't exist. Cube Gun really is an odd one to have corrupted, but I'll take it. I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going. I think I'm just going this way. Cube Gun's worst version? Yeah. Like, it can be good, it's just... How do you use it? Like, I don't know. Might think about any time they add, like, an item for... Oh, what do they even call it? The weapon to charge up. The overheating weapons. You don't need any of them, you just need the ring. That's the only one in the game that you need. This one right here. The funny thing about this gun, dude. Here's the funny thing. Yeah, you just see a microcompressor. That's it. So microcompressor, if you throw it on the plasma cutter, you never need to reload plasma cutters. Overheat mechanic. It just nullifies it entirely. Same with the LMG, although the LMG is a little bit more aggressive. However, with the corrupted cube gun, if you don't use both ingenuity and the microcompressor, it's an unusable gun. It's crazy to me. I will never understand it. What's up, Raging? Would you rate Hotshot? Hotshot will probably get a solid A. Corrosive is an S, so it can't be an S. Hotshot is very good. It's not the best, because Corrosive is just way better. In every way. I always forget that activating my skill does that. Plasma cutter melt. With my infinite ammo. Don't tell me that hit me. That's some bowl. Watch this, watch this. Ready? Kill him with the cube gun. Woo! There you go, corrupt the cube gun. You can use it once a battle. It does almost nothing. F tier. Actually, it should get its own column. It should get double F. It's not even an E, it's a double F. For frickin' fail. Terrible mod. Shouldn't exist. Booyah, move on. Okay, so that was... Which one was that? Yeah, cube room. Cube room is done. Bloop. Next up is... I don't even know what's up next. Oh, Nanophase. I need a weak spot boss for this, which I should be able to pull off here. Yeah, double F tier, bro. Get this thing out of here. What's up, Finn? Repulsor's S tier. Repulsor is very good. All the elemental bullet mods will be A or higher. Yeah, they will be. I actually think Overflow is better than Hotshot, too. Overflow and Hotshot would be A's, though. Because Corrosive is just miles above both. Same with Bleed. Bleed will be an A. There's no reason to use the Bleed one because Corrosive is so good. If you're using certain builds. The only time I use the Bleed one, which I do think it's good, is like status builds. Because then you get lifesteal on top of it. It's really good that way. He said defrag. Easy boss, though. Weak point makes the laser pretty good. Yeah, laser... Actually, the funny thing about it is Plasma Cutter's best boss is actually Abomination. Alright, Nanophase. You guys ever use Nanophase? It's pretty weird. It's actually pretty good, though. It's just kind of odd. Okay, so here's how it works. Detonate active nanobots, each dealing 900 acid damage plus additional acid damage, right? So you got to shoot weak spots. It creates these nanobots, and you activate it again and blow them up. So I think what you do is you use feedback with Archon, and you run like a detonation build. I'm pretty sure that's how you do this. I've only ever used this gun once, and I was not the biggest fan, but... Let me try it again. Where's detonation trigger? Here it is. What's up, Floyd? Seen you taking co-op partners? Not right this second, but we may be able to later, 6, yeah. Yes, sir. Where is my blasting cap ring? And do we want to do singed? Yeah, we'll do singed with gamble, and crit's fine. Using bleed rounds on my SMG with 1,000 cuts. Yeah, the thing about the lights is a huge utility option for sure. I 100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. A huge utility option. Actually, what are we gonna run with this? Because we need like a secondary explosion gun. I could run. I have no idea. Do pulse rifle with song. How about that? Just for like some backup, you know. Yeah, abrasive rounds. 5% lifesteal is no joke. We actually tested it. This one might actually get S tier. I remember testing that. That was freaking good. Really freaking good, dude. Where is song? I can't find it. Now that I'm remembering that, that was actually insanely good. Okay, mod cost, mod damage, and nope, we don't want moderation. What's the other one you put on? Is it elemental? Yeah, with the elemental damage. No. Last one is always mod and skill casting speed's better than you think. It is. It really is. Okay, we have amplitude, so we're fine. I don't have kinship. Do I need kinship for this one? I don't think this one kills you. Run the ricochet rifle? Oh, that's a good one, too. Yeah, I'll throw that one up for backup. Where is ricochet rifle? Aha, there it is. You can easily tank a witch spin by just shooting her. Yeah, the lifesteal stuff's been crazy. Again, it's really weird. Like, I love all the new stuff they added in the game. I really do. I really do. I think it's all awesome. But it makes no sense for anyone who expected them to balance the game. Because, like, with the new balance patch, I was like, oh, they're gonna do a whole bunch of balance stuff to it, make it a lot easier. No, they just nerfed the top builds and then made everything new way overpowered. It's so weird. Thorn's supposed to be really good now, too. They fixed Thorn. Finally. The gun was so wacky. It was, like, the most inconsistent gun I've ever used. I need to build a deceit build. I got a build for it. 6 that I'm going to post here soon. Basically, the way to build into any of the charge-up guns now is incredibly simple. So the way you did it before was you would throw on either supercharger or sequence shot as the mutator. And then your goal was to get it to just use Archer's Crest, really. That was it. You just use Archer's Crest, got it to shoot a bit faster, and you were done. Well, now they've modified crit. So the way you want to play into them is just get as many fast shooting charge items as you can, and that's it. Anything that says charge up faster, you want that on. And stack all those out together, and you're good to go. I'm gonna have to read this because I don't remember how to use this gun. Do they hit the weak spots first or use the mod first? Weak spot hits create a nanobot to seek enemies. Okay, so automatically does it, and then I hit it and it detonates. Well, it didn't do it when I pushed the button, but whatever. Corrupted Arbalist is insanely fun. Managed to finish the tier list ASAP? Waiting for your video to release? Yeah, DLC3. They always do that, right? They release the next DLC and then it's invalid. Yeah. Yeah, it's not working in any way, which is weird. It doesn't work very well on mini stuff, mainly for bosses. Yeah, this should be the last episode today. I would assume. The only charge up primaries, Deceit, Bows, and Alpha Omega? Yeah. Bolt Driver is a good secondary. But it's mainly the Bows and Deceit. This mod sucks. It doesn't work at all. What the heck, dude? It doesn't do it. It never creates a nanobot. I think it only does... It's supposed to be like, what, every 6 shots or something? Dude, it's not creating any nanobots. Oh, duh, Gambler. Bro, I'm an idiot. So, see, sometimes I need to be corrected. That's true. You need... I was about to say, something's not working right, bro. Something's wrong here, dude. It's because you need weak spots. Duh. You're not supposed to wear Gambler. I'm sitting here really confused at why it hasn't created a single one. I'm honestly thinking, like, extra moderated. Catalog as well. It's kind of a fun one. Bolt Driver shreds. New ring that shields on charge shot. Synergizes so well. Yeah, the, Bolt Driver's always been one of my favorites. It's really, really good. There we go, boys. We solved it. You have to run the gun correctly, and then it works. Surprise. It's so weird because most explosion builds you would use Gambler. Okay, we got Astropath. But yeah, Bolt Driver is fantastic. Bolt Driver is basically if you're doing a charge build, like any of the charge guns, bows, any of that, that will be your secondary. Because the cool thing about Bolt Driver, especially now with the way the game is currently set up, you can run it with Supercharger or Sequence Shot. So whichever one you put on your main weapon, you just put the other on Bolt Driver. Usually all bows are going to use Supercharger, and then I think the only one you use Sequence Shot on now is Corrupted Deceit. Sequence Shot usually is better on Bolt Driver, so that's good anyway. This thing regen's pretty good. It's actually a pretty strong gun, just gotta reliably hit those weak spots. A lot of crit damage, a lot of elemental damage, a lot of explosion damage too. Let's get a couple weak spots. Oh, what's the range on it though? Zero chance that hit me. We can pretend though. We can pretend for a second. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Runs out of ammo really fast though. Savior's one I didn't think of. Oh yeah, Savior's another one as well. Savior's actually really darn good. We tried that as well the other day. The new stuff makes it a lot easier to use, although the reload on that still is pretty bad. What's up, Alexander? Also used Helix the other day, fell in love with it. Yeah, Helix is a hard one to part with. Mainly because explosion builds pair so well with crit, and Helix crits like a madman. Nebula or Corrupted Nebula? Always Nebula. Nebula is S tier, easy. Nebula is going to be probably top 5 mods of the entire game. Whereas Corrupted is like top 30, maybe. In terms of damage, yeah, real high. Low utility, though. Very low utility and very low usability as well. It's basically, you're making a Corrupted Nebula build. That's what you're doing. You're never going to use this with anything else, though. It just runs out of ammo way too fast. There's so many better options. Why that didn't kill him, I will never know. Can't kill groups either, which for blast damage, there's way too many better options that kills groups. This is your boss killer, essentially. Hopefully it works pretty well at the boss, though. What's up, John? Yeah, Corrupted Nebula is a fine weapon. That's about it. It's like OP. You could call it OP, but it's just eh. It's a bad investment, especially considering how versatile regular Nebula is. Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is regular Nebula is so powerful already. I mean, you can have both guns, so it's not too big of an issue, but do we go up this elevator, or do we? I think we do. The Pot Trap S tier? Pot Trap will probably get S tier. Yeah, I think it's really good. I think having elemental damage and being blast is super valuable. That's probably one of my favorite explosion mods. I'm telling you, that build I made the other day that I posted, I don't know how many people made it to the end of that video, but the last build I posted, the Corrupted Arbalist and the Pot Trap, might be my favorite build. Like, it was so much fun. The blast damage is really good, and you basically have infinite ammo. Is it Nebula's mod the spiritual successor of the mod that could solo entirety of From the Ashes? Yes, it is, yeah. It's so much fun, man. Like, the pot mod itself is just a blast to use. Because you place it down in a spot, and anytime the enemy's on top of that, it just keeps shooting him. Even the Blow King, like, it goes all the way up in the air. It's crazy. Make a tutorial on how to get the polygon. There actually are several pretty good tutorials on YouTube, and, I don't know if they patched it. I was told they did, but I don't know if they did for sure or not. You can skip the entire tutorial, too. At least you could. You can literally just kill the last 3 orbs with Corrupted Meridian. I don't know if that's still in the game, but that was pretty nice when we did it. Can't unlock Gunslinger? I know the dialogue's very long. Sheen confirmed a pot user. Yeah, you know me, dude. Pretty sure it's patched. I assume they probably would patch it fast, but that... I don't know, dude. I have like a love-hate relationship with some of the puzzles in this game. I like the puzzles themselves, but all the ones that are intricate like that, it's like, come on, this is unnecessary, dude. To the point where it's more tedious than fun. And that's not a good thing. You don't want the tediousness to outweigh the fun aspect. And that's the thing, if you really want to do a lot of these puzzles, yeah, you can run on easy, but still, it's just a chore. Alright, we ready? This is Corrupted Nebula's mod called Nanophase. Let's see what the frig this does. I'm eagerly awaiting damage. Yeah, that's what I thought happened. Bad RNG. As soon as he popped him, I was like, yep, because this gun doesn't kill those. I should throw on a gun that does. Like LMG, maybe? I think it actually did hit him, but it missed the rest of them, so I can't use that. We'll throw on... Yeah, I don't freaking know, dude. I need a gun that reloads fast. I guess this one. Corrupted Nebula, it's not gonna be good for those orbs. Anguish is a great puzzle. Yeah, see, I didn't even do Anguish, so I have no idea. I just had somebody do it for me. See, so the damage is there, right? But then anytime a boss is in a phase, you can't do nothing. Just kind of sitting here, right? Which I guess is fine. Bosses transition pretty fast. It's got some decent distance on it, too. I mean, you can consider this pretty OP for the damage we're getting. And it blasts those, too. That's pretty crazy, actually. I think what it lacks in utility, it makes up for in massive damage. Seems like amplitude works for it too. Just so low ammo for no reason, dude. Like that's a lot of damage, man. It crits like crazy. Alright, we'll give it an S tier, probably. Nah, he's either S or A. That is really strong. That is really freaking strong. Like, that's kind of crazy, actually. The low ammo is incredibly annoying. And I think feedback is the way to go on it, but that strength right there is nutty. And really, I didn't even set it up that well. Like, I don't have extra crit on here or nothing. I just put on explosion stuff, basic build. As for bosses, A, B for mobbing. We'll probably give it an A overall then. Probably give it, yeah, because this is pretty terrible for, like, ads. But it's going to be amazing for bosses. It's going to be amazing for half the bosses. The ones that don't have weak spots are it's going to suck for. But it still does just massive damage, bro. I mean, that thing is a beast. That is a beast right there. Alright, Nanophase is officially done. Moving on to Song of a Fear, which I cannot test in this fight. Soul Brand? Space Crabs. Ah, this is a hard one. There's not a lot of good stuff I could test. I have no idea. Okay, we could try Witchfire. Yeah, I could do Witchfire. What's your expectation for the final DLC for the year? I mean, from the way they've been going, I'm assuming that it'll be a Narude DLC. I honestly hope they do a campaign continuation, though, because I'm telling you, the DLCs are just going to get worse and worse until they finish the story. They need to finish the story. It's very important for this game, and we really need it. Which bosses don't have weak spots? So Kayula doesn't have a weak spot. Nightweaver barely has a weak spot. It's only for part of her fight. Legion doesn't have a weak spot. All three new bosses might as well not have weak spots. They're just annoying to hit. They do have them, but they're very annoying to hit, so they might as well not exist. One True King has a weak spot. It's kind of hard to hit depending on the weapon. Fey Rin's is easy to hit. Fey Rin's is actually a really good weak spot boss. Gwendol has one, but it can be hard to hit depending on the weapon. Bloat King has one, but it also doesn't work that well. What's another one? Another first boss. Sunken Witch is a really good weak spot boss. And then there's another Yesha boss I'm missing. Oh, Mother Mind is incredible. The Mother Mind is the best weak spot boss in the game. So I think it's going to be more of the third DLC. Feel like the next one's going to be Narude. And the one after that'll be more story. Yeah, I assume that's what the direction they'll head in. Story's pretty confusing. I bought the Subject DLC in the first game and still had no idea about Clementine. Now, see, the first game's story was pretty limited, but it made a lot of sense to me. Like, I got what was going on. It was pretty... You know, the second DLC was more of just, like, extra swamp stuff on gameplay. And then the second DLC was more story. Which was good for the game. I honestly just, like, not having finished the story is just kind of annoying at this point. What's up, Anna? Huge fan of your outward tips. Thanks for the help. Keep it up. I appreciate it, Vlad. Ravager, really good weak spot boss. Corruptor, really good weak spot boss. Shahala is a weak spot boss, but he's a pretty bad one because he's just not a very good boss in general in terms of range builds. He's more of a... He's kind of a weird boss. There's a lot of builds that seem good for him that aren't, and then there's some that wouldn't seem good for him that are, so he's just kind of odd. He's a good boss, but he's just kind of odd. And then Talratha is a bad weak spot boss most of the time. His metaphysical can be good, but it's like 50-50. Sometimes you're hitting it, sometimes you're not. Yeah, Shahala's AoE is pretty good. Alright, what were we going to use? We're going to try... There's not a lot of good mods for this. What's Will of the Wisp? What the frick is that? Is that a new one? No, it's not a new one. Shahala's not a good Fire Tornado boss because it doesn't even work on him at all. Every boss is a good weak spot boss when you have Deceit. Facts! Absolute facts, dude. Did we try Chaos Driver? Is that on here? I think we tried it. I don't remember though. I am like 90% sure we did. Soul Brand is gonna suck. That one will be bad. Soul Binder will be hard to test. Soul Binder we can test on One True King. I wonder if it still one-shots him. I bet they fixed that. Supernova. I'm just trying to figure out what's gonna work on this boss, dude. I got no clue. Supernova is from the Starfall, right? No, the Gravity Core. What the heck is Supernova? Doesn't one-shot anymore? Oh, really? That was so funny, too. That's unfortunate. All right, we'll use Witchfire. It's the only one I know. Is it Aphelion? Oh, true. Aphelion. We tried Corrupted Aphelion. We haven't tried Aphelion yet. Let's use... That's a good one. Let's use Aphelion on the boss you get Aphelion from. That's called Irony. And I'm into it. So for this build, it does burning damage. Wait, he's immune to fire, isn't he? What a piece of garbage. It's possible we can make this work. Because he does have hands. He does have hands. Let's try and make this work. So what we're going to do is use feedback. Has 800 mod requirement. It's not that bad. We'll use the Talisman of the Sun. Does it explode? I think it explodes. I will do status damage instead. Status damage. They buffed a lot of status damage stuff. Let's see. Singed Ring is still good. No, because he won't burn. No. His hands will burn. And then... I've never really been a fan of this gun, but we'll see what happens. Destroyer is always good with Gambler. I mean, if it's status we want, then we want to switch this with Ritualist and then do probably Archon, maybe. It's kind of weird. This should work though. All right, so we want a gun for the balls, which will be Tech 22. Elemental damage instead of mod damage. We'll do this one here. Alright, this should hopefully work. Alright, he has to deal with a core and he's shooting at his face. Yeah. It tips on hardcore veteran clear. Aiming for savior. Yeah, it's actually really not too bad. It's not too bad if you do a couple of things. Just make sure you buy the Black Cat ring early. Wear Challenger as primary. And then you can do a lot of stuff from there. I usually went status damage because it's pretty good. Yes. Okay, you got Elemental Resist too, but you can see that it already does a lot of damage, so that should be fine. Here we go. This is the good part. It'll burn the hands and do a lot of damage to him. Or it'll not do a lot of damage to him. And do nothing, which I didn't expect. But hey, that's a surprise. Gosh, I hate Shahala so much. Okay. Look at that fire damage. Aphelion really is a downgrade to the corrupted version. You're right, though. That's really the biggest downfall of it. And the fact that you have to shoot the orb, so it's just not a very good mod. It's too intensive on the player. It just requires way too much effort compared to other mods. I think the corrupted version regens better too. Alright, this is an interesting one. Might be able to get some decent damage off here. But I never have the mod when I need it. That's the annoying thing. Doesn't regen very well. I assume feedback's the best option, but maybe it's not. Well, him not burning doesn't help, But yeah, it's really not that big a deal. It sucks usually anyway. Oh, here's why I get one tapped. Because this phase is dumb. They just, dude, man, this one sucks, bro. I thought it started off pretty decent. It's really falling off fast. Let's use this. Should get the mod back faster. Maybe, I don't know. It don't have enough ammo. That's the biggest thing. Does not have enough ammo. 6 shots. It requires 6 shots to get the mod back. Alright, here we go. Big damage. Sort of. That's big damage for a Aphelion. Disgusting reload. Okay. I don't think this gun synergizes well with itself. Which sounds like a stupid thing to say, but it makes sense if you really think about it. It just doesn't work with itself very well. Like, pretty much any other source of fire damage in the game is better. Can't use the mod, even though it's full. I think, honestly, probably just better to go mod damage, because I don't think it's regenning very well because of it. Yeah, there we go. You should die. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. It's definitely... We tested the other version, and the other version of the mod was really good, actually. It did a lot of damage. This one's just... Ugh. It's gross. Fort Scattergun's probably the worst ammo economy weapon I use. It does have pretty bad ammo economy, but it is a fun one to run, weirdly enough. Run it with Zero Divide and Bullet Weaver. I could see that working, yeah. What was that? Supernova. Yeah, Supernova's mid, dude. Like it's honestly not even mid, it's below mid. It's pretty bad. Especially since we have a better version of it, unfortunately. That's probably the worst part about it, is we have a better version. Magneto! GG, heck yeah, bro. Let's do Song of a Fear, because it's cracked. I have an idea, actually. I have a really good idea. For Song of a Fear. Does it do explosion damage? It should. We'll do black. You could use Bullet Weaver on this too. You could use Bullet Weaver or feedback. We're gonna go feedback because it is actually gonna synergize with the Archon. Which I assume is true still. Detonation Trigger. Classic. Can never go wrong with that. Burden of the Gambler. I don't think Song crits, but we're gonna try it anyway. I think Supernova is one of the mods that's held back by the gun on it. Gun has like a beam rifle or sustain to be better. I agree, actually. I think it really is held back by the fact that that gun itself is not very good. There's a lot of better options in the game. 800 mod requirement. Is that enough? We're gonna take off that and we're gonna run... I've been really enjoying Cataloger's Jewel lately. I don't know what the deal is with me but that, but... I actually think it's a lot better than it was. I don't know how much of a buff it got, but it's pretty nice. Alright, we've got Witchfire, Voltaic Rongeur, Will-o-the-Wisp, which I need to figure that one out. What is that one? I don't know. So we'll do a Yeisha one then. Pretty much anything. Yeisha. Ravager's fine. Tremor. I have Tremor on here too. Tremor's really good. Tremor will get an S tier out of default as well. Don't even need to test. I think what's interesting is when you're looking at mods, if you want to talk damage, usually the best damage mods are the ones that scale with explosion damage. And it's not even because the mods themselves, it's because of how the game is set up. We have better buffs for status damage and explosion damage than we have for any other type of damage in the game. But don't run Nebula. I got Tremor or Song of a Fear. It's just too good for support, man. Like, look at that. Boop. Now they can't move. I think Song of a Fear will probably actually be number 1. I think we discussed that the other day. It's like, it's too good to not put it number 1. And you can pretty easily spam it, too. Because any good mod build, you run a detonation trigger. Well, explosion build. And it, for some reason, works with detonation trigger. Why it does so, I'm not sure. It's a little ridiculous, but I'll take it. On its own, I mean, you're not really getting damage, but... Look at that. Area of control. Not only does it apply the status, but it stops enemies from doing anything, too. Because it stuns them for a brief second. It's actually just straight up OP. Deals explosive damage against flyers. Yeah. It was a little delayed. Did we see that? I don't like that very much. The only thing annoying about Song is I don't know why it makes a noise. It's the most annoying noise in the entire game. Like, this is going to be a really good mod, but you have to put up with this really annoying loud sound. Thank you, game. That's awesome. Song of a Fear, not Silence of a Fear. True. True, you got me there. She did the bow mods yet? Watch Memeto's gun tier list and was wild hearing Sagittarius is the best bow now. It is. Yeah. Sagittarius is the best bow now. I have not done that mod yet. I still will use the other bow though. I think the mod on it's just really good. It just pulls it ahead for me. Honestly, Sagittarius, while being the best one, it's just the lamest for me still. My opinion on it has not changed at all. The mod on it still is not worth using. And because of that, you might as well just throw on corrosive rounds on the royal bow and make it, there you go. You have a more fun bow. A mod is an incredible component of a weapon. If a mod is tied to a weapon, it must provide a benefit to that weapon. Or to the playstyle. The mod on Sagittarius does not provide any benefit to any playstyle in the entire game. And thus, is worthless. Even though they fixed the tracking, it's just not. If it's explosion, right? It scales with explosion. It's the worst explosion mod in the game. Like, if I'm using explosion, I'm not using it for that. If you're using Sagittarius, you're usually using, like, a weak spot or a ranged build, right? Well, then your mod does no damage. That's just like, it doesn't... That's supposed to be like a mix type of build. You have a little bit of damage from your mod. You got a little bit of range damage as well. You have best of both worlds, essentially. But nobody plays the game like that. Not with that gun, definitely. Tried Sagittarius with duration. It's okay. Yeah, I've tried it before as well. It's just kind of meh. Prismatic Driver any good? No. Prismatic Driver is easily one of the probably the top 5 worst mods in the game. It's horrible. That one we did already test as well. That one is really bad. Really, really bad. There's just so many things wrong with it. It's just... The only benefit it has is it comes back quick. But every mod in the game can do that if you set it up right. So it's not a good advantage, unfortunately. It's funny co-op and it's still bugged. It's just never been... It's never been a highlight mod. This is incredible for the flyers. I mean, it's actually a joke. And it crits. That's the funny thing. It's actually critting pretty well. Getting like 1900 crit on it. What if Mud Dude doesn't have any more stories? I'm not sure what to do. Maybe reset. Either reset or go kill another boss in the world and see if that fixes it. Sometimes you need to do something in the game and it'll like... It'll move on from that point. I never had that issue, so I don't know for sure, but I know that I've had issues where sometimes just going and playing an area will fix it. That was really fast, even in the song. Tried Spirit Healer with Prismatic Driver. It gives a lot of procs, but doesn't translate to healing. Yeah. It only gives 0.27 passive healing, which is incredibly low, even at like 9 stacks. We were messing around with it too, trying to figure out if it was worth it. It's just not, unfortunately. It is really funny, though. What's up, Josh? How's it going, bro? Try out Cube Gun again with the burden build. I'm not sure what the burden build is. You mean the burden like we're in erasing the negatives with the necklace, probably? Is this gonna do anything to this boss? Probably not. I need to throw on something for damage. What, pray tell, do we use, ladies and gentlemen? That's what Will-O-the-Wisp is. It's Corrupted Sorrow. We'll throw on Sorrow. How about that? Sorrow is fantastic. Sorrow might get top 10 because I love it. It'll be disclaimer. This mod's not as good as I make it out to be, but it is because I love it. It's fast because song's slow application seems to be bugged a bit. You see that he had the damage debuff, but not the slow end. Yeah, I did, actually. How do you not get tired of fighting the same stuff over and over? I want to play this game for a long time, but I think that will get tired of it. It's change up your build. Basically, the best way to play this game is just constantly change up your build. Every time you run through an adventure or run through a new campaign and play a different build. Always be playing a different build. Never do the same thing over and over. It'll get boring fast. It's very, very fun to try and use something different every single time. Sorrow's cool aesthetically, and its power in terms of its loop effect is really good. It just has an incredible loop effect. Actually, I want to see if it works on these guys. It should, but... How am I out of stamina? That doesn't usually happen. What the heck? That's not supposed to happen. That's never a move he does. He just shot 3 arrows and then shot 3 arrows directly after. That's really weird. That's not a thing he does. Alright. Make things hard on me, though. Fair enough, bud. I'll play your little game. Either that or he didn't shoot the 3 arrows and I was focused on something else. So it doesn't apply the dot on bosses? Which is confusing to me. Alright, ready? We're gonna see if song works on these. This is what I was trying to figure out. Nope. Duly noted. That's weird. Should still be applying the fire. You can tell, though, that it does make bosses slightly slower. It's a very slight amount, but it is noticeable. It depends on the boss, too. Any boss that's heavily aggressive in terms of melee, like Ravager, those ones are the ones you can tell the most. Sunken Witch as well. It doesn't really affect the gameplay, but it's just interesting to note. Yeah, I don't know why it's not applying the fire. It really should be. And I can hit him from underground? That's funny. Yeah, I'm telling you, Sorrow is really good. It's a little bit more difficult to use for ad clearing. But I think for bosses, it's S tier. It's not like it's bad for ad clearing either. It's just not one of the better options in the game. Annihilation would have been a good boss to show this on, but I'm not playing through the whole campaign for that. No siree. I guess it doesn't have the most damage in the world either. It's just really consistent damage. Bloop. A bit of status damage on him. Kind of annoying the song doesn't work on this. I feel like it should. Oh, there's a wall. He should die to DOT. There we go. So Song did almost nothing in that fight, but... Not using summons? Yeah, summons are pointless on a build like this. They just get in the way. Any build that has blast damage or you're using your mods constantly, like mod spam, summons just get in the way the entire time. Either that or you kill them, so you need kinship, and then I waste a trait slot. Yeah, Wave Kula does work on the bots. It's interesting. What is the best corrupted weapon? The two best corrupted weapons are Corrupted Sorrow and Corrupted Meridian. Those are the two best, by far. Savior's up there too. Corrupted Savior's good. Although I heard they nerfed it pretty hard. Fargaze are good for summoner or more so dot builds? More so mod builds than anything else. I think dot works pretty well on it too. It's not too good for summons. I wouldn't recommend it. Alright, well, what do we think? S tier? Gets an S tier for me. Soul Brand. Why are we even testing Soul Brand? I like pain. I like things that suck. Which Soul Brand sucks. Big time. I don't even know what you use on this. Like, Bullet Weaver? Prophecy? Spell Weaver? I don't freaking know. This thing's horrible. Being mostly uses on bosses should make it an A. Yeah. Nah, I mean, I guess that's a fair assessment, though. Got 10 corrupted shards, so I want to charge for the bet. Yeah, those two are going to be really, really good. Corrupted Savior's downside is that if they did any nerfing to it, Monarch's just better. Like, Monarch is such an easy gun to use for a range build. I guess we could try and use feedback. No, it doesn't do any damage. Ghost Shell? Harmonizer? How about nothing? How about we don't put a mutator on it because it's pointless? Spellweaver is probably just the only thing. It's one that gives headshots based on mods consumed. Yeah, there is. It's like pressure point, I think. Increase range. Yeah, I don't remember what that... It's a new one, isn't it? No, it's an old one that they changed. Farsighted, maybe. I got no clue. That thing's not very good anyway. We'll run like pressure point, I guess. Weapons ranged in mod damage by 15% to enemies within 7 meters. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. That sounds stupid. Now, does this scale with anything? No, it doesn't. I'm not using this on a boss. I'm not going to. End of story. I'm just going to use it for this area and then move on. It's such a bad mod. Easily an F tier mod as well. Is it battery? Did they change it again? Let me look at it. Increase weak spot damage. No, that's the weak spot one. I know what you're talking about, though. I just don't know which one that is. I remember reading it. Actually, I don't think a lot of this build works with this. Ooh, Zero Divide? It's a good idea. That's a really good idea for this. Lodestone, maybe? With Burden of Destroyer instead. That'll work. That's like a weird hybrid mod build. 20% weak spot damage for per 400 consumed. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a deceit one. That mutator got nerfed hard though. With the change to mods in general, or how certain guns work, it's just not usable anymore. I feel like like the way you used to use that is you would use it on Nightfall, or you would use it on Deceit. But now because you have to use Supercharger on Deceit, you can't use it on that. And because you have to use Bullet Weaver on Nightfall, you can't use it on there. So it's like... Battery kind of got hit hard by the nerf stick. Unintentionally. It's like an indirect nerf. Like, didn't even change it. Just there's no reason to use it anymore. Yeah, it still works on Nightfall, but it's just better to go Bullet Weaver every time. Bullet Weaver is so good on that now with that new ring. And you can keep up the uptime like almost 100%, so it's just, it's not worth it. Yeah, I remember using this mod. This mod, so good. Again, I just don't think that this type of healing is a valued thing in this game. You know what I mean? Like, it is usable, it's just not valued. There's too many other ways of healing, and especially now with lifesteal, it's like, who needs that? It does work with a team, so I mean, there's that advantage, but... Is there a way to make Fargazer good, or should I be using a different mod for mod spam damage build? Use a different mod for mod spam. There is a way to make it good. I mean, I don't have the build, unfortunately, but you can make it good, but not for mod spam. Mod spam's gonna be better with some other mods, unfortunately. Fargazers is more of like a... I really do probably think a DOT build, I guess. Just use healing shot if I need a mod to heal. Yeah, that would be a better option. Guaranteed. Can honestly say the game is not in a great state right now. Hope they can get things back in track with the next couple patches. What do you think is the issue, Josh? Because I know the issue, but I'd love to hear your take. Because I know what the problem is. What's your opinion on the sand something gun? Oh, sand laser gun in the Sandstorm mod. It's the best gun in the game. Bar none. It's not even close. It far exceeds the damage of anything else in the game. Throw that on your build and you can instantly get more damage. The gun itself, as in weak spot damage and range damage, is really not that good. But the mod itself is better than Firestorm. And Firestorm's always been one of the top mods in the game. Firestorm easily breaks the entire game. You just throw on AoE. Like, that's the thing. It's some of the stuff they've added makes no sense. The magnifying glass amulet, if you use that with amplitude, you can kill anything in the game, no matter where you spawn your tornado. And the tornado instantly kills it. It's insane. Absolutely insane. In the current state of the game, there is no better item in the entire game than that gun. This one is so, like, it marks stuff as a thing, but I think especially with the corrupted rune pistol, like, you're just not going to use this, right? It's got some decent duration on it, especially now with Chakra trait. Like, this is definitely something you could use, but why? Need acid quills and ice mod back? Exactly, dude. Give us some ice stuff. I want it. Whole litany of reasons, mainly the new DLC being lazily implemented. Nerfs to one category to play, making completely broken interactions in another category. Yep. I pretty much summed it up exactly in that video that I made on the DLC, which surprisingly most people liked. Usually if you make a negative video on a game, especially one that you've played for a long time, people hate it. That is a majority liked video. People really did not like the DLC. The main issues were literally just like the balancing they did made no sense. Which is funny because they actually listened to a lot of complaints that we have had about a lot of things. Most of the stuff that I brought up in my tier lists were changed in some way. But then they went and they're like, what if skill damage broke the entire game with no effort? Even after we nerfed range builds, which is just a backwards. And again, I think a large... And I think they knew that, but they didn't have time. You know? They didn't have time to have it separate, because honestly, it really shouldn't have been. It should have been separate. It should have either been before or after. Likely after. Dude, look at this. What? Hey, by the way, Zero Divide Amulet is like my favorite now. Where's this thing at? Did he die? No, he didn't die. Ice stuff and Remnant from the Ashes was really good. Yeah, it was insanely good. There was one that was for range. I think it was the Ice Spear for range builds that just made you so powerful for crit. It was nutty. I can see them because of the rune pistol. S tier, bro. S tier. Best mod. Can see the enemy. Can swap to your main weapon while the aura is active. That's something. Yeah, it is something. Definitely. Sends me how much I love the game. They balance things so out of whack. Dude, what's up with balancing lately anyway? Like, I feel like both of the games that I've been really into lately, as far as gun games, like Helldivers 2 and this game, they're horrible balancing. Horrible. Like, Remnant 2's balancing with this last patch was bad. Let's all admit that. We can all honestly say that. But Helldivers 2 balance patches have been bad since day one. Every single balance patch is garbage. I mean, it's not even funny. They're the worst thing you've ever seen in a video game. Their patches are so bad, it makes you want to not play the game. That's how bad their patches are. They even know it, too. The funny thing about Helldivers 2 is they've literally had... My brother showed me a post the other day. The developers of the game were like, hey, do you guys want us to change how we do this? Because I don't think it's good. And everybody's like, yeah, it sucks. Yeah, stop nerfing stuff for no reason in a game where there's difficulties. Everybody's main comment that you post if you complain about nerfing stuff is like, oh, they don't want the game to be too easy. The game's already really hard on the hardest difficulty. Just don't play the hardest difficulty if you want it to be easier. Like, it's stupid. The other funny thing about Helldivers 2 was I made my most disliked video ever, which honestly was still liked by 80%. But my most disliked video ever was my primary weapon ranking video. And everything I said in that video, whether you agree with it or not, was factually correct. Because the devs then went and nerfed and buffed stuff based on what I said in that video. All the weapons I said were really good got nerfed, and all the ones I said were terrible got buffed. And it's like, the balancing is just, it's so goofy. And it is hard. I get it. Like, at being a developer, you gotta be like, we don't want this to be too strong, we won't want it to be too weak to the point where it feels like it sucks to play the game, you know? And especially when you're introducing new stuff, I feel like that's the hardest thing, is like, as a developer, you want to be like, okay, we're introducing skill stuff, the Invoker class. If you introduce the Invoker class and it's garbage, that does not make people want to play the game. Especially as like a DLC bringing people back to the game. So that's a tough spot. For sure. And I think they did a good job making the Invoker good. I mean, the Invoker is the best class in the game, so... I feel like it'll get nerfed. I feel like they'll nerf the amount of it cools down your skills by. It feels a little too... It feels like way too much. I don't even want to say a little. It feels way too much. Again, I'm not for nerfs, but I'm just saying, it feels like they will nerf it. That's how good it is. Helldivers 2, the first and second were okay at buff, RNG, some primary buffs, but it's been going downhill on everything. Yeah, like nerf the arc thrower, even though the arc thrower was not used by that many people. They've buffed DOT damage like crazy, which is interesting to see. My problem with Helldivers 2 and why I stopped playing it was they started adding... There's two reasons. Number one, they started adding more enemy types that are just annoying to play. They're just not fun to play against. Without fixing the balancing of guns. And the other reason is they have a list on their Steam patch notes every time they post patch notes of things they know are issues that have not been fixed. And the entire list has stayed the same since day one. They are not working on the fixes that need to be worked on. Like the game crashing every time you play Helldive. And that's why I quit playing that game. It needs to be more stable before I can play the freaking game. Like, it needs to be more stable. End of story. What mod are we going to use on Mother Mine, by the way? Can't use Tremor. Can I use... No... Willow... I can use Will-O-Wisp. I'll use Will-O-Wisp on it. That's not a dungeon boss mod anyway. Made a build with the amplifying lens. That's a good one. Isn't it? I think that's a good one, right? Wow, these guys came out of nowhere. That was interesting. It's the most aggressive I've ever seen those dudes. This bleed on this thing is crazy. Balancing is never an easy task, but a blanket nerf to an entire style of playstyle. Get people to use another one is quite stupid. Yeah, I can agree with your statement on that, for sure. What's up, Six Gun? We're using the rune pistol mod. Get the frick off of me, you nerd. I do like that animation. Like, with a little bit of lifesteal and this mod, I actually feel like I have a decent healing build that I don't need, but I do have it. It's cool. Like a defensive, offensive build kind of mix here. It's actually kind of fun. Scale is meta, but crit isn't bad. No, crit isn't bad at all. Crit isn't bad at all. It's just the fact that they made it, you know, they just made it worse. It's not bad. None of the builds that were able to be used are bad now. It's just that they're worse for no real reason. I think the biggest problem I have with any of the changes is the deceit change. It's one of the worst things to happen to this game. Because how many... Let's be honest. How many of you in chat were actually using deceit? How many of you thought it was actually fun to use? I'm betting... No, I don't know for sure, but I'm betting it's about half. If that. Like, Deceit's a very technical gun. Has been since the beginning. It's been overpowered, but it's been technical. If you can't get the loop down, it's just not going to be for you. So for somebody like me, who really enjoyed the loop effect of it, like, it was a really good gun. That was actually my favorite DPS weapon in the entire game. I thought it was the best. Better than the bows, better than everything. Like, it was just so good to get that down. But now it's like, oh, now I can't instantly loop it. So, that's weird. Wasn't that the entire point of the gun? I mean, now you can still loop it from what I've heard on the Discord. You have to build more into, like, mod regen stuff. Which is fine. I mean, I guess they just wanted to nerf the damage overall and make it not quite as good, but it's not quite the exact same as it was. Love Deceit. Yeah, Deceit's great, dude. Deceit's always been great. It's such a fun, like, oh, I'm looping this over and over. It's a good gun. Actually, I've used it recently, and it's funny because even now, with it not hitting weak spot, it still does a lot of damage just getting that crit. It's kind of crazy. All right, there's Soul Brand. What do you guys think? F tier? Yeah, it's going in F. No reason to ever use that piece of garbage. All right, we will use Will of the Wisp. Now, this is potentially one of the strongest items in the entire game. No joke. And if I remember correctly, it explodes. Launches a wisp that uniquely seeks out an anchored primary target. Does this explode? I can't remember. D tier because it makes your other weapons better. Okay, there you go, Frederick. There you go. Okay, it does not. Gotcha. So we'll do... How do we want to rock this? A couple different ways we could do it. The old Nightweaver's Grudge build was pretty solid with it. Increased mod skill, weak spot damage. This one's not bad, though. This one's not bad. It is a mod. Well, it affects the target you're anchored to. Yeah, yeah. We could try Index. Index doesn't ever get used, really. We do want to go weak spot and crit items, I think. You don't use Gambler. It's one of the very few you don't use Gambler on. Cataloger's Jewel, so we use... I feel like this is a weird but decent setup. And then I need a weapon to kill the flyers, which should work fine. Try Prophecy. Nothing else should really change, I don't think. I'll use this. This one, if I remember correctly, I thought it was better than Nebula Corrupted Nebula, which Corrupted Nebula actually did really good. We're gonna swap off of that and run Bottled Shadeberry as well. If this mod doesn't have 100% uptime, it's a lot worse. You get much more mod generation out of the rings anyways? Okay. Or you can't. Yeah, I got you. Alright, let's test this one out. What one is this called? This is called... Will of the Wisp. I believe Hunter was actually pretty good with this, too. Because it increased your crit chance. But the mod regen was pretty solid there. I didn't have any complaints about that. Nothing better than a slick dodge on Mother Mind. I gotta say that. Like, Mother Mind is so good because of that stuff right there. You gotta be patient. Look up. Boom, weak spot. It's not the perfect setup that I have right now, but it works. I mean, you can basically two-shot her, right? Like, your regular bullet's doing very little, and then you two-shot with your actual mod ability. Kill the little guys. It's not a mob killer. Oh, I looked up too far, darn it. On Mother Mind, you don't always have to look up. A lot of other bosses you do, though. What? Bleep. I feel like regular Sorrow is a bit more consistent. But also at the same time less powerful because it doesn't have weak spots. Man, this is the perfect boss to try this on, though. This and Venom. Because I think it bypasses his armor mechanic. Look at that. Ah, it's not hitting weak spot very well, though. Probably be better if I went for the legs. Blech. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the best way to do it is to run Hunter primary and then actually run Archon secondary. Because it ups your crit chance from the skill and from running, I think, just Hunter in general. Mainly the skill, and then the mod damage just does it. So yeah, that'd be how you play it, I think. But it's a good mod. It's not always good. It's mainly for weak spot bosses, but it crushes when it does. So I see you put Prismatic Driver in S. Okay. Get ready to not see that. Alright, which one was that? Will of the Wisp? Will of the Wisp would probably get an A. Again, I think a mod that doesn't work unless you have weak spots is instantly lower than other stuff. Because there's a lot of options that always work. And if it always works, it's just better. So here's a couple of options we've got. We've got Witchfire, Tremor. We'll do Tremor. I was going to give you guys some options, but then I remembered. Tremor's fire. Actually, we'll do Tremor and Blossom. I'll take that back. We'll do Space Crabs. You guys wanted to see Space Crabs anyway, didn't you? Is there a tier above S? Yeah, it's called F. Yep, that's the correct tier for that one. You're done wrecking everything, you should make a full build of F tier stuff and beat the game with it. That would be funny. That would be funny. What do you usually run with it? I'm gonna run Prophecy with it. I feel like it's fun. We want to go full explosion stuff, right? Trying to reset this up. Let's see. If explosion stuff's not too bad to remember. Gambler, crit, and usually destroyer instead of that. I think. Actually, no, we'll do blasting cap. Blasting cap's pretty good. Alright, so we got space crabs with prophecy. I think prophecy, feedback, and bullet weaver would be the ones you throw on with that. Seen some juicy numbers the other day from Prismatic Driver. Actually looks halfway decent. It's got, it can have a lot of power behind it potentially. It's just the utility of using it. Not even the utility, just the ease of use is how I would say it. The ease of use is incredibly low compared to other mods. Like a flying bomb trap, I would pick over Prismatic pretty much every day. It's the best mid in the game. It's a way of describing it, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Prophecy's pretty solid. Go, my little minions. Explode. Blow up the meatballs. It just buffs up Archon's innate mod regeneration. Actually should be pretty decent for Ravager. Side dungeon. Can't catch up with the meatballs? Oh, really? I didn't even pay attention to that. They get him eventually, though. I think what is nice about the space crabs is that you can have a lot of them out. Like, just a ton of these guys are blowing up. They're more of like a meme mod than anything else. It's just kind of funny to use. And sometimes that's really all you want in this game. It's something fun to use. Oh, we got an aberration. I heard him. Mainly I heard cubes. Which immediately depresses me, but that's fun. It's a whole different story. Where is he at? It's a sorcerer. I did pretty good damage. Just keep launching them out. Let them do their thing. If I see one more of these stupid flying things, I'll tell you what. Okay, run from cubes, because cubes is stupid. Look at that. I'm just shooting them out. They're doing their own damage all over there. Look at that. This is pretty good. They go pretty far, too. They got some decent crit potential. Not amazing, but decent. I don't know how many you can have on the field at the same time, though. I don't know how that works. Yeah, that's convenient. I've already been over here, so there shouldn't have been any meatballs. But there are. I will continue to run from cubes all day. I have no shame. Absolutely no shame. They're kind of slow, though, and I think that's why I don't really use them that much. They do good damage, and they work well. They just take a while to get going. Is there an actual limit? I'm not sure. I don't know. Like the summoning buffs work with them as well. So here's what I'm wondering. So for summoning buffs, does each individual crab count as the buff? So if I use like space crabs one time, does it count for 5 stacks of Soul Link and all that? Not Soul Link, but the Bulwark and the other ones. For Bulwark, it does? Hey, that's kind of crazy. That's pretty good. That's pretty nifty right there. So if I shoot my gun at all, I have almost 100% uptime on the space crabs, which is going to be awesome. My other question would be, is it better to run space crabs with summons, or is it better to run space crabs with ritualist? Probably summoner. Do you guys think the new relic is too strong? What's up, Endless? How's it going, bro? Do you guys think it's too strong? Like, I don't see any reason to play without it now. Unless you're doing very specific builds. Like, possibly blade builds with Atonement Fold. You might want Tranquil to negate the healing. Definitely Summoner? Alright. Makes sense. The other Lifesteal Relic's bad. No, the other one's definitely bad. The other one's terrible. I feel like it's pretty good because you have to have, like, Leech. Like, if you don't have Leech, the Relic itself is not that good. But if you're able to get Leech and Siphoner and the Relic, I mean, well, it's going to be tough to run with much else. It's going to be tough to run with much else. Okay, I pressed that 4 times. The lag on this is for real, dude. Hear about the pretty bad tornado in Tallahassee the other day? I did not. Although there have been some really bad weather lately. There's multiple tornadoes in my area. Not right near me, but like in my area. Need help to take a leech? Oh, that's unfortunate, Zach. If you find the dungeon, I will join you and help you get it. But you gotta find the dungeon yourself and get there. But if you do manage to do it, I am more than happy to join you. Space crabs with a side of space butter. Alright, alright. Still use Tranquil and Shielded, but Profane is definitely taking over. Sure to get a small nerf at some point. Shielded's still good, man. I mean, Shielded is a monster. If you're actually able to use Shielded correctly, like that's a whole layer of basically any attack in the game can't kill you. Now, there's a couple, like Venom's Spear Thrust. Constant damage over time is pretty brutal. And then the Orbs and Annihilation, those will get you too. But for the most part, it's just a 1 free hit. And that's pretty darn strong. Every time you summon a fire tornado, you distort reality and summon a real tornado in your area. I'm gonna stay away from firestorm builds. Alright, we ready? Space crabs! Again, I don't think they're OP, and I don't think they're the best option, even. But they're good, and they're fun. They do have pretty solid crit chance, though. Prophecy is definitely the way to go. I think Ravager's one of the most balanced bosses in the game. There are a couple bosses that just, like this and Nightweaver. if you actually play against them multiple times, you start to realize how well made they are. Where you have to dodge a lot, and yet somehow you're not running out of stamina. Versus something like the new gladiator boss, where you're just running out of stamina the entire time. Because he's too aggressive. Like, he's just too aggressive. Venom's that way too. He's just a little bit too aggressive to the point where you run out of stamina on basic, regular builds. I much prefer this right here, where like I have to dodge constantly and still I got that stamina that I need. Without building heavily into it. Like, you still got to take the stamina trade, then you're going to run out if you don't do that, but... That ain't bad damage right there, though. That's pretty good. I think the low mod requirement's probably the best thing about him. But that's a hard one to dodge. That one comes out of nowhere. They got that nice lifesteal, too, with this. Because they're just constantly hitting something. I really am excited to play through Lawsome, though, with Tremor. Tremor is so much fun in Lawsome. It makes that entire area a joke. Otherwise, I wouldn't use it in this fight. It's really good in this fight. Let's get some of these stacks going, bro. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Nope, got out of it. That's like the debuff on me and that range he got up real close. He does not usually get that close. He's gonna die to dot damage. Actually, just a space crab. They're a good mod, man. I mean, they're not bad in any way. And look at them. They're cute little crabs. They're cute little crabs. That's what I'm talking about. Bruin fight's unbalanced and unfun. See, I like the Bruin fight because you just dodge towards him, but I will say the spear throw one. That part of the fight's a little bit too nutty. That part's a little crazy. What's up, Whisper? Bloodless Heart's the best relic if partnered with a very specific ring amulet combination. Which one's bloodless? Bloodless? Oh, yeah. You know which one's pointless that they ruined for no reason? Lifeless. There's no reason to use this. Provides no healing. It is meant to buff your summons. But again, there's no reason to use that. Like, the only build that you would use that with is fine to run any other relic as well. There's only one build that you would use that with, and you don't need it for that build. That was a really bad change. Not too late. Missed last few streams, sadly. Ah, well, glad you're here, man. Space crabs count as summons. Didn't realize that. Yeah, she could wear, like, apparently all the bulwark rings and stuff, which is awesome. Last time I fought him, he had Skullcracker. That was horrible. Ooh, the stagger would be brutal. Siphon? Yeah, the Siphon Heart's bad, too. So, basically what they did, right? What they did was they added Profane, which, number one, makes Siphon completely pointless. They buffed Siphon, and it's now a 15-second duration instead of 10. No one has ever used this. It has been garbage since day one. This is a relic nobody uses. Unsullied is still terrible. This is one no one uses. Paper is still one no one... There's no reason to use it. Again, that mechanic is just dumb when you can just get regular healing. There's just not a point to that. Lifeless, they ruined completely. This was actually pretty good, and now there's no reason to use it. Now, I say that, But the 50% use speed does mean that if you're a ranged build and you're one hit anyway, you can use this to proc your extra buffs, your relic perk buffs for classes. That is still viable with this relic, but you could also use any other relic. Diverting Heart's still not that great. It's fine. There's specific weird builds you can make with it. Dragon Heart's the basic. It's not very good. Blooming is fun. Not very good. Broken Heart's still horrible. There's never a reason to use this. I have no idea why you would use this. Just use the other ring. It's way better. I don't know. Constrain Heart's still really good. I've always liked the Constrain Heart. I don't use it that much, but this is really good. I like this quite a bit. Crystal's still really good, but not that good anymore. Like, it's not as used anymore. It's mainly a tank thing. Decayed is still pretty bad. Pulsing is still kind of mid. Quilted is still really good, depending on build. Reprocess is still really bad. Ripened is still mid. They pretty much all stayed the same. For the most part. Except for... what? What's the one? Oh, Lifeless getting a massive nerf. And then Paper getting a slight buff. That's about the only change to relics in the entire... which is kind of crazy. That's a pretty low change for all the relics. Alright, what was that? That was Space Crabs. Space Crabs, I feel like given a solid A... like, they're pretty darn good. They're pretty darn good. They got a lot of uses. To be a solid A. They're not an S. I don't think they're an S, but they're solid A, man. I like them. Alright, for Tremor, I have Feedback, though. Feedback with Tremor is crazy. The thing about Tremor is that it scales with Amplitude. So that immediately... wait a minute. I just had a brilliant idea. What if I use the Magnifying Glass to make it even bigger? No chance, dude. Absolutely no chance. This is gonna be nutty. I wonder how big it gets. It's gotta be massive. Whoa! It's pretty big. Detonation Trigger is probably better, though. Magnifying Glass, so it's a really cool amulet. I like the addition. It's a neat one. It doesn't ever really feel necessary, but it's a really neat... it's just a fun one to have. Alright, we're going to need a little bit more mod regen. So I think what we're going to do is going to take off Braided Thorns, and we're going to rock Burden of the Follower. Now let's see what the mod regen's like. It's a little bit better. It's not perfect, but it's better. The Tremor actually has a pretty high mod requirement. You know what? We're gonna double down. We're gonna double down and we're gonna run the... I'm telling you, I'm into this ring lately and I don't know why. It's a pretty good one. Cataloger's Jewel, just so I can get it back if I need to. Lastly, I think Feedback's the right choice. So potent elemental damage, the thing's insane. Add chakra, everything dies. Yeah, dude. For sure. I'm gonna go back to Detonation Trigger just for the extra regen. It should be a little bit fast. Actually, Read Avant could be absolutely fire here. Ooh, Read Avant could be really, really good. Really, really good. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try Read Avant with Failsafe. Lawsome, here we come, boy. Like Timekeepers? Timekeepers is good, yeah. I don't usually use it too much, but it is very good. I would say it's probably an S tier ring just for like its utility. I don't use it in a lot of my builds, but yeah, it's pretty insane. I want that. Actually, do I want Nightweaver? I don't want One True King, but I'm trying to think of mods that work there. We'll do Nightweaver. That sounds fine. Duration increases number of waves. Yeah, it's fantastic. Rank all the bosses in the game. I thought about doing that one. How would the new Summoner Amulet work with the crabs? That I don't know. That's interesting. That is interesting. That would require some good testing. The best item for Lawsome. Hands down. The Rita Vaunt's actually pretty crazy. If you really think about it, like, the way that it works with Archon's innate regen ability is pretty nuts. Summon these all over the place. Man, I love Tremor. Tremor may end up top 10 too. Like, Tremor is absolutely amazing. The only downside of Tremor is that it does require a good amount of mod regen to make it work. Like, if you just throw it on a regular range build, it's not going to regen that fast. That's a lot of mods, though. It's not really something unique to it. How long are you going to stream for the day? Probably same as usual. We'll do all the mods and then see what happens from there. I'm going to try and rank them all on stream, too, to maybe get some feedback, because this is a hard list to rank. But we're only an hour and 50 in, so we got another, like, probably 5-6 hours. Dying to see an endless wave-type gameplay. Have us test our builds against ever-increasingly hard waves of enemies. Yeah, I think a nice game mode like that would be cool. It really would. Listen, Remnant's its own game. Like, that's what it is. It's not a Destiny game. It's not a Halo game. You know, it's its own thing. It has its own identity. But there are a couple things that would make it way more fun just to play around with, and that's one of them. I just want a massive wave type thing. Like every wave, at the end of the wave, there's a boss or something, you know? That sounds fun. Like, the world itself is a big part of Remnant. That would be a really good idea, just for gameplay's sake. Like, all Elite Waves, my favorite build crafting game ever. Yeah, the build crafting in this one's... It's excellent. Listen, for all of Destiny 2's faults, Destiny 2 has some really fun builds you can make. Really fun. And they're all based on the exotic. So that's like... Destiny 2 has some awesome builds you can make. Right? This is one of the very few games that's ever, like, reached that peak for me that Destiny 2 ever did. Now, I haven't played Destiny 2 in months. I quit playing that game completely because of Bungie, mainly. But the actual build crafting is fun. Like, what you can do with builds in that game is just super fun. And this is the only game that's ever really come close to that for me. With the potential it had. It's so... There's so many options you can do. The difference there is that Destiny has that kind of mode. You know, they have, like, a horde mode. Just go fight stuff. See how your build fares. Fight a ton of enemies. Will we ever get that in this game? I doubt it, but it would be an awesome idea. Yeah, the Tremor range. Look at that. The only bad thing I don't like about Tremor is it doesn't... Like, 2 Tremors doesn't stack, which is kind of unfortunate. They didn't buff enough melee weapons this patch. What's up, James? I 100% agree. They nerfed melee really poorly. And what they did was they made Crystal Staff the best melee, and I hate that. I hate that weapon. Crystal Staff and the Flail, the new Sand Flail, are 2 of the best melees now, and that balancing does not feel good to me. I don't like either of those weapons. Like, that Flail's fine. It's not that I don't like it, I'm just not a big Flail guy. I prefer some of the other melee styles. Pretty much every pretty strong melee build right now has Crystal Staff, and I don't like that melee weapon. It's such a good dungeon for this. Like, it breaks all of the enemies that are dead. What's up, Cood? Crystal Staff is garbage. Its main weakness is low ceilings. Like, it's just weird, man. It just don't feel good to play with. That's my thing. I shall stand here, and you will die. Like the peasant you are. It regens itself pretty good. Anything that activates several times over is going to have nice regen. That's what I like about it. Might use this in a couple of boss fights. That's how much fun Tremor actually is. Like, it's just a fun mod in general to use. I'll grab the item. I don't know what that is. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the shot. Bloop. Bloop. The stagger, too. Crazy. RIP World's Edge? Yeah. That's one of the worst changes to this game. Freaking World Edge nerf. Let's nerf the Apocalypse reward. That's a great idea. That sounds fun for everybody. After we already nerfed Spectra Blade. Let's make melee not fun. Melee's still fun. I'm not gonna say that. I'm exaggerating on purpose, obviously. Its weakness is that it's gonna do a little bit lower damage to bigger stuff, but it's just going to crowd control the heck out of your game. And that depends on the setup too, obviously. I was watching your Zero Mana build, episode 3, just now, saw you were live. Many thanks for all the videos, super helpful. Oh, glad, man. Yeah, I'm glad you joined that. Heck yeah, dude. Sandstorm, Firestorm builds bonkers. Have Havoc Form, Miasma, Nebula, Monolith. Just abuses the power. Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff, dude. It's crazy you can even do that. It's basically everything, every one of the best things in the game, you use it in the same build. Like, what? That's crazy. There's a lot of melee weapons that weren't being used in the game because they're too weak. It's quite a bit that had potential to be better. Yeah, and instead they went the route where they nerfed the good ones and they didn't buff the worse ones. Yep, that indeed happened. They nerfed Corrupted Savior too, which is one of the hardest things you can get for your efforts. Yeah, it's like all this stuff that's so hard to get. Let's just freaking nerf it. What I find hilarious about World Edge is their explanation. The value is supposed to be 0.8. 1.8 is too high. Then you have multiple weapons that still have 1.8 value. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you don't read into it. Butcher's Fetish Amulet got nerfed as well. I didn't see. Yes, its duration got nerfed, basically. The damage itself is still the same, but now instead of being a 15-second buff, it's 5. So you have to use it with melee now instead of being able to use it with gun builds before. Before, you basically could use, like, World's Edge, Krell Axe, any thrown melee, and just proc the crit bonus, and then you could shoot your gun for a bit, which was how Deceit works, basically. You got a really good Deceit build with that. Now, it's just such a low duration that you're going to have to use, basically use it with melee builds. Yeah, you bet, Quantum. Hoping for a new secondary gun with the DLC? Yeah, they didn't add any secondary guns, I don't know why. Start watching because Outward. Has been a bit since I played out. I thought of doing something cool, which I might bring up for a second, but that's cool, Dark Soul. Quantum with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Quantum. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much, dude. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying the content, man. So I thought of this idea. What's up, Blue Oak? And I've still got more content ideas for Remnant, like tier lists and stuff, but I don't have any major content plans. I was like, I kind of want to do something more fun, play some different games and stuff. I thought about doing Steam achievement videos, where I go through the game and try to get all the Steam achievements, because I figured out how to reset them and stuff. And I thought Remnant would be a fun one to do. Remnant, Helldivers, Outward, like, just go through and try to get all the Steam achievements again. That'd be kind of cool. And see how long it would take per game, because there's some hard ones. There's some pretty tough ones. Remnant 2s aren't too bad, usually. Most of them are just like play through the game. You know, collect this item or whatever. But like Outwards would be really interesting to go back and try to get all the achievements again. Because one of them I actually got in debug mode. That one for the Ancient Dwellers is nearly impossible to do. I don't know. Anyway, that was one of the ideas I had. I thought that'd be kind of fun. We'll see if I end up doing it, though. What's up, Connor? Yeah, most of the Remnant 2s are like, just play through the game, kill this boss, do this, like, weird aberration thing. This is weirdly doing good damage. It doesn't explode her hand, though. That's the weird thing. You'd think it would, because it has that AoE. It's kind of odd. Keeps everything away from me, though. Like, nothing's coming near me, dude. Yeah, it's not a damage mod. It's a control mod. And it's what it's good at, it's really, really good at. To take Savior, I need to finish Hardcore or kill the Apocalypse. You need to beat Hardcore on Veteran. You do not need to do Apocalypse. You think this would be good against Nightweaver? Probably. It's been a while since I used it on her. She got hardy, too. Actually, Gwendole's one of these weird bosses where she's so easy that when she gets hardy, she gets a lot more health. There's a couple of them that are like that. Like, Low King's the same way. His mechanic's so easy that when he gets hardy, it almost triples his health. That Tremor's awesome, dude. I mean, Tremor is just so good. Veto builds works as follows. You have a good build with trinkets, weapons, etc. Basically create new builds without using the previous build items. So you, like, have to use items you wouldn't normally use, basically. I got you. Anguish on... Anguish is good now, though. Anguish is good. Save you from the grabs because of the high stagger. What if we buff its stagger? What if we buff its stagger? There are a couple things we could do to buff that. Now, is it worth doing? I don't know. Probably not, but... Also, I don't think Rita Vaughn is working very well. I'm gonna go back to Detonation. Try feedback. Like, it's working, but it's not... The mod regen is working, but the actual damage, like, resetting, is not doing anything. So what we can do is, instead of using mod casting, we can go stagger. That's plus 20% stagger damage. That's pretty good. You know what we don't have? A stagger concoction. Why don't we have that? It's a valid question. Alright, we're gonna run Tremor for a little bit. But when we get to the next boss, we'll switch it up. And then I'll go back to Nightweaver for the Tremor again. I want to see what it does to Nightweaver. Kind of interested. What do I need to beat? Veteran? To beat Veteran on, if you're doing hardcore, you literally just go Challenger, Black Cat Ring. Buy these from the Ward 13, use Hot Shot, and then try to make a status build. Once you get to the Labyrinth, you can get to energizing that coil, and that's pretty much all you need for the rest of the run. Does Tremor slow negative status effect? No, it does not. Tremor has no actual effect that it does. It's just stagger and damage. And it scales with blast. Like, it does blast damage, so it counts with... It can apply fire with detonation trigger. That's the only thing it'll apply. I feel like feedback might have been a little bit better here. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better about this setup here. Rita Vaughn is cool, but sometimes it's more of a gimmick than it is actually being better than other builds. Soulstone does not buff the space crabs, deals 490 damage with and without it. Okay. Do they attack faster? Like, could you even tell? They probably don't, honestly. Yeah, I could throw on the wood ring, too. I don't know if I need to, though. Never use this mod. Use, like, space crabs, and I love them. They're very cheap. I think that's, again, why a lot of people like them. Tremor's downside, right? Tremor's downside is it does have high cost. It is a pretty high-costing mod. The upside, though, is that the stagger. Like, space crabs is good damage, low cost, no stagger at all. No! Bro, freaking fix the game. This is a new bug that has happened to me 7 times, dude. 7. I keep recording gameplay, and while I'm recording it, it happens every freaking time I get to the Nightweaver. Do you ever allow members to team up with your game? Yeah, I've played with people sometimes. I hate it so much, dude. character falls through this. I don't know why this bug is in the game now. If you don't touch the stone, that happens for some reason. Whoa, that was cool. Look at that. Just so many numbers. Bloop. Bloop. Ha! Love it. Tremor is definitely like one of my favorite mods of all time. There's been some crazy builds that we've done with Tremor in the past. Look at that. Your area of control is just absurd. Just absurd. I think I killed these guys down here, too. No, they didn't activate. It must be too high for Tremor to hit him. Remnant 2 is a wonderful achievement. They proved that. If you want it hard enough, you can make a whole game without hitting a single program. Or hiring a single program. Yeah, this game is for all its faults, it is a great game. It is a great game. Flying Bomb Trap's really fun, too. Yeah, Flying Bomb Trap is amazing. I actually feel like Tremor, Flying Bomb Trap can make a really cool duo mod build. Especially since scaling with Detonation Trigger, you could get both of them to do really good elemental damage. Both of them. Like, that's super interesting. Let's see if I die to this guy. This guy can get some really stupid affixes. Not as bad as the frog, but he can get some pretty bad ones. Okay, bursting is not too bad. Bursting would be bad, but lifesteal negates bursting pretty well. This is how you play Tremor. You just circle. Circle, circle, circle. Got thick skin, too. That sucks. What you gonna do, buddy? What you gonna do? Can't even get to me. You know you don't have to fight this guy? You can actually just go grab the key and leave. I always assumed you had to fight him. Where you at? See, Tremor just controls such a wide area of the map. Wish you could put out multiple bomb traps. Yeah, that's the only unfortunate thing about it. I think it does balance it pretty well, though, because if you could do that, it'd be way too... It's already really good. It'd be way too strong. Using Creeping Mist before patch with Fetid Wounds, but Fetid Wounds got a bad nerf. Yeah, Fetid's got a pretty brutal nerf, dude. It's still good, but you have to really play into the multiple statuses now instead of just using it like with Corrosive like I was. Yeah, that one was pretty bad, but... I mean, if you're using a full elemental, it's still pretty decent build you can make. One of my favorite things about this game that they've added, and another reason why I like the first DLC better, is they added the mutator Maelstrom. And Maelstrom on its own is not like crazy OP or anything, but Sparkfire. If you use Maelstrom on Sparkfire, you basically have unlimited mod usage for any mod in the game. Because just shooting your gun gives you so much mod energy back. So if you're ever playing something and you're like, man, I would need just a teeny bit more mod energy, but you don't want to take off a ring, you can literally just throw Maelstrom on Sparkfire. Boom. It's that good. It's crazy good. Maelstrom increases the elemental damage of your weapon, and also elemental damage increases mod generation. It's very, very good. I think what would be a cool idea is to add a sidearm. that does something similar to Sparkfire, where there's just an innate elemental damage on the gun, but it fires like a regular gun. Not like we have a couple like Nebula and the Fire SMG, but they're not like a regular gun. They actually just shoot elemental damage. Having a mini Sparkfire or even like a mini, I don't know, something like that'd be kind of cool. You could pair it up with Sparkfire. Or use it in place of it in different builds. Alright, what boss are we gonna get? Because it's gonna probably be... If it's Magister, I actually have a decent build I can do with Witchfire. If it's Red Prince, I have no idea what I'm gonna use. Yeah, detonation trigger. This amulet right here adds burning to explosions. Tremor counts as an explosion. Fires a projectile that cracks the ground. Shockwaves. Because it's shockwaves, it counts as explosion. Same with amplitude. It works with amplitude because of that. Witchfire for the prince? Alright, we could do that. That'd be kind of hard. We could do it. Sounds like a fun challenge. Look at this guy. He thinks he's so cool. Tremor. Alright, he's cooler than I thought he was. Got past me. Okay, which way, guys? Left or right? Probably right. And the thing is, that's why I wanted to do Lawsome. Lawsome's the best area to do this with. The tricky thing about Lawsome is not that there's a lot of enemies, or not that the enemies are hard. It's that they're all hiding. They blend in with the background, they're behind corners, they're just in locations that kind of surprise you. And Tremor goes, yeah, I can kind of see you already. Shoot you through the wall. It's not as good in Naruto because there's a lot of flying enemies, but I mean, like, a boss like Hatchery, it is still really good. Did that kill that guy? No. Not quite. That was a little close. How many mods you got left to test? We have about, I think, 12 mods? We'll definitely get through the rest of them today. We got through, I think, 24, 25, both the last two streams. Because there's around 70-ish mods. I think there's 69 in total. Use a fire tank build I shared with you. It did use Witchfire. Oh. Trying to get Burden of the Follower to make one of your builds all week. Can't get Andaria's End. It is the worst dungeon in the game to get. Andaria's End sucks to get, dude. What just hit me? That was odd. Shoot this. There's actually a lot of mods I've found. They're doing this series that really, really pair well with lifesteal. You just use it a couple of times and it gives you so much back. It's so good, man. I mean, it's unbelievable how good this is. I've actually done this several times since the game came out. I find it fun every time. Should you do a hardcore run, any difficulty, no world stone checkpoints? Run ends when you die. Ooh. That would be very hard. With the steel katana. Saw a dude use Voltaic Ranger mod, and it was surprisingly a good AoE mod. Have not tested that one as well, yet. Gilded Chambers, that should be... I think Red Prince. I have not tested that one yet. We'll mess with it a little bit. Alright, you ready? We're gonna do Witchfire because you guys asked for it. So with Witchfire, I believe... No. Here's what you do with Witchfire. You throw on Sparkfire. Because Sparkfire and Witchfire sound the same. Throw on Maelstrom. And then we run max fire damage. No, status damage. And I believe if we use the energized neck coil, it would go kind of crazy. Get us a bunch of status damage going here. There's another ring for status damage I always forget to use. Said Witchfire, Sparkfire. Singed and Firestone Amulet. Yeah, Singed would be a good one. I think I want to use that. We'll use Fire Amulet. That's a fun idea. Where is Fire Amulet? Fire Amulet. There it is. Okay, so Fire, 15, 20, 12. Burden of Follower just for that extra power regen. Then we do elemental damage on this instead of Stagger. And switch out Archon for Ritualist as primary, just for the dungeon. It'll be easier that way. Actually, I'm going to use Lifesteal. I want to see how much that does. And Archon. Traits will be not modified in any way. Okay, so now we've got Witchfire dealing 346.5 fire damage. The burning that it applies does 4,224 over 20 seconds. If I add in this, does it go up? Now it does less damage. So yeah, Band of Fanatic does not work correctly anymore. I don't know what they did to it. It's bad now. It just decreases your damage overall. I'm not sure why. It probably makes sense if you look at it, but... Oh, Red Ring of Death. You're right, you're right. Red Ring of Death would be way better. Yeah, now we're talking. They claimed they fixed it last patch, but yeah, it didn't get fixed. I don't know what's up with it. It was the best ring in the game when it came out, and now it's like horrible. It just cuts the duration and cuts the damage, which is weird. Alumni ring is good, but it's only 10%, unfortunately. That one needs a buff. That one should be buffed to 15 to get it on par with Burden. Right now, there's no reason to use it over Burden. The only downside here is I don't have on... Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Never, ever, ever use Witchfire without kinship. It is a recipe for death. Wonder if Chakra would be good here. I'm interested, but I don't know if I should do it. We'll do... Not Recovery. Recovery is garbage here. I don't think Amplitude's affected, so let's try Chakra, see if it messes with it. I have no idea how that works. They're a good Gift of the Unbound build. I mean, yeah, you could kind of just throw stuff together. It's not too big a deal. I think it's just better to not use it, but it is definitely a good item now. Still going to do a lot of damage. Nerf dot applicators a lot. Very much uncalled for, eliminating a playstyle, essentially. It was initially bugged where it didn't reduce the duration. Gotcha. How do you click all traits at once? You gotta hold shift. Hold down shift and it will do that. On controller, I don't know what the button is, but there's a... I imagine there's probably a button. See what I mean about the fire damage, though? Like, you can't use Witchfire without kinship. You'll just die constantly. This is gonna be fun for Red Prince. I feel like I'm gonna die because this is gonna be kind of crazy. There's a lot of fire damage going on here. Oh, it attacks him up in the air, too. That's interesting. What's the closest substitute to Burden of the Follower? Probably Stone of Malevolence. If you're using elemental damage, stone and malevolence, according to some testing that I've read, does actually work. In general, though, if you don't have Burden of the Follower, here's another good substitute. This is a decent one. Spirit Stone increases mod power generation. It's actually kind of powerful. I have tested this. It's pretty good. You can do that, or you could just decrease mod requirement, white pawn stamp. But I personally think Spirit Stone is really solid. Crown for massive fire resist? Facts. Actual facts, though. Thought I wasn't ready for that, didn't you? I was ready. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. I don't know where I'm at. Oh, I'm in the pot room. Well, if we attack anything in here, my frame rate drops to 0, so let's get the frick out of here. Yeah, I might die because I can't shoot in this room. If I shoot any of the pots, it'll kill my frame rate. Witchfire was gonna break all of them. I can't believe he teleported me in that room. I was fine, and they moved me away. You have to be so careful in that room. Just kills your game, dude. It never recovers either. Like, you do it once and it's funny, and then your game never recovers. It just is killed the entire time. I've seen many mention it, but the Red Prince doesn't like you wearing his crown. His special dialogue. Oh, yeah, I have, I remember that, actually. Do I have the crown? I actually don't have the crown. What do I want to do? I don't have the crown because I haven't gotten it back since I switched. What do I wear then? Oh my word, that's hideous. This'll work for now. Because we have to wear the crown for the fire resist. Shin confirmed pie user, always hanging in the pie room. Hey, yeah. Alright. There we go. Fire resist. Yes. I think the mod duration actually works pretty well in this one. I don't know how long it's supposed to last anyway. 6.5 seconds? Probably not worth it. Remember when this was bugged? Does anybody remember when this was bugged and it was insta-killing bosses? I think this was the fastest boss killer ever introduced into Remnant 2. When status originally got buffed with the Ritualist, the energized net coil was bugged, and if you used Witchfire, you could place it on the ground, and it would infinitely proc energized net coil and kill the biggest bosses in the game in under 4 seconds. It was crazy. Also, I keep getting hit for some reason. Was one of the nuttiest things ever to be in the game. Was really fun too. It was a little over the top, but we loved it. Don't act like we didn't. Bandit Fanatic was scaling the damage to crazy levels. Well, yeah, that and, like, just crit in general you could use with that. It was nuts. Dude, get out of here. Okay, it works on some of the flying guys and not on others. It's kind of weird. I don't think it's supposed to work on them, but sometimes it does. It's good for covering you, is what it is. Like, you just throw it behind you and it'll kill a row of enemies. It's still not as good as some other options. Like, I actually think Tremor even is better, even though this has more damage. This lacks any kind of stagger. I don't think it works well on stairs either, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's terrible on stairs. Remember the boar bug back then, too? It was also insane. Yeah, there's been several bugs in this game. It's just hilarious how much damage they've done. So, hey, guys, we Broke the game again. Something is not quite right. I'm just constantly on fire. That's how you play fire builds in this game. You just set yourself on fire. Yeah, Red Ring of Death is a nice one, though. See ya, bud. Death Wish makes me literally kill anything instantly. The Misty Step heavy attack bug? I remember that too. Is Corrupted Nebula good? Yes, we tested that earlier today, actually. Corrupted Nebula is actually incredibly powerful. Very, very high damage. But it is mainly a boss killer. You're not going to use it in dungeons much. It's a bit trickier to use, but it's got a lot of power behind it. I mean, it's very strong. It's weird that that's not hitting him. It's like right above him. Or right below him. Yeah, I'd say the only downside of Witchfire is it really does. It covers everything in fire, and it doesn't hit stuff as well as, say, like Fire Tornado. Feel like its normal version's best? Yes, regular Nebula is just better. It's more useful overall, but the other one is very powerful if used correctly. Wouldn't feel like Remnant if we didn't have a broken build every month or so. Yeah, it's part of the ambiance of the game, you know. It's part of the game, man. Part of the game.
Unlike the king.
Now, this is going to be a hard one to actually hit him with. Insta-kill those guys, though. Here's the fun part. Now, by fun, I mean, here's the part that I'm dreading. But I have a plan. Honestly, not doing that much damage. Well, no, it's pretty good. It just, he got hardy. Oh, I have lifesteal. I probably don't need to dodge that much. Okay, I take it back. The damage is pretty good. I've seen better status. So it wasn't impressing me too much, but it is solid. He's gonna come back. I just like to get out of that move. That move's a little dumb. I think this is another one that doesn't stack. Like Tremor. The lifesteal so much. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think in general, Fire Tornado is just going to do better almost every single time. But it is a good mod still. And you get 2 charges instead of just 1 with Firestorm, so that's kind of a nice advantage too. Tried the new staff weapon with the chakra modulator. I have seen it. Actually, Crackpot, the guy I play with all the time, he likes that quite a bit. Yeah, the new purple icon, that is from Ritualist. They added that so that whenever... I don't think it used to be a thing. Well, no, I think it was. It was just a white icon, so now it's purple. So whenever you got the extra 15% damage, it shows up as that. It's fun. Yeah, it's a very interesting way to play, for sure. Okay, let's see. Change this back. We'll do Archon. We're going to use Tremor. Witchfire gets a solid, like... I don't even know... That one will be hard to rank. That may end up being a B just because of how good Firestorm is. I don't know though. It's very solid. Tremor we already did too, but we're gonna do that again. The last couple we have to do are pretty hard to test because they're not great. All right, Summoner. Ban down Sparkfire gives you infinite ammo, I guess. The dots refill the magazine. Interesting. That probably shouldn't work like that. Again, the problem with that is that Maelstrom's just too good to not use on Sparkfire. You have to use that. It's way too good. It gives you near unlimited mod energy, even if you're not running Archon. Alright, Singed. And Burden of the Gambler. Sound good? Run Tremor on... We can run Sparkfire. It's not a big deal. Tremor. There you are. Looks good. Let's do it. Nightweaver. Here we come. Ooh, I threw on Chakra too. Nice, nice. AoE Firestorm's nasty? Yeah, it's brutal. Heatwave is good. Heatwave is pretty good. Heatwave is like... Heatwave is a very safe status build to make, essentially. It's one of the very few status builds that I think using... the, what's it called? Death Wish. Death Wish skill is actually better. Which is pretty rare to see. Most often I don't think that. And I think that's good for build variety. Out of all the bosses in the game, I think Nightweaver's the hardest for me. Nightweaver is very challenging. I could see a lot of people having trouble with Nightweaver. She's very challenging, and until you figure out exactly how each of her mechanics work, she can very easily trip you up. And she's a long fight, too, no matter what, because she has 2 phases. E-Wave kind of needs Leaking Gemstone, though. Not necessarily. If you run Sparkfire with Maelstrom, you can instantly regen that again. It's like 2-3 shots, it comes back. But it is a good one with it, yeah. Yeah, Nightweaver was giving me the business the other day. Near the end of her fight. I was like no-hitting her entire fight, and then the end she was one-shotting me. I don't know why that was happening. Catch you later, Josh. Have a good day, man. Well, she got Hardy, which is very unhelpful depending on this build. Gonna be a long one, but it'll be an easy one. That's the only attack I don't like for Nightweaver, is that one right there. It's a little bogus sometimes. And depending on if you don't have dodge distance or not, she might... Yeah, see, sometimes she like aims where you're going. It's a little bit tricky. It's not too bad usually, though. That's interesting. Yeah, any amount of sustained damage. Just gotta get that life leech going. Yeah, if she keeps summoning with Tremor, that's what you want. Usually you don't want her to summon, but when she's using Tremor, that's ideal. Because it's like, I know for a fact I can deal with your dudes, you know? This fight can actually be pretty easy if you use the terrain. Usually you don't use the environment that much because you don't need to. But if you do, it does make it a lot easier. Every time you stagger her, that's when she likes to do that orb. So like you can use the statues and kind of get those orbs to just disappear on you. Mod tier list video? Yeah, that's the idea. That's what we're trying to do here. This is where it gets a little tricky, because you don't dodge on time. She will kill you with one hit sometimes. Again, it doesn't stack, which is kind of sucky, but I think this and the trap mod would be really good. Just gotta save one mod for when she goes up, and then you're solid. Now watch this. Bloop. Already killing all the bugs. Did she stay up there? Nah, she came back down. That's the only attack that gets me. She gets this little, like, rush up towards you, and then she'll do this claw attack. That one can be kind of annoying. Depending on your positioning. Ooh, I staggered her. Nice. Sparkfire is easily, like, one of the best guns in the game. The utility of this gun is unbelievable. That almost worked. It didn't quite work because she kind of jacked up my strategy, but... She's tried to grab me? Never seen her do that on the stairs that fast. Must have done some good damage to her. Alright. This is where we're one shot because we got that mod power going. Yeah, Tremor's really good in this fight. I'm telling you, anything that has, like, a certain mechanic to it where you just got to deal with one other thing. Tremor's so good, man. Tremor's underappreciated. Used to be one of my favorites for explosion mod spam. Yeah, it's just the control. The control is S tier for sure. S tier for sure. Actually, I think if you get grabbed, you might be able to lifesteal through it. If you had Tremor going. Maybe. I don't know for sure, but... Alright, we got Soulbinder, Spore Shot, Stasis Beam. Which we need Hatchery for. Time Lapse, which Time Lapse is an F tier. We'll do Nerude. If we'll take a run, can be good at Nerude. What is Windfall? Does anyone know what Windfall is? I cannot for the life of me figure out what this mod is. It's got to be one of the special guns. I know every other mod in the game. Is it from a katana? Maybe it is a katana one. Maybe it doesn't belong on the list. No, that's whirlwind. Windfall. Corrupted deceit. Yep. Yep, you were correct in that, sir. Corrupted deceit. We haven't tested corrupted deceit? That's interesting. Have we tested fusion cannon? I don't think we did that one either. Fusion cannon on the list? Yes, it is, and I didn't do it yet. Let me put a number next to that so I remember. Fusion cannon! You gotta say it like that when you do it. Alright, there's another one I haven't done. Again, like I said, I'm gonna double check when I get back through, just to make sure I did them all, but... Alright, we are at... Voltaic Ranjour. Which is a shock-based thing. I don't know, this one's never impressed me, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Status damage? And I don't think Gambler works very well. We'll actually run probably like similar setup to the other one. The other status we just did. It should work pretty well. And then run Ritualist. Ritualist, and then I'm trying to avoid using Miasma because Miasma is so strong it kind of overpowers whatever mod you're using. In terms of testing purposes. Alright, that should work. Off to Narude. To use a mod that I used to think sucked. So let's see how good it is. Yeah, fusion cannon. Yeah. I say it like Vegeta, bro. Like that mod in the sewers. I feel like he could be good in the sewers, yeah. Can the Corrupt Deceit mod still kill you? I don't believe so. I think they fixed that. Narude. Narude. Ah, I don't want Shahala again. Boo on Shahala. Boo. Boo. Shahala, you suck. Dang, I got Shahala again. Talrotha, there we go. Should you get the lightning ring instead of the black ring? I think this one's better, is it not? I think it is better. What's up, Zek? You got the dungeon for Leech? Alright, go to my... If you're in my Discord, I have a link down below. You can join my Discord. You can DM me. Send me a direct message with your friend code. If you're on Steam. And then if you're on Epic, send me your code through there, and then I'll add you. It got buffed. Okay. Did they buff the fire one too, then? Yeah, but you don't need the lightning resist. That's my thing. 15%. Yeah, like it's not a buff though. Like it got buffed, but it didn't. Like burden's still the same. That's cool though. That is a good thing. I don't value resistance. Like I understand why other people. I don't value resistance at all, so it's just the same as burden for me.
What is this?
The only time I value it's like the last fight we had where like it actually damages you. Voltaic doesn't damage you, so I don't think it'll matter too much. Add another difficulty above Apocalypse. Your enemies have 5 times the health. That's kind of the same thing as the mod. I don't know what just happened. I'm actually kind of mad about what just happened. There's a mod that adds 5 affixes to bosses instead of just 3. The problem that you run into when you get into that kind of territory is that it's just too much. Unless you're running a stupid OP build, it's just not fun anymore. How does one get leech? 6, do you not have it? If he does it, I can maybe try and... No, because I think... If he's on Steam, I can try and invite you. We can try and get it. To get leech, you need to go to the dungeon. It's the same way you got resonance. You need to go back to the dungeon, and then you have to die. Let me open up Discord. I bet you sent it. Discord. The elevator freaking left me, dude. I'm out of here. Said peace, bro. Voltaic's pretty bad in open areas. That's kind of the only reason I don't use it. Well, it's one of many reasons. You know, I've said this before, but I don't know why every game doesn't just have an auto-run button. Okay, they're not send it yet. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, Outward has an auto-run function, and is one of the greatest things about that game. Every game should have an auto-run. I should be able to click a button and have my character automatically walk for me. It's a quality of life thing that we need in every game ever. Supposed to do more damage if you shoot it. It's very mediocre. Came back when none of my friends played the new DLC, so depend on the kindness of Remnant Discord to get leech. Ah. Yes. There's a lot of people that are pretty helpful with that kind of thing, thankfully. I feel like it's... Yeah, it's just kind of awkward to use. Like, it misses way too often, is the thing. You don't really know if you're gonna hit with it or not. Like I said, it's gonna be better in a dungeon, but... Robots get a little ridiculous. Like, the infinite spawn, it's kind of insane. People in the Discord were kind enough to help you with the tower puzzle. Yeah, like I said, you can find some pretty nice people in there to help out. We did get hatchery, by the way. I hate this mod, by the way. I want everyone to know that. I know some of you were excited about me using it. I hate this mod so much. I'm remembering why I don't use it. Because I don't like it. It's that simple. This is a worse Krell axe. Like, bro, if I need lightning, I have the best axe in the game. I'm not equipping this. Just a heads up for when I rank it. I just want you to know. I am not a fan. Exactly what we were excited to see you use it. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I don't know what it is. It doesn't do it for me, man. Like, I would need to be able to spam 7 of them at the same time for this to be good. Of all the dungeons, this is going to be where we get it to work, so... That is at least exciting. See, it didn't even kill that guy. Like, that's just so sad. Too much RNG. Works when it does, but it's just flaky. Yep, 100% agree with that. Make a ball build with this and a Aphelion. Totally, dude. Totally. You could do it. I mean, you could definitely do it. Here we go. Tight hallways. Let's do this. You can also shock it with Enigma chain. Probably, yeah. That should have hit at least 8 things, and it didn't hit anything. See, I had a conversation with somebody when the game first came out. I was fighting a boss. I can't remember which boss. I was Spectrum Nexus. And the guy was like, dude, you gotta use Voltaic Ranger. It's so OP. And I was like, alright, I'll try it. I tried it, and it sucked. And it has always sucked since. But there are a lot of people that like it, and it might just be a personal thing. Like, it might just be me. Like, I just don't like it that much. I really don't understand why people like it. It's a cool idea. It's never really felt my style, personally. Again, maybe it's just because I run the Corel Axe too much, and it basically is like a slower way of applying lightning than the Corel Axe. That could be why. It does cut off a whole hallway. If you can get it in a nice position, it's effective. Like, that was a pretty decent hallway right there. I just got a lot of kills. Be better if it attached to a mob and overloaded everything around it, like Soulbinder. That'd be kind of nice, actually. Opinion on Huntress Spear? It's an awesome weapon now that you'll never use. The most perfect description of that weapon you'll ever get. It is a very good melee weapon now that you'll never use. Because Corel Axe is better. And, yeah, that's why. It applying Corroded is nice until you realize that it only applies Corroded for 5 seconds, and then you realize that that's worthless to you. Dang, bro, just freaking kill me. He wouldn't die. That's why I hate this mod. What's up, Vivi? Is it 10? It was 5 seconds last time I used it. Oh, it is 10 seconds. It was 5 last time I used it. I don't know if it was bugged for me or what, but it was not lasting 10 seconds. Again, it's fine, but the Corel Axe is better. Just run Tainted Blade on Corel Axe. It's better. Apply Shock for 20. Yeah, this is not a joke. It really was only lasting 5 seconds. It must have been something I was wearing. Like, I might have had on band, maybe, or something. And I may have just incorrectly assumed that. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to test out 2 mods at once. Because there is a mod here that only works in this fight. Which is Stasis Beam. With Timekeepers. So yeah, that's my bad on that one. It's 5 because you're Ritualist. You have 100% duration. Oh, that's why. Yeah, it is 5 seconds, so. You want a time wave mutate? I don't really need time wave. I'll throw it on. I'll throw it on. Time wave. There you are. Just a different application. It might be worth using the spear, but didn't they nerf the vampire blade? I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know for sure. All right, ready? He's frozen for 40 seconds. And I can do no damage with this terrible mod. I feel like just because it moves around too much, that's why it's bad. I think I froze him midair. Isn't that crazy you can do that? Doesn't it just seem ridiculously unfair? And you can just freeze him again. The best you'll ever see either of these mods. Ta-da! Voltaic Rondure is an easy C. I think the damage is an A, but the usability and like how weird it is a C. Like it's kind of weird, man. Yeah, how crazy is that though? Like, you could literally freeze the boss for 40 seconds. That is wild that that's even possible. Like Stasis Beam becomes S tier in that fight. It's kind of okay other places. It's S tier in that fight. That and Ritualist with Timekeepers. 40 seconds. You could freeze the boss. That is absurd. The only boss that works on, though. Literally the only one. Alright, so we've got... Let me check Discord for that message still. Nope, nothing. And... Voltaic Rondure. That one's done. We got Stasis Beam is done. That one's... It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, we can use time lapse, I guess. There's like... The ones that are left are really hard to test, so this will be interesting. We use Corrupted Deceit on Talratha. So we'll go time lapse and Spore Shot. How about that? Nah, we'll just use time lapse. I don't want to use double. It's too many mods. You know, mess with. Works on Doggo. What does? Just took out my freaking vent, bro. I'm not supposed to do that. There we go. Archon, primary. And then, what's our secondary? It doesn't even really matter, does it? mod damage, I guess. Alright, so anyway, what I was trying to say is time-lapse is F. Time-lapse is terrible. It is a worse stasis beam, and it's just bad. It's just really bad. You should just use Time Wave instead. I see no reason to ever equip this mod. And instead of Voltaic Rondure, I'll just run like some... I'll run a Healing Shot for the goofiness. How about that? Elemental damage, mod cost. Or casting speed. There we go. Time-lapse is a fun mod that can save you in a pinch. Yeah, it's just a worse stasis for the most part for me, though. I've never been a fan. Never been a fan. Stasis beams are good on hardcore runs. When you get Navigator's Pendant with Talrotha devouring you, it's GG. Time-lapse is S tier for role-playing. You're from Quantum Break. There you go. Spear's greater than Krellax because Krellax is ugly. What? What? That's blasphemy. I will not accept this. That's the most blatantly false statement I've ever heard in my life. You, my friend, are just wrong. Your opinion and my opinion, I disagree. I had no idea people didn't like the Krellax's look. This is crazy. This is a new thing to me. I don't even know what to think right now. I feel betrayed. In many ways. Spear superiority? Alright, alright. Thought the time would have been wonderful. Nah, it's like 7 seconds, and as soon as you shoot the enemy, they unfreeze. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's the main reason it's bad. If you freeze them with the other mod, Stasis Beam, they stay frozen when you shoot them. If you shoot them with this one, they instantly become unfrozen. The cost of betrayal. Fair enough, I'll throw that on. What's up, Battle Carrier? What up, my guy? See, look, as soon as I shoot them, they're undone. They do still get slowed, which is a thing. Alright, you freaking jerk. Well, that didn't work at all. It's continuing to not work. It looks like status damage also takes them out, so you don't really want to run this with status damage either. Which kind of makes sense, actually. Where'd the ghost go? No clue. I'm just gonna run away. Even if bad, that mod gets points for looking super cool. Which one? The time-lapse one? You're a dumb ghost. You're a dumb idiot ghost. Hey, if you make a mod build and then don't use mods for damage, you do no damage, bro. I don't know if this is surprising to anybody. Unappreciated. Oh, he can still throw stuff while he's frozen? That makes sense. This mod sucks, dude.
I'm glad that's over.
Wow. Not having it, dude. Like, I mean, it's really not that bad, I guess. It's fine. It just doesn't really hit me in the right spot, you know? Like, I feel like just using Time Wave with any other good... Okay, here's the problem. I figured it out. It is a worse Song of a Fear. There you go. But not worse as in just a little bit worse. Worse as in just completely null and void. Because Song exists. Bro, how am I not dodging that? I can't strafe it. It's so weird. Usually you could strafe that. Okay, what the freak, bro? Hey, the healing shot mod is not bad, though. I guess an easy B tier for just healing. This one, however, gets a F. It has no effect on these flying guys. Alright, that's the wrong place, too.
Holy hell.
The Widowmaker build, freeze a mob for an easy headshot. Yeah, it's doable. I think the main problem that I have with this mod is that it actually has a decently high mod requirement. So if you're using it on a build like that, you're just never going to be able to use the mod. You get like one use, so... Unless you had on Archon, which then you're nerfing your range damage. I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Time-lapse with the amplitude? I don't think so, because I have it on. It's pretty small still. Sagittarius is another mod that we need to try. I don't remember what that one's called, though. Starfall? Have I tried Starfall? No, I need to put a 1 in that one. We did not try Starfall yet.
Here we go.
Don't worry, it will get a nice F from me. This trash gun. Gunfire, please fix. They won't. Because they don't understand the utility. It's more important than damage. Nah, they understand that, but... Still, the point is made. Dude, I'm really tired of fighting this enemy. I'm over it. I'd like to get some ammo sometime today. Alright, I'll just freaking leave. Thank you. Like, the thing is, I guess if you're just having fun, this is a fine mod. But if you're actually being serious about playing the game, it's not going to be anything you want. Dude, why can I not dodge these? Like, literally, no amount of strafing works for some reason. It's never been a thing before. I have to literally dodge every single thing they throw at me. It's not how these guys work. Oh, good, a ghost, because I've been here for 30 minutes. If I freaking die, I'm gonna be so angry. Look, he's frozen. Ah! Nerd. I'm gonna freeze him again. Bloop. This gun sucks if you don't have damage for it. Wow. Running 2 support mods is what I'm learning is not a good idea. It's just a bad idea. I think it needs like a burst of damage when enemies get out of stasis, or a debuff like the one from the repulsor. I think what it needs is just to just freeze them. Just freeze the enemy. You can keep it 7, probably 10 seconds. I would say up to seconds from 7 to 10 and completely freeze the... Actually, what is it? 18 seconds because I have the thing on? It's a long time. But when I shoot them, they shouldn't be unfrozen. They should just be completely frozen. That would make it pretty good. Right now, like I said, it's just a worse stasis beam. In every way. There's nothing good about it. Over that one. I literally have no damage. It's hilarious to see. None. 0 damage was... It's so bad. Nope. I can't kill the enemy. There's no damage like this. It's dragging me up. You have to like individually freeze them too. It doesn't, when they walk into it, it doesn't refreeze them or something like that. It's really kind of odd. Okay, so healing shot was a terrible idea. What was interesting, like... Grab shot was kind of cool. Let's go concussive blast. I really don't know. I need something for damage. My guns are doing nothing. If you do that, you make stasis beam useless. Yeah, see, and that's the problem. Be nice if time-lapse also slowed projectiles passing through 'em. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. Yeah, Astropath again. Again. That guy ever Discord or DM me about... No, never DM me about that. Need something. That's all I know. Need something. It actually should be pretty good with concussive, though. This will be a huge upgrade for it. Watch. Bleep. See that? I mean, it has such a high mod cost requirement. Like, for how bad it is, it should have a much lower requirement. Not even necessarily bad, but how pointless it is to run it. It's like a pure utility mod that's really not that important to have on, you know? I feel like a utility option needs to be a little bit better. I do like it with this, though. It's kind of fun. See, that's pretty good. If you're able to slow a group and then just charge up a nice big old shot. Like, look at this. That's pretty cool. That is pretty neat. I think the idea is to give you a chance to be like, okay, I've got an elite on me. This elite's gonna do a lot of damage to me. It's gonna be hard to dodge. I'm gonna completely nullify this elite so I can take out something else. And then deal with the elite. Which again would be fine if it had lower requirement. On a mod build, it's already so easy to take stuff out that you really just don't need. Like, this isn't something you're going for, really. Aw, crap, he got DOT damage on him. Oh, there's the elite I was talking about. Alright, so now I can take this guy out. And then I can move over to this one. I've got, what, 13 seconds. Take some other stuff out. It's a good team mod. Like, if your team's having issues with elites, you can really help each other out. Oh, that's not great. I I just don't feel like it's that helpful. I'm trying! It's not working. It's fine until you shoot them, and then instantly they are able to kill you again. Bloop! It is kind of funny though. Look, I could just get all the way up next to him. I feel like even this mod right here is a lot better. Like this has some good utility to it. The stagger is a little bit more valuable to me than I think the freeze is. That's kind of a nice, interesting use for that right there. The thing about DLCs, I think what the devs will do, we'll make one for Narud, and then after that, make a whole DLC around Root Earth or the Labyrinth. I think a Labyrinth DLC would actually be really fun. The fact that the requirement's still high, even when using a build that can spam mods. Yeah, it's just too heavily mod focused, 100%. Nice to be able to get that guy frozen, move over, do some damage over here, though. Man, these guys love to spam that thing, do they not? $1,400 crit is pretty darn good. Okay, the game did not switch my weapon properly. It's got like this weird flowy feel to it that you can definitely make it work, but if it just feels like a little bit too much effort. That was weird. That did no damage. That was right up next to him. It did no damage. Odd. Hate Narud. The other areas are fine, but Narud's boring. You don't like Narud? I like Narud in certain ways. It's pretty fun once you get to know it a bit more. I think the first couple times I did it, though, I really was having a rough time. The navigation is the tough part for me. Yeisha and Narud like sci-fi insanity dimensions. Blossom's literally just modern day Britain. That's funny. That won't happen, but how would you feel if the last DLC's Return to Yeisha Part 2? Psh, bro, get out of here. Nah. I don't want to ever go back to Yeisha again. Ever. I feel like it was fine because the Yeisha story in this game was actually good. But then the DLC just... I think that solidified that we're done with Yeisha. We're done. Like, let's just not do it anymore. It's overused. Alright, which one was that? That was, time-lapse? Like a D? I mean, it's usable. Remnant 3 is entirely Yeisha. Yeah, it's just a bunch of Yeisha. I agree with that. Let's do it. And what were we going to use here? I don't remember. Starfall? Yes, I could use Sagittarius. Doable. Of all the times this would be good, this would actually be the time that it would be good. So I will be very impressed if this does anything. And it should scale with Detonation Trigger. Took me so long to figure out the second main zone in Taurata storyline. Yeah, the bunker thing is just really confusing. Because you think you're looking for the boss. That's what you think you're looking for. And then you find the boss and there's nothing there. And it's like, okay, what did I miss? Turns out, you didn't miss anything. I think the bad thing about this mod, for me personally, is that the cast time, bro. The cast time in this mod is so brutal, it's not even funny. I'm gonna run Tech 22. I'm gonna throw a time lapse for the memes. Alright, here we go. You ready? This is about to be Starfall OP. Actually the best gun. First playthrough, I got Yeisha as a starting area. Almost quit the game. I did too. I got Ravager as my first boss. My first big boss. we're in a group and we cover red parts of the map, we should all be seeing the same map. I think you do, unless one of you, like, joins or quits and rejoins, and then you don't. I don't remember how it works exactly. But sad we got a totally random story on Yesha when they could have made a great story around the Rebellion. Yes, they should have continued the story from what we already had. It's a good story. And they're like, what if we did none of that and went to a horrible one? That's a great idea. Do more, please. Yeah, I don't know, James. Remnant 3 is entirely Yesha, and they give you a ton of bleed gear, but 90% of the enemies are immune to it. Nice. We already have that. It's called DLC 2. Convinced. My first Souls-like supposedly game, and geez, was it brutal intro? It is a pretty... Again, I think Remnant's pretty tough. It's a pretty tough series. Now, if you think Remnant 2 is tough, go play Remnant from the Ashes. I think Remnant from the Ashes is... I mean, I wouldn't even say a step up. I think it's leagues harder than this game. It is a pretty massive jump. Very difficult game. Now remember, he takes triple damage in his orb form from anything that's not ranged, so... This is actually the best boss in the entire game for that. But this is the only boss in the entire game where you're gonna get any kind of damage like that. Just because that orb takes literally, like... I don't know if it's a mechanic that's supposed to be in the game or what. But for some reason, the orb takes 0 range damage. Even if you're doing thousands of numbers, it does nothing. And then if you use a, like an explosive mod or skill damage, it just melts the orb. I have no idea why. It's good damage now. It's never been bad damage. It's just that it never hit. Now it properly hits, so it's going to be an okay mod. But I don't know. Should I keep it in an open mind? Maybe it'd be a bit better. Probably not. We'll use a little bit of dungeon. How about that? It's better. It's a lot better. It's usable. I don't know. It's not my favorite. You know what? We'll do One True King. If we get One True King, I'll try and use the mod on him and see if we can get it to, like, work there. That'd actually be a better test, maybe. Or, what do I have? Tower? Nah, we gotta use Corrupted Deceit. It's definitely way better. I'll give it that. It's just, like, use this over other stuff? I don't know. I feel like for hordes, this would be a good, pretty good horde clear type of thing. Definitely with the chakra trait, it's going to be a lot better than it was. Chakra's really going to help this one. Make it more spammable, make it last longer. Imagine a hitbox issue that the original boss is still hittable alongside the orb. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that could be. Situations like this where it doesn't hit the enemy. I don't know what the deal is with this enemy today, but I hate them. They're just destroying me. I have no idea why. I think this one also hits like multiple times in one hit for some reason. Oh no, it's because of his projectiles. Never mind. It's got some nice group control. I gave it that. It's definitely improved. Hold still's like I hit you with my slow ability. Yeah. I like the... I've always liked how cool this one looks. It is a very cool looking mod. Just basically like a wormhole opens up and you just shoot stars from this guy. Like, that's a cool idea. Very cool idea. How good is the new polygun in your opinion? I mean, like a C. The damage is S, the usability is a C. It's not fun to use. They need to redesign several things about that. Number one, the mechanic of the gun itself doesn't actually work properly. If you don't shoot fast enough, it will not correctly build up the what's it called, like the charge, and so it'll automatically shock you even when you use it correctly. Because if you don't shoot fast enough, it just like the next shot will overload it instead of it's hard to explain, but it's just you have to use it too quickly and it's just not fun to use. Yeah, but if you don't fully charge it, it's way harder to hit the mark too. It's just not a good gun. It's way too like user. It's not user friendly, is what it is. Even if you get used to the minigame itself is not a fun minigame. Just needs a little bit more leeway for the player, and then it would be better. Experience this problem most with the shotgun mode. Yeah, that's where I ran into it big time too. The precision is not nearly as bad with it, but the shotgun mode is just like you shoot twice and then a second later it's gonna overload if you don't shoot already. Like it's insane. I liked the gun too. Like I thought it was fun, the way it shot, having infinite ammo. Like the power behind it's really good, and then the mini game is just not enjoyable to use after like 5 minutes of using it. It's a really, really cool idea that I don't think they tested properly. Remnant 2 has this major issue, and I feel like the devs are rushed for stuff a lot of times because they like to implement a lot of stuff that they don't have enough testing time. Because it's clear to pretty much anybody who uses that gun that it's not user-friendly in any way. And it needs a little bit more. This ain't too bad of a combo right here. You know what? I'm warming up to it. The more I use it, I'm warming up to it. It's actually pretty decent now. It's fun. Is it gonna beat some other stuff? No. But it's way more fun than it was. I'm feeling a solid B tier at this point. Like, this is... I'm warming up to it quite a bit. It's way better than it was. It was an F. It was one of the worst things in the game. And now it's very usable. Need to redesign how to get the polygon as well. Was less of a cool secret to find and more annoying. Again, we talked about this earlier. I think the devs... They do this a lot. They have these cool mechanics that they want you to, like, do and stuff. And some of them are just... They're less cool and more annoying than anything. Like, the whole way we get concoctions right now is just nonsense. Complete nonsense. It's a waste of the player's time. Same with the tarnished ring. A complete waste of the player's time. The RNG on the tarnished ring was so bad that I literally I couldn't get it. I had to get it in someone else's world. After 7 months of playing the game, I didn't have the tarnished ring. That's bad. That is not good for the game. The game's all about secrets, and that's great. This game should be about secrets. There's all kinds of cool ones, but stuff like that is just so dumb. So many enemies right here, and I have no idea why. I opened the space portal. When it isn't being fired, it needs to reset to 0. That annoys me so much when trying it. Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's just like, it needs, when it's not firing, it needs to stop doing whatever its mechanic is. Right now, it continues to do it, and it ruins the whole gun. Bro, if you don't die already, I'm going to get angry. They can throw it while being frozen. That's the crazy thing. How about this and the trap? That could be a cool build. Game design is hard. Very true. Very true. Yeah, I think if you made the indicator a little bit larger, you made the mechanic work correctly and not, like, slow down or increase whenever it's not being used. And, honestly, that's all you would need to do. Then it'd be a really solid gun. It just, those two things are so bad on the gun that it's not fun to use. Pretty sure no one found Invoker or Polygon legitimately? No, I know for a fact they didn't. There's no way, bro. Still don't have the tarnished ring? That guy's Sleeping Beauty? Yeah, he never woke up for me one time. Never once woke up. Found the tarnished ring on a friend's playthrough, but I had to use the exploit to get it on my main character. See, that exploit, I don't know what like, I tried that exploit and it never worked for me. Where you have to, like, go to another person's world and then crouch or what. I couldn't get it to work. I just wouldn't do it. I don't know why. I'm gonna save this build. I actually am really enjoying that mod, and I want to try that on a different boss. Mainly One True King. We're gonna have to go Corrupted Deceit, which I have a Corrupted Deceit build, so... let's just use that. Change the date time on my PC and got it. That's convenient for sure. No way, some thought you're gonna sleep between two piles of sand to get in. Nah, the crazy thing, Frederick, was that I was playing with Crackpot and Titan at the time. All three of us were in chat, and we were trying to figure it out. And we had that idea. We were like, oh, you gotta stand in the sand to get... Actually, chat had the idea. It wasn't even just us. Everybody in chat was saying the same thing. And we sat in the sand, and we're like, okay, well, what do we do? And why would you stand there for 5 minutes? It's the dumbest thing of all time. We had that idea, just didn't, you know, didn't stand there long enough. Or I think we were in the wrong spot, too. I can't remember. Alright, ready? This is the best boss in the entire game for Corrupted Deceit. It's one of the only ones it works on. And I messed it up, so I gotta redo it. I messed it up. Gosh darn it. There's a combination of stuff you had to do. I used the wrong button. Gosh darn it. Actually, I didn't even use the wrong button. I just looked the wrong direction when I used it. That was dumb. That's fine. I'll use this beforehand. Well, that didn't work at all either, so... So far, I'm 0 for 2. I'm doing real good. Daggers him really well. The only problem is you run out of ammo too fast. See, it doesn't have enough ammo. I don't know, like they didn't compensate for that, or they wanted it, I don't know, the balancing thing, but it does not have enough ammo. It is one of the worst mods in the entire game, probably actually FF tier, but on this particular boss, it works so well that it's really freaking good. Like, this is the best boss for the Corrupted Deceit. Like, it's absurd. And you can shoot so fast now with all the new stuff. It's ridiculous. All right. Which one was that? That was Windfall. So now we've got, well, we're trying Starfall. We got Spore Shot. We'll do a One True King run through. And we'll test Spore Shot, which sucks. And Soulbinder. Which, how the heck am I going to test Soulbinder? I've got no clue. No, even if your charge speed's lower, the ammo is still... It's still pretty brutal. Like, it doesn't last that long. I mean, I guess you're killing a whole boss, so, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's just... It's... Yeah. It doesn't have a lot of ammo. Because they kept it the same as... Deceit. If I remember correctly. Let me check the ammo, actually. But look, you can do the old loop effect that you could do with regular Deceit. Because the devs just hate Deceit, I guess. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I guess the ammo economy is just because of its shooting so fast. So the amount of ammo that you get in Corrupted Deceit is a total of 60 bullets. I think that is more, if I remember. The amount you get in regular Deceit is... What? What kind of a number is that? 45? So it gets 15 more bullets, but it shoots twice. Like 2 bullets at the same time. Whereas this one, I think this one might do that too. No. Okay, so here's the problem with these guns. Okay? This is a major issue with Deceit and Corrupted Deceit, and they did not balance this at all. Regular Deceit shoots 2 bullets at once, right? But it uses 1 ammo to do so. So out of every ammo, which is 45 total bullets, 45 ammo, you get 2 bullets per, which is 90 total shots. You get 90 total shots with this gun before you ever have to reload. With Corrupted Deceit, you've got... And those do a lot of impact, too. You've got 60. Let's see. So you've got 72 shots... ammo capacity, and it shoots twice per, but uses double ammo. So effectively, you're getting half of 72. So again, the ammo economy on this gun is way worse. That's way worse than regular Deceit. And regular Deceit already has a little bit of a tough ammo economy. It's not bad, but it's not great either. Like, you're using those shots run out pretty fast, because you got to up the charge time pretty well. And this one literally has half the bullet. Like, look, when I shoot, it uses 2. So you're basically just going to be forced to take at least 1 ammo box per fight, it seems like. I don't know. It just seems odd to me that they would do that. Again, I hate Corrupted Deceit. The only reason it's good is because the regular Deceit got nerfed. Which is very annoying. But it does work. I mean, it's very strong. The way they designed it, they made the gun itself is very strong. It's able to loop itself because it lasts so long for that weak spot. But it is red. Yeah, cosmetics, bro. Yeah, the downside of what they need to do with Deceit is lower the mod cost. That's the issue. If they lower the mod cost, Deceit will be in a good place again. I don't think the Corrupted Deceit should be better because its mod doesn't work correctly. I guess mod literally doesn't work. Either fix the mod or decrease Deceit's mod cost. I think the regular Deceit's more fun too, as well. Jerry tests Alpha Omega. Yes, we did that with the Helix build against, I believe, Feyrin. Alpha Omega is a horrible gun. The mod itself, very good. The mod itself is incredibly good on... what build is it? It's the Helix crit build. Explosion Helix crit build. It's very, very solid. Alright, we were going to run Spore Shot. And Fusion Cannon I gotta do too. Alright, Spore Shot. What is the play with this one? This one does almost no damage. It is barely usable as a mod. Actually, it's not. It's not usable as a mod. We're gonna have to use it as a mod anyway. Probably just run Slayer to get it to reload faster. The idea behind Spore Shot is to give you some support when playing a pure ranged build, so that you can slow enemies and things like that. The actual damage of this is incredibly pitiful. On purpose. I mean, this is the way that it was designed. It's not supposed to be a an all-in-one type of thing. Let's see. We're gonna use... Let's do Helix, I guess. Spellweaver? Yeah. Devs need to listen to your feedback on this game. Make some valid points I agree with. The devs do, actually. KP is a developer that is in my chat all the time. I had Tragic in my chat a couple of times. They listen to everybody pretty well. They pay attention to their game. There's a lot of people in the Discord that are always chatting and talking to them. Fumetto and Bolt James and all these guys. They Tragic especially is always paying attention. I don't know too many of the other devs that, like, at least talk to everybody, but Tragic usually does. He's a pretty cool guy, too. I don't agree with him on everything in terms of the design and direction that they go with, but he does a good job, usually, of being a part of the community. This is a horrible... Yeah, like, look, the point of it's not a mod. You're literally using it for slow. The good news is it actually has pretty low mod requirements, so you can use that as a defensive option quite a bit. It's just, you really cannot use it for mod damage. And I think it kills you too, yeah. That attack is so bad for performance-wise. When he does that attack, the game loves it freeze on you. Even if you dodge it, it'll just kind of freeze every once in a while. Did they up Spore Bloom's range? Jeez, this thing's got a massive reticle. It's like a freaking spaceship reticle. You also get haste when you're on it. Oh, really? Let me read that again. I didn't know that. It grants haste to allies. Oh, sick. Did they add that? Because I don't think that was a thing before. That's pretty neat. Song at home, pretty much. Yeah, that's a fair assessment, Flaming. I remember they did do some change to it. I can't remember what it was. I think they lowered the mod cost, and I guess they added that haste thing. I like it. I think it's a good idea. You have a gun that does a lot of very high burst damage. You're going to be using it for range damage. So it's nice to give it, like, just something to support you in fights. Like, I think that's my issue with Sagittarius, is that if you're using it as a ranged option... You're using it as a the mod is useless to you. Or if you're using it as a mod, the ranged option is useless to you. This one's kind of a mix of, like... The mod's not good, but you can use the mod to help you when playing range. And then you can pair it up with, you know, a different mod. Give yourself some, double utility there. I like Helix right now that I'm using it. Let me pop this thing. Hey, Helix got some nice stagger on there for him. It's actually a pretty good mod. I mean, I don't know how high it's gonna be, but it's a good one. Maybe it should do a bit more damage. That feels kind of crazy that it's only doing 22 damage, considering I am on both of the mod damage build. Like, what? Literally, what is that? 88 total damage per second. That is not a lot of damage. Like on a max mod build, that is what it does. That is kind of crazy. Yeah, a nice buff would be nice here for damage, but I get it. Keeping it the same is not a horrible idea. And one less... Yeah, they lowered the charge, too, didn't they? It had 2 before. I remember that. You use this and Tremor together pretty well. The best part about it is, like, you can cut off a whole section. Like, look at that. He's just slowed anytime he goes near there. The slow only lasts while he's in it, though, I think. It gives me time to regen my other mod. Helix could not be any better, dude. Helix is so freaking good.
Glad that's over.
Don't even feel that one, because 1 to 2 good shots pretty much charges the mod. Yeah, that's because the high damage is really nice, too. Use Spore Bloom with Invader Hunter and some monster of a weapon. Yeah, Spore Bloom is a beast. Always has been. It is a very, very solid weapon. We are going to go with... Braided. Because I don't like what is happening with that. It'd be cool if they added a full-on breach-loaded rocket launcher. That would be sick, dude. That would actually be awesome. Like, just straight up big old rocket launcher. Like, Borderlands style. Dude. I'm not the biggest Borderlands fan, but I like some of the bigger guns. I do. That's cool that you spam that. Now I need to figure out how to get health back without dying. That'll work. It's a nice utility mod. I'm not hating on it, really, at all. It feels pretty good for the weapon. Not great, but pretty good. The Sniper Bloom, max reload speed, that's what you want right there, dude. That's a beast. That's a monster of a build right there. Like to see a grenade launcher with a mod that switches between different elemental grenades. Yeah, because I feel like Meridian's not even really a grenade launcher. Like, we have Meridian as our grenade launcher, and it just doesn't... It's not a grenade launcher. The mod is a rocket. And then the actual grenadiness of the grenade launcher is just kind of eh. It's actually pretty bad. Let's not lie, it's pretty bad. You can't make a ranged or a mod build out of the... Not even really an explosion build, because explosions pair too well off of mods. Kind of crazy that the slow is a little lower than I thought it was. Definitely pairing really well with Helix, though. Which is not bad at all. Give us some of the best burst damage in the game, but also long reload to balance. Could make sense. Yeah. Did you do Polygon yet? Yes. We did actually test Polygon. Polygon gets a... I don't know. I actually don't think the mod will get that low of a rank. The mod is not the bad part of the Polygon. The mod is very cool. It's a neat idea, being able to switch modes between the gun. The gun itself is the problem. So the mod will probably get a decent rank. I mean, the mod is part of the gun, but the way that it works, it just kind of... The way we'll have to rank it's kind of weird. If we can somehow manage to beat the Sunken Witch like this, I will be very surprised. Yeah, I think their idea was let's make it have almost no charge so you can use it as a protect me option. But then also give you that faster charge. Uh-oh. Or take away all its damage is what I was trying to say. Because that slow is huge, man. I just don't understand why these guys are so fast. Like, they're in it, and they're still cruising. Archon and Polygon don't fit together. Nah, you know, you have to use it with the range build, which I did. I didn't use it with Archon. It's got a nice swap feel to it. Spore Bloom always has had a nice swap feel to it. All the playstyles that you do with it, really. It's a big, chunky gun, so swapping doesn't feel weird. Polygon's a pure range weapon. It's like the worst weapon you can put a mod build. Yeah, no, you you really can't even make a mod build out of it, I don't think. I mean, I know you can, it just don't work. Okay, someone said that, but I can't find them. Ah, there he is. The stagger from Spore Bloom also helps to kind of give you some leeway. Oh my word. I like how I can't shoot through that, but I bet you that hits me. Yep, it does. That's garbage. That's actual garbage. Where'd he go, anyway? There he is. Slows down their shots just enough to get, you know, your damage in. This is gonna be such a bad fight. I'm very intrigued to see how this goes. If this works at all, I deserve a medal. I deserve a big medal that says you did it. Polygon also fits the ridiculous Archon unlock method. It really does, yeah. From what Tragic said, he said the idea behind Polygon was that the Labyrinth tried to make a weapon for you, but it doesn't understand how to do it, and so it's got this weird, like, it's got a couple weird mechanics to it. But that's kind of doesn't make any sense, because I already made the cube gun, and the cube gun works just fine. That's a neat idea, but that also doesn't make any sense. For boss fights, you really don't need slow. Usually you have kind of some control over them anyway, just from movement, so... It doesn't really do anything here, and it's not that bad. I actually got hardy. I don't understand what equipment that I'm using equates to hardy, but it gives the enemy haste. Wait, what? No, that's slow. So it gives the enemy slow and me haste? Huh. These pigs on certain builds are so hard to kill. Yeah, because didn't it used to blow you up? Now you can use it close range. That's kind of cool, actually. Pick like a mixed mod ranged hybrid build here. You really wouldn't do that because there's no reason to, but it'd be kind of fun. Where's she going, dude? She just freaking left. I got haste. I guess. Ooh, the fact that I dodged, that's crazy. That probably should have hit me. It's a very interesting fight once you kind of have it down. Because the pacing of the fight changes. And I think the biggest thing that changes about it is you figure out, hey, when she does that move, I need to just get out of there. Like, just standing there is a waste of time. And you learn that, hey, one dodge isn't quite enough. I gotta dodge twice, that type of thing. Need some more ammo. So the fight we're dodging into her is a huge advantage. Because that attack right there, you dodge away, that is not a good attack to dodge away for. Very fast-paced fight. I'm telling you, this DLC just had some really good bosses. It's kind of disappointing seeing the new bosses in another DLC. These ones are all really, like, 3 really solid bosses. The more I fight the Gladiator, I don't hate the Gladiator. I think he's kind of fun, but he ruins builds, which is very true. That part does not change. I did it with the build! I earned my medal of... What was my medal called? The You Did It medal. Nice. The You Did It! Yeah, Rotten Arrow they made worse. So, congrats on that one. Rotten Arrow's trash again. No idea what they were thinking with that. It didn't get any better. If anything, it got worse. It's so bad. Seeing Spore Bloom is just making me sad that Eye of the Storm didn't make a return in the Aisha DLC. Yeah, Eye of the Storm was pretty good. I remember that one. That was pretty nice. They break Spore Bloom's mod. That's where it used to do impact damage. Yeah, it doesn't do that anymore. They changed it. It doesn't do impact anymore, and it just does, like, slow, basically. It's only for slow now. Alright, there's Spore Bloom. Spore Bloom is fine. That one would be a hard one to rank, because it's not good. It's just, it does what it does, you know? It does what it does. Not really good or bad. Fusion Cannon is what we'll do next, because that one I can make a decent build with. I think that does explosion damage, is it not? Fusion Cannon! Fusion! Feedback? I mean, I don't even know on this one. I mean, Bullet Weaver could work well. Bullet Weaver actually is probably better. Does anyone remember what you build this with? I don't remember. That Rotten Arrow's so good, the only better mod is defrag. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. It's so good. It's crazy good, dude. I think I just stacked it out with regular mod damage, actually. Archer Crest? That is not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. So the stacks regenerate. I have it stopping right now. That's good. You actually have to actively shoot with this one, though, which is kind of annoying. Oh, they changed the scope on it? What is wrong with these guys? Do they hate Savior? I actually don't know if they changed it. I think they did, though. They changed the reticle, right? This is not what the reticle used to look like? I could be wrong on that. I might be just maybe making this up. Nope, they definitely changed it. I hate everything about it, too. Remember when the corrupted weapons came out and I was like, yay, they finally did it. They brought back Savior. It's finally good now. And then they're like, haha, big LOLs. We made it suck again. It shoots like the freaking black maw. It doesn't make any sense. Zero Divide on this guy? Zero Divide is good on literally every... It's so awesome. It's such a good amulet, dude. That is one of the best additions, man. The thing's epic. This is disappointing. I have to go back and see the video that I made with it, because I don't think this was how this worked. It can't be, man. It feels weird. It feels kind of more... Maybe they made it more accurate. Maybe that was the idea. The fact that they can shoot you that far away is just ridiculous. I mean, one charge still does a lot of damage. Good thing this amazing gun didn't make us do something crazy like play hardcore veteran to get it. That would have been horrible. Yeah. They did change it. Bro! They're killing me, man. Is it not just me? Did they nerf all of the, like, the hardcore rewards? All of the stuff that's hard to get in the game? Did they not do that? Why? It's irritating me. Like, I just don't understand the decision making. Either they're about to nerf a lot more stuff, or they seriously jacked up. Like, okay, so here's the thing. The advantage of this mod is it's really high damage, right? It's got some nice weak spot potential. It can deal 6,000 crit randomly just for fun. Like, that's really good. The disadvantage is, you have to aim it. Like, you really do have to aim this. You're not going to just use it willy-nilly. There's a lot of mods that are easier to get and require zero effort to use. I'm talking a baby might actually be able to use them. That's how good they are. And that's just crazy to be like, let's nerf the stuff that takes skill and then buff the stuff that takes zero skill. I mean, have to nerf Corel Axe because everyone uses this. Boring to see everyone use it. I mean, it's just because it's good. Yeah. I don't think they should nerf it though, because it's literally the only melee that's, like, usable in every situation. Well, not the only one, but it's one of the very few that's usable in every situation. Mental health wouldn't be able to endure hardcore, so I'll just spam apocalypse runs. There you go, dude. There you go. So, Frederick, what was the change? Do you know? Like, can you easily describe it? Like, what was... I mean, I know they changed the reticle. What did it used to look like, though? Because kind of wondering. This thing still picks out some nice damage, but... Reticle was a target with a crosshair. Like the original Saviors mod. Like a round thing. That's what I remember it being, too. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. As soon as I picked it up and I threw it on, I was like, this looks weird. Like, why would you change it to black maw? It doesn't make any sense. It's a round circular gun. Why would it have a reticle that's that? It made more sense before. Alright, ready? I'm about to get a headshot. Alright, I didn't get a headshot. Nice dream, though. You gotta get rid of those guys. They're death. Woo! At 5,000. If an item takes any amount of skill to use, freaking nerf it to the ground, dude. Like, make it unusable. The only thing that should exist in this game is Sand Tornado. That's the only thing. Tired of people using other stuff. Checked a video from months ago to confirm it. Alright, sweet. Dang, man. That's unfortunate. I mean, I agree with you, Frederick. I don't ever think this gun was that, like, ridiculously over the top. Again, it was really good, but it took a lot of skill to use correctly. Now it takes a lot of skill to use mediocrely. Like, before you didn't even really need mod spam, you could just use the gun. Now you have to use mod spam. It doesn't quite have enough charge to get up there. The fact that I did 1,800 damage and it didn't do anything to his health is kind of crazy, actually. I did 5k that time, though. Suck it.
Oh, that was rough.
Everyone uses Sand Tornado in their every build. It's not very interesting to see. No, it's not. But the thing is, you can't fault them for it. You can't. Because it's the... Like, why would you not use it? You know what I mean? As somebody... Okay, so imagine... Like, as someone who is going to make a build and post it to the community and be like, I made a build... And I think it's really, really good, and that it is going to be a really good boss killer, right? The idea behind builds a lot of times is, you know, you want to make them fun, but you want to optimize them too. So when you post them, people can be like, oh, well, this is the best way to do it. It's going to be really strong. There's no way to improve this. This guy did a really good job, right? Well, currently, if you want to improve any build, you can literally just use the Sand Tornado. Like, it improves every build. No matter what. So it's like, you can't really fault them. It's not ideal for build crafting, but you can't fault them because it's just... Like, even half the builds I had in that top 10 video, a lot of those were the Sandstorm, because that's just the best thing to use. It's nutty. I tried to hit him, and it almost killed him, but not quite. Not quite get him. Because exposed is broken. I mean, they redid it too. It's still busted. Wish there was a modulator that gave guns an explosive shot sort of effect like in Destiny 2. It's a cool idea. I will say this about the sand though. I agree. Frederick. I think the sand is ridiculously blinding. It really is. The more you play with it, you realize, wow, I can't see crap. That's the problem with some of those Havoc builds, is like, you throw it out, and then you go into Havoc form, and you can't see the boss at all. Like, it's really strong, but you can't see the boss.
Look at that.
Now, here's the question. Do we feel like... Here's a really genuinely good question. If we're going to talk balance... When the first Ritualist builds started coming out, we found the Ritualist class for the first time. So first DLC balance versus second DLC balance. Which do we think is worse? In terms of more broken? Now... In terms of straight up broken, I actually think the first DLC was worse. Like, the status builds you could make were ridiculously good. But I think it was better balanced still. Like, it was broken, but better balanced. Because it was like... Status was really good, but everything else was still really good. Now it's like... With this DLC, it's just a lot of stuff is in a weird place. Yeah, Net Coil basically broke everything, yeah. Net Coil broke everything, Band of Fanatic. Like, there were a couple items that were broken and you used a bunch of stuff. Something don't feel right about what's going on right now. The old Ahane. Yeah, everybody using Ahane. Again, I don't think Ahane being the best was that bad, though. Again, that's a hardcore reward, you know? You're nerfing a hardcore reward. You have triple Havoc form, which is crazy broken. True. Miasma was crazy, though. Like, Miasma was doing some nutty stuff. Yeah, Death Soak will never be good. It will never be good. Ever. Here's why. I can explain this very simply, and it's been the same since release of this item. Increase all damage by 6% for each entity within 20 meters suffering from a unique negative status effect. The problem with this is, your damage only lasts while multiple enemies are near you. What's the problem with that? The damage you're dealing is killing the enemy. And if you have a good status build, it kills them fast. So you're constantly losing your damage. You're never at max damage with that item. It's not even a poorly designed item. It just is not a good... It's not a good item. Like, the idea, it makes sense. But stuff dies way too fast for that to be good. Like, if there was a horde mode... If there was a horde mode in this, that would be a fine item. Because you'd always have more than 2 enemies with the status afflicted on them, and then you would be getting your damage bonus. The way it is now, Energized Net Coil, Effluvium, like all these other things are just way better. And it's not even close. Like, that one might as well not even give you a damage bonus with the way it is now. In boss fights, you literally only get 6%. Which is really bad. I'm feeling like C or B for this. This is not good. It's too hard to upkeep the mod. The damage is high, but the upkeep is real low. You have lifesteal builds, literally can stand in Firestorm and insta-heal from status. That's true, Flaming. That is a hard argument to go past. Weapons you got for playing the different levels were barely good. Now people really don't have a reason to go after those weapons if you keep nerfing them. Yes, that's what I think the biggest issue is right now. Yeah. You get like 18% damage if you self-bleed, self-burn, self-inflict corrosion. Yeah, but who wants to do that? You're immediately alienating everyone because no one wants to do that. Can have Firestorm, the Sandstorm together, and you can charge mods fast enough to pure chaos. Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's tough. Like, which one? They're both pretty broken if you compare some of the best stuff that we've had. They're both pretty broken. I'll say this. I'll say that. Again, we're just talking. It's not like I hate the game or anything. I hate when people are like, oh, you hate the game now. I know, like, it's like, no, I don't hate the game. I care about the game. That's why I talk about it. I think it's interesting to see that when the last DLC dropped, right? I mean, you guys don't always, you don't get to know my analytics and everything like that. When the last DLC dropped, my channel got more views than it's ever had. Because I started doing those full runs. I would do a build, I'd do a full run, I'd show off it on every boss. People would watch it, boom, they'd try the build out, right? This DLC, now I haven't posted as much content. But it's not just me. If you look at any Remnant 2 video from the recent DLC, it's like a quarter of the views of the last DLC's videos. Because, people played through the DLC, they were like, okay, that was an experience, and they're done. They're just done with it. The last one was so fun, it had people playing the game for probably a good month. I would say a good month of Remnant 2. People got packed into it, This one, I think, was about a week. Now, that naturally happens to a game. Every DLC is going to slowly get less and less. But that's a pretty brutal drop-off. Like, the new DLC literally had people's attention for a week, and then it died immediately. And the biggest problem with that, honestly, was build variation. Because if you look at the other DLC, what happened with the other DLC was all new builds. That's what it was. It was all new builds. It was status builds, but they were all new because status finally was good for the first time. It was finally good for the first time. It was never bad, but it was never anywhere near anything else. And finally it was like, oh, I could do all this weird stuff, these new items. This DLC came out, and what are the builds? Havoc and mod builds. And spamming, Rupture. That's it. So once you try the 3 builds, you've used every build. Or you can do what we do, right? And you can go test older builds. And all the older builds got nerfed. So no one wants to do that. No one wants to do that, Like I get it. It's good for the game to balance this stuff like that, but it's crazy to see that change right there. Feel like I was running out of content for the DLC on the second run. Well, the thing is, they force you to play the DLC 3 times, too, to get the Trinity Crossbow. And that's another thing. Does anyone think the Trinity Crossbow is good? I don't. I think it's one of the worst weapons, actually. It has very high damage, but... Dude, do you see how slow that thing fires? It's incredibly slow. It's not that fun to use. It's not that fun to use. These guys dodge this a lot. Are you noticing that? I'm hardly paying attention, so my aim is a little off, but... Is she also with the new DLC? Some builds are bad against the new bosses. Yeah, and Bleed got crushed. Bleed has been pretty much a mainstay since release. People love Bleed builds. What's one of the #1 guns in the game that people use? Merciless. People have loved Merciless since day one. You know what gun is completely worthless in the new DLC? Merciless. It's just pointless to run. You're nerfing your damage in so many levels if you run that gun. This is going to be a really hard battle. I just realized that. This is not going to be easy. Try to break her wall when you're in a mod build or a skill build. Yeah, with Lydusa? Exactly. Alright, ready? It didn't kill him? That's a ripoff. Yeah, the Lydusa alt kill is kind of weird. I agree. It does feel kind of odd. I don't know if I'm against it, but it's kind of odd. This is not an easy battle for this type of a build. Hey, 6K though. They broke that fast. Oh, he's trying to kick me, huh? It's just not impressive. Like, it's a lot of damage, but it's really not that impressive. You're losing, like, spam damage for one burst, and it's just kind of pretty good. Run out of ammo real fast to use it, too. Yeah, I feel like most people are going to just stay away from this mod. Wow, he jumped instantly. That's never happened before. The dude jumped down and then jumped on top of my head immediately. Yeah, this is a tough one. This mod is not very... It regens very slowly. I feel like maybe Faerun Sigil might be better. Let's try that one. Because if we could synergize it with another ring... Because we are hitting crit and stuff like that. That's kind of how we have to build into it. It may work a little bit better. Shahala's ult kill is the same way. You just still have to fight him. Shahala's not RNG, though. Like, Shahala's is always there. Vidusa's is not always in your role. You do have to go get it, though. Yeah, it's just a bad boss for this. Like, he's... a lot of dodging, and I kind of need to stand still. Never a big fan of guns that force you to split between ranged and mod. Not that they're bad, I prefer to do it the other way. That was a good dodge on my part, though. This is a gun where in order to get really high damage, you have to lose all usability. And to get good usability, you have to lose all your damage. Like, the ammo economy is really poor. Even with this decent usability that I have here. What the heck? That was a weird attack. This guy's hitboxes are kind of weird sometimes. Let me get in some nice damage here. Ah, yeah, so he jumps early that time, okay. Yeah, Regenerator too, which I do not have a good build for. Oh, come on. That was a little cheap. You're a punk for that, bud. Yeah, I'm getting like, honestly starting to move down into C tier for this mod. Like, again, damage ain't everything, dude. Not for mods, especially. Mods are too spammable to the point where if you just only go for damage, it's not great. Alright, he killed all the little guys this time. Just shoots so slow now. It did not shoot this slow before. Maybe it did. How is that guy still alive? Can't kill him. So I usually run Song here. These guys are just like impossible to kill while you focus on him. There we go. It's just, if it hit crit, it'd be like 8k, which would be really good. Obviously, it's not doing that though. That's inconvenient. Wow. I feel like I need 1,000 consumables for this fight. With the setup that I got going on here. Trying to think of another mod that'd be good. I don't even know what I put on it. Bullet Weaver? I mean, I guess it's the best option. Don't feel that good. I like to stay in the middle. He's not really letting me. You gotta be real careful on that part, because if he starts attacking you too soon, it's like, ugh. Might die just because there's so many of these bow guys left. Like, there's just a lot of them. I got him, though. Feels more like a challenge run than a mod test here. That wasn't great. That wasn't great. Its usability is really low.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you scrapped with the wrong guy.
Supercharger battery. Supercharger would not work. That's gonna be for charge. This is automatic, so I don't think that would work here. Battery wouldn't be great either. Battery would be good if you were doing like range damage, maybe. Battery would be kind of weird though, because you're splitting in between. I don't know. Maybe the Samulet was fine. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Well, that is... What was that? Soul something. Fusion Cannon. Fusion Cannon, disappointing at best. That's like C. That one's not great either. Alright, we're going to use Starfall yet again. I actually really like that Starfall. After using this, I think the Starfall build's moving up, dude. And maybe A at this point. Like, a Starfall build was killing it. What's with you getting drained and regenerate? I don't know, dude. I really don't know. It's so weird. Yeah, catch you later, Dark. I probably already left already. Use Invader against the spear throwing phase. That's a great idea. No, Invader, I actually don't use Invader because the thing about Invader is that it is very niche. It's very hard to use in builds because Hunter Gunslinger is so good. But a good Invader build, a very solid Invader build is broken. Like, you can't die because you abuse your decoys. I 100% agree with that. It is impossible to die with a good Invader build because that's how just strong Invaders' passives are. You're just naturally very, very like a stealth playthrough almost, kind of. You're able to avoid damage very easily. It's less good against fast enemies. It's still good, though. Flawless Beauty is good with that. It'd be good with that gun, yeah. It wouldn't be good with the mod, though, because Flawless Beauty only works with range damage. But it would be good with that gun's range damage. See, here's where you start to see the folly of this mod. Like, look, if an enemy's too aggressive, it's useless. Slow build with this? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it could work. Needs to be an icon on the map on reroll that tells us if an item we don't have is there. Yeah, I feel like Save Guardian needs to be implemented into the game somehow. Not exactly Save Guardian, because that takes out a lot of the RNG of everything, but, like, some of the aspects of finding items would be nice. Because everybody uses Save Guardian. Like, I'm probably one of the only people that doesn't use Save Guardian. I probably am the only content creator that doesn't, actually. I don't know for sure, but I may be. I don't know. Save Guardian, that's like, Save Guardian's where I think you connect your account to the game, and then they tell you what's in each dungeon. So what you can do is you can sit at Ward 13 and re-roll your world over and over again, and it tells you all the items that are there. So you never have to actually go farm everything. You just like re-roll it over and over and see what's up. It's a very useful tool that I'm glad exists, because some of the stuff is in, like, Anguish and all that jazz. I would not have it if other people didn't help me get it, because it's just not fun to go get. So, you know, I wouldn't do it. Use a Ring of Diversion, Akari Warband, Stalker, Assassin, and Vestige of Power as Invader. Yeah, just straight up stealth mode. Yeah, Invader's pretty nutty, man. The problem is the decoys don't work in co-op at all. Which is an issue, obviously, but stuff in solo is absurd. It's a genuinely good mod. It's not a great one. It's very slow to use, which is a major issue, but it is a good mod now. I feel like a lot of the fun part of the game is the RNG. Like, a lot of the annoying parts of the game are the RNG as well. Like, the whole tarnished rain thing, all that stuff. That's all really annoying. But at the same time, it's like, oh, I remember getting this ring because it was so annoying to get. So that's why I don't use it. I'm not against using it, that's why I don't use it personally. Although it is nice when someone else grabs an item for me. I will not complain about that. Will save me some time running in Daria's End for Archer's Crest. Yes, it saves a lot of time with that weird stuff like that. Friend, I used the Save Guardian and From the Ashes to farm glowing fragments and fetid pools. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like I said, very useful tool. Glad that it exists. I think you could stack multiple of these, too. Yeah, you can, actually. That's pretty strong. I'm telling you, if this is going to be good, it's going to be good against One True King. Good old time in Remnant 1 when the Corrupted Savior mod always inaccurate in co-op. Ah! Corrupted Savior in Remnant from the Ashes was funny. I remember that, yeah. I love that thing. I used it on my, my mod build, and I just blasted everything. It was so much fun. To me, normal Savior is better again than Corrupted one. I believe Supercharger does work on this one. Yes, Supercharger does work on regular Savior. Yeah, Savior unfortunately got a major upgrade where they nerfed the other one. Again, for me personally, like, again, I've said many times, I love the game still, but they've nerfed all of my favorite stuff. And then they only buffed the stuff that I think is not fun to use. My favorite build in the entire game, which was the Acidic Berserker, they nerfed every single possible way. They nerfed the mutator, they nerfed the weapon, they nerfed the status damage, they nerfed the melee. They nerfed every single aspect of that build. And it was the most fun build in the game. Now, granted, it was fun because it was definitely one of the strongest builds in the game. It was very easy to play, things like that. But dude, that build was unbelievably fun, and they completely broke it. Like, it's not even... It's usable, but it's not worth using because it's that bad. Knowingly, I joined a hacker's public game and it messed with my max trait points. Any way for me to reset it back to 85? Really? That's weird. It could have been a console. There's been a console bug where you have more than 85 as well. I'm not sure. Maybe just like... Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Try resetting your trait points, switching builds or something, see if that works. I don't know. I have no idea. I feel like there's an icon that wouldn't hurt the RNG aspect of the game. Yeah, I agree. I think just something small would be really nice. See, time stop's nice right there. That is a really good use for that. If I was just using, you know, something that blasted a little bit faster, though, I feel like it'd still be stronger. If they're able to sit in it, actually, I mean, it's got some good crit chance on it, too. What's up, BK? Big fan? Seems like Root Doctor's broken. Is that the case? What do you mean broken? As in not good anymore or working too good? Root Doctor should still work just fine. And I don't think they'll ever mess with it because they seem to be keeping Medic the same. They haven't touched Medic since release. Selling me on that bow? Just been gathering dust in my inventory. It's fun. I'm having fun with it. Like I said, this bow has sucked since release in terms of the mod. The mod has been garbage, and it's actually working now. It's kind of a fun build. Corrupted weapon I chose the first was the Rune Pistol. The thing about the Rune Pistol is you're giving up one of the worst guns in the game for a gun that always gives you a 10% damage boost. And we all know damage boosts are never bad. So it's like, that's a really good trade-off. A really good trade-off. I don't even need that because I've been spamming mods so much. Oh, not working to heal teammates. Well, they did slightly nerf that ring. They didn't nerf the build, but they did nerf that ring, Burden of the Divine, so that may have affected it slightly. First off, make sure you have this ring on. If you don't have this ring on, it will not work at all. But they did nerf this ring a little bit. They changed how it worked slightly. It should still be... it should still work. Me and Crackpot were running it, and it should still work. Just make sure Medic is prime and that you have this ring on, and then it should be fine. And that you're using a resonating. And let's see. The original Root Doctor build did not have healing effectiveness. You may want to build into healing effectiveness a bit more. So, like, the Red Doe Sigil, is that what it's called? That one's a really, really good amulet for that now. That's what I run. I run the Misty Step Root Doctor version. I think it's just better. A lot of people on the Discord were making fun of that build because they were like, oh, you need Misty Step and Root Doctor. But it's more fun to play. Like, you get to be a max tank with the heaviest dodge and just not have the heaviest dodge. I just think it's more fun. It's a little unnecessary at times, but it's like, who wants to flop dodge? You know, Misty Step's a little bit more fluid. Bro, dialogue. Why don't you safeguard it? I just don't. If I had another mod, it'd be really good here. But I want to see just how this one works. Doesn't seem to hit the hammer very well. Again, the downside of this mod, the biggest downside, is that it's stationary. And it only hits what's below it, which is a major... It doesn't seem to spawn up in the air either. got some nice damage in it, though. And since the bow does high damage, it gets the mod regen back quite well. Still very slow to use the mod. I'm not a big fan of how bows work with mods. There's a massive delay between when you can shoot the mod and when you've activated it. And it only happens with bows, but the damage on that was very solid. You can kind of use it more as a defensive mod than anything else, which is pretty nice, actually. I like defensive gameplay. Not necessarily tank gameplay, but like keeping enemies off of you with a defensive attack. That attack actually is weird. Like, it feels like you should dodge way later than you need to. Well, I thought it'd be really good for this fight. It's kind of good. It's not quite as good as a lot of other builds. I honestly think Astropath may be the best weapon in the game for Astropath, just because how Astropath works. Won't shoot the mod, though. Problem with using bows for mod builds is that they're so freaking slow for mod builds. Like, getting the mod up, activating it, it's just all real sluggish. This guy got drained, too. I've been seeing a lot of drain today. We're gonna building a regen healer build to be boss with empathy. Love to hear your thoughts. Oh, yeah, empathy is actually really easy to negate now. They nerfed the crap out of it. So what you want to do is throw on... either use Merciless, or you can use pretty much any gun and just make sure you put the Bleed mod on it, as well as the Bleed Mutator, and then 2 stacks of Bleed should be enough to negate empathy almost entirely. They nerfed it to the ground. It's a pretty crazy nerf that they did to empathy, actually. Like, it got so much worse. That was kind of mid, honestly. It was alright. It's a fun gun now, and it's very usable, but the mod is still kind of... Laughs an unbelievable boss. Now, if you've got that, you got some issues. What's up, Sarah? How you doing, bro? How's Starfall looking? It's actually pretty good now. We've tested it a couple times. It's decent. It's decent. Now, it completely obliterates Astropath, because Astropath has got that weird mechanic. But other than that, it just kind of feels okay. In areas, it was doing a lot better. Actually, from the information leaked to me, from what I saw, it seems like the next class introduced with Darude will have something to do with shields. Whatever that means, I don't know, but it seemed like that was what it had. Okay, how many do we have left? We have Soulbinder. And then that should be it. We'll have to double check and look through them. Dude, a Necromancer would be sick. That's what Summoner is. They want Summoner to be a Necromancer, but it just isn't, because it's a bad class. I think Summoner is honestly one of the worst classes in the game. Like, we all use it for explosive and mods, but like the way that it's designed is just not good. It's too weird. It's got too much going for it. Like, you use it for the explosive and then you don't use the minions, or you use the minions and you don't use the minions prime perk, or you like have the minions on and then you like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's a mess, is what it is. It's usable. It's actually powerful if used correctly, but it's a mess, is what it is. So we're gonna go shotgun. Maybe shotgun. Dark Souls class adds extra fall damage and lock on for melee. Extra melee stuff would be nice. A laser bow? Ooh. I've been trying to get him to get an explosive bow, but they won't do it. They won't do it. They're against it. Tragic hates that idea. Explosive damage should have gone handler. Yeah, I agree. Summoner shouldn't have anything, I don't think. Summoner should have skill and mod damage. And that should be it. I guess. Yeah, Summoner should have skill and mod damage, and then Explosive should have gone to Handler. That way, Handler has some in the Explosion department, Summoner has some in the Explosion department, and then Archon has the mod department. The way it is now, Summoner has both. It doesn't make any sense. If you're using explosions, you have to use Summoner. It's the best damage bonus. Handler should just get that move to it, and then you'd be able to use either class. They'd have to rebalance Handler, though, because then Handler would get a damage buff, so then they'd be at issue, and it's like, uh-oh. Alright, we're going to use the shotgun, and we're going to try using Soulbinder. I don't know how to use Soulbinder. It's such a bad... Like, it's not even bad, it's just not good. It's niche, and it's way too niche. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's just use Sparkfire again. If you remove explosions, there's no good reason that summons can explode. Yeah, that's another problem. I agree. That's another problem. It needs it, but it shouldn't have it. I guess it shouldn't have mod. How about that? It can keep explosions, but it shouldn't have mod. Mod should get used to Handler. Then maybe that makes more sense. Alright, Maelstrom, maybe? Where is this mod? This mod's a really weird one. Soulbinder. Fires a projectile. So you attach it to one enemy and then shoot that enemy. It kills everything else. It either does or does not work. It depends on the situation. Just Helix again, I guess. I don't know where to test this at. We'll have to see. What's up, Porcelain Games? I'm a new player, and I have only completed the first 3 worlds. When I complete the campaign, do I just re-roll it? Yes, sir! Here's how you do it. You ready? You come into here. You can re-roll your campaign an infinite amount of times and keep all of the gear and items that you have. Or you can come into the adventure and keep your campaign so that if you want to go back to any of the areas that you think you may have missed something, you can, and re-roll your adventure into any of the individual worlds. There is no penalty for doing either thing. This lets you pick the specific adventures you want versus the campaign, which is going to randomly roll all the worlds. So you can do either with no consequence. The only minor thing you would need to worry about is like if you know you have a specific quest item that will get deleted when you change worlds. So you just need to be like, okay, do I have quest items? Make sure I turn them all in. Boom, done. And then you can reset the world, or ignore it if you don't know how to complete it yet. Dude, I got no idea. What boss would even be good for this? I feel like Engineer should be the one with the skilled explosive damage. I feel like Engineer's in a good place. It's got a lot of skill damage. Explosive would be kind of weird on that, I think. Soulbind's so freaking hard to test. There's nothing good for this. I guess maybe Corruptor I could try and use it on. Hey, you bet, Porcelain. Maybe? I don't even freaking know. If we get Kaula. Kaula would be a really good test for this. That is a fact. Because I could hit one of the tentacles and kill all the tentacles. Now, what are the chances I get that? 0. Don't even lie to yourself and say it's higher than 0. But we could pretend for a second. It's weird because Engineer's robot should have mod boost as well. Again, I don't know. I feel like Engineer's in a pretty good spot. I guess that makes sense, though. Naruto is pretty explosive. Maybe if you were using... it's just tough. It's in such a good spot, but I guess I get what you're saying, though. It does make some sense. He said going to get Legion. You know it's 6. Why no Ledusa? Because I hate the entire DLC. What do you mean why? Don't want to play that DLC. Wow, it's not even that good, actually. Because that DLC doesn't exist to me, Crackpot. Dude, I can't freaking see the game. What's happening? The only problem with this mod is there's just not a lot of situations where it's valuable to you. Would have thought they would have introduced a shield build for a new archetype. That's what I'm saying. I think the next archetype is going to be one. If it's for Naruto, I think it will be. Tragic gave an interview? What? Who did he give an interview with? Hold up, Strange. I need to know more information. I want to see this. Don't be throwing stuff in like that and then not not explaining. I gotta see this. An archetype around the parasites of Naruto. Ooh. Had the Lydusa world appear in my hardcore veteran run? That was something. I bet it was. He's doing one now with Rurikan. I don't know who that is. Is it being recorded? Because I'll watch it after. I always like to keep up to date with what Tragic's talking about. Yeah, being... Okay, sweet. I liked it, but the story should have really been tied to the Red Queen and the Ravager in some form. Why the One True King story was... Yes, it had impact. Again, it had impact on the game. The Lydusa thing just had no impact. Like, no one cares. Unless you're a huge lore nerd, which is perfectly fine. I got no issue with that. You don't care about the DLC story in any way. This mod is hard to use. Need something on the other gun that hits hard. Try your secondary, putting Song of a Fear pressure point. Would that work? I don't really like pressure point. I've tried using it a couple times. I'm not a fan. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel right to me. What if I use like Big Bang or something? Ooh. That could work. The mod regen would be kind of low though. I think the downside of it is that the thing you shoot it on needs to be the big guy, because otherwise when they die, you lose the entire effect. It's also really hard to aim, apparently. Just found out he was doing it. They're already 50 minutes into the conversation. Ah, gotcha. Bro, could you not dodge every freaking thing I shoot at you? That'd be so cool. Looking at the Lawsome right now, you have the Imposter King, but Nightweaver is pretty random. I feel like Nightweaver is its own kind of story, you know? Like, it's... I feel like Nightweaver... Yeah, I get that it's not, you know, tied that well with everything else, but also it's tied to Numue, you know? And Numue is part of the One True King story. As long as it has some connection. That's what it needs, some connection. And then it's fine. Bro, could you be more aggressive? That actually worked pretty well. I mean, I killed a couple of guys off of that. I think I'm gonna switch off Helix, though, because I think it's just tracking to the other enemies. Sorrow could be really good, actually. Now that I just thought about that, that could be really, really good. Some sort of AoE to hit hard? Yeah. This'll work. This'll work. I also just miss Sorrow. Sorrow's getting an S tier. End of story. If you disagree, you're wrong. End of story, bro. I'm not arguing about it. Just kidding. Sorrow or Corrupted Sorrow? Sorrow is easier to use. Corrupted Sorrow is actually more powerful, though. We don't all have to spam those, guys. We can chill the flip out. Downside of this mod is that it sucks to aim, dude. It misses every time you shoot the enemy. It's a personal problem. Skill issue. And what did I miss? I missed a whole bunch of comments. If you didn't listen to the enormous lore dump in the Pan Sorcerer and Forgotten Field, tells you like half an hour of a little story of Miedra. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I agree. It's like if you don't listen to some of the massive stuff like that, it just loses some of the impact. Bro, what is with the guys walking away from me? Okay, elite. Now there's no enemies to shoot, but it's fine. Bro, this mod is so busted. Enjoyed the DLC story because I liked the Tree Mommy and Stone Mommy was also good. Lore is pretty good, it's just that you need to look for it, unlike the Nightweaver storyline where you just avoid the lore. Yeah, well, I'm fine with looking for lore, but I just don't feel like that I cared about that lore at all. Like, I just don't care. You know what I mean? Like, just don't care about any of that. Like Keula, all that whole story, just don't care about any of those characters. I did this as part of the trio of Miedra and Keula. If anything, just updating Miedra into it would have made it more obvious. I feel like the Invoker class made it more obvious. Because it's like, oh, hey, these skills are named after them. But, I mean, aside from, I guess, protecting Yeisha, they don't really do anything story-wise. This mod sucks. It's getting an F tier because you can't use it. The enemies dodge it every time you shoot it. Nah, it's actually, it's pretty bad. Thing is, like, for a boss, it could be kind of useful. It depends on the situation. How the flip did that hit me? Plus, this heals you. Like, there's no better mod, man. It's pretty spammable, though, with this setup. Like, really darn spammable, actually. It doesn't transfer enough damage. I think it should transfer 100% of damage.
Well, at least that's
Surprised the game doesn't have a lore journal, so you can read it later. I guess that would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, so I figured out the problem with this mod. Here's the problem. You ready? The way something like this works is that I need to attach it to the biggest enemy in the area and deal damage to the biggest enemy. Then that damage is going to then transfer to all the smaller stuff in the area, right? That's kind of fine. It does not work if you attach it to regular stuff. I think it should just do 100% damage. So, like, if I attach it to Keula and hit her tentacle, or it should hit her tentacle for how much damage I'm hitting her with. There's no reason for it to split and only do 60. It just is unnecessary. It should just do full damage. Twisted Chantry, bro. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go, dude. Epic. I'm banning 6 from the chat because he mentioned that. What's your favorite weapon and mod combo? So far, mine has been Widowmaker and the Boar mod. Favorite weapon mod combo is, I don't even know. He said I could smell it. Favorite weapon mod combo? That's a tough one. Because it'd have to be a weapon that doesn't have anything on it, right? Oh, you know what it is? It's, well, I guess it's not really a weapon to mod. We'll do Black Maw with the new abrasive rounds is one of my favorites now. I'll say that. That's pretty good. I've been using that quite a bit, and it's really good. Yes, Miedra should have been in the story. I 100% agree, because Miedra right now has nothing to do with the game. You get sorrow from her, and you move on. If she'd been in the story, it would have been way, way better. 100% agree with that. That's a good point. That was cool till it wasn't, and yeah. I feel like it doesn't have that much reach either. Alright, ready? I'm hitting the big guy. It works. It is a usable mod that is not very good. I feel like it's too situational. Like, I don't really want a mod that's this situational. Sorrow is so good, you can use it as a primary. That's how good it is. If anyone ever disrespects Sorrow again, I want someone to let me know. I'm gonna hop in and I'm gonna yell at him. I need to know about this blasphemy. Keep me updated, people. They'll have either Black Maw or Abrasive rounds. Oh, they're pretty good. The Black Maws you can buy from Barabbas. It's just like an all-rounder gun, and Abrasives from the new DLC. It's just, I don't know, there's something about the feel of both together. They're pretty solid. Corrupted Sorrow is better in damage. Way better in damage, but it's got a lot of, it's a lot less usable. Like, it's only gonna be mainly used for weak spots. It's good even without weak spots, but it's way better with. Versus Sorrow, that's always good no matter what. Miedra will return in DLC 3, the Forgotten King that was also forgotten. These guys are so much scarier in the first game. Like, I don't even mean anything to me in this one. Freaking wuss. Like, I don't even care about you at all. In the first game, they were terrifying. They cut your head off and insta-kill you.
Damn, is it over?
I'm just having fun at this point. Not allowed. Gunfire needs to nerf this gun. I'm having fun. Ridiculous. Somebody go tell the devs on me. Go tell them I'm having fun. It's not allowed. Ridiculous. Can't possibly have fun in a freaking video game, dude. Get out of here with that. That was interesting. That was kind of neat interaction right there. You're crazy with Soulbind? Put on a secondary, take Gravity Core and primary. Oh, that's a good idea right there. I think it's a little redundant too, though, because you're just sucking everybody up. But that is a cool idea. Next world is America. Nice. I need the primary gun to just be a massive LMG with unlimited ammo. No, it's a Gatling gun. Next DLC is America, and you get a Gatling gun as a primary gun. This is the class's starting weapon. We can call it the oh, what would the class be? I don't even know. It'd just be some big jacked guy. You could call him Rambro. It's Mr. Rambro. That's what the class is called. It's just Rambo with the Gatling gun. An actual thing we need in the game. Alright, I'm gonna try this out because this sounds really cool. A Patriot! Vic is on it, dude. That's such a good one. Remember the guys with the dual sword that would block all attacks while they attack in the first game? Yes, I do. They're freaking annoying. Bro, I'm trying to change builds. You need to calm down. What's up, Luke? Thank you for the content. Me and my buddy just started about a month ago back using your vids to learn the game. Hey, appreciate it, man. Thanks for watching. Devs, we heard you guys having fun with new and interesting weapon combinations, so we're glad to announce we're gonna nerf it. Yeah. They totally do that. Alright, we're gonna run star... This actually is not gonna do anything. We can try, though. So... Wait, how did we run this? It was feedback, I think. Detonation trigger. Sidearm is this gun here with... Bro, what's the, It's soulbind, right? Yeah, it's soulbind. Okay. There's 0 chance this works. Need a brain dead build for annihilation? Plasma cutter. Plasma cutter crit build deletes annihilation. It's not even funny. Or monarch. You do a good monarch build, it'll track to his head. 0 effort. Just focus on dodging. Easy peasy. The melee weapon's an American flag and a pole. Yes, dude. Please make this. This is what the community wants and needs. I will not play any more Remnant 2 until we have it. Okay, did my, like, vortex not go off, or what just happened? Because that did no damage. Y'all want some of this, huh? Why are these guys so aggressive? That's what I don't know. Get out of here. Alright, so this sucks. I just want everybody to know. Soulbinder, mega bad. I gotta get it to where he's out, otherwise it's doing nothing. Alright, here we go. He's coming out. He's coming out. Missed. Total whiff on my part. Doing good. Great gameplay. Alright, ready? Missed again. Looking real solid right now. Actually, I think he died. I didn't even miss. He just dodged it. I don't think any of them are close enough for it to matter. Why is everything aggroed so hardcore? Sorrow, I love the idea. The execution is currently terrible. It may be the user, but... It also could be this piece of garbage boss. Yeah, it's this piece of garbage boss. Bro, like, it literally just disappears. Just kill me now, dude. Like, this is not going well. None of what is happening is good. It's all bad. But I can't die because I'm that good at the game. You know what I mean? I just can't physically give myself up. Like, I literally did 0 damage. Just screw this. Kill me. I'm done. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The vortex went off on his head and did 400 damage. The frick out of here. Corrupted Nightball should be it after all the nerfs she got. Dude, Corrupted Nightfall, what would they do? That'd be so cool. Alright, let's actually use what I was using. I think that'd be a little bit better. Yeah, you're right, though. You can't have any fun against Legion. Legion is a piece of garbage. What gun was I using? I had on Soulbinder on the Black Maw, maybe? No, Sparkfire. Soulbinder. Alright, now it's for real. Not playing around anymore. Did 461 damage and then he resisted some of it. Yeah, it was the resist that got me. I lost it. Corrupted Nightfall would generate gray health while you shoot it. Yeah, they probably would do something like that, though. They would do something like that, though. Sheen, what's a good repulsor build? I mean, pretty much just go crit. Just do, like, range build to go crit. Hunter Gunslinger is what you're going to want to use. Because you got to get that thing reloading faster. It's got a terrible reload. I would run Extender. You're going to lose damage that way, but it's going to be a lot more usable. Same with Ford Scattergun. Like, if you... There's a couple things you can use with it, but if you don't use Extender, it's a lot worse to use. Just don't reload very well. Plus, who doesn't like Extender? Like, Extender is pretty good. I love when I can't strafe to the side and avoid damage. It's my favorite. I love when I can't stare at the boss. I like how the DPS phase is the phase I can't look at the boss. The best design of any boss ever. Best boss in Remnant 2, Legion. Yeah, totally was already a mid-dodge, but that's cool. Bro, get out of here. So remember when they added the DLC and we're like, we're gonna get some new Yeisha bosses, it's gonna be awesome. Now there are more bad bosses in Yeisha than there are good. Figure that one out. Dude, why are they spawning so many of these freaks? I literally don't have enough stamina. It's a problem. Please die already. You suck as a boss, dude. I hate you so much. Not even hard, just has infinite health. Please, get out of the game. You suck. I think it's the worst part about Legion is not even that he's a bad boss. It's that he's the only boss you ever fight in Yeisha. Corrupted Nightfall should create a clone ghost of you that stands in one spot and shoots at the target you're shooting. That would be awesome. It's a good idea, Sarah. We should get you into the development team. You get these ideas cooking, bro. Want a weapon the handler dog can interact with, like Frisbee? Nah, here's what we do. You ready? We add a new interaction. Okay? We add a new interaction where the Engineer Vulcan turret, it's an amulet. Right? When you equip this amulet, the Engineer Vulcan turret can be placed on top of the dog, and he can run around and shoot stuff for you. That is a peak gameplay idea, and you cannot tell me it's not. You cannot tell me it's not. It's one of the greatest ideas I've ever heard of, and I didn't even come up with it, but... It's an awesome idea. So Soulbinder is really good, by the way. Totally get to use it at all. I think people expected more from the DLC with the time we had to wait for it. I think they were mainly working on the balance patch, from what I'm aware. So Soulbinder is only for bosses, and it doesn't work on half the bosses. So if you want a mod that works sometimes, and mostly never, this is really your best option. Personally, I think it's great. 10 out of 10. Dog with a jetpack and rockets. Yes! I'm just imagining the handler dog flying around the screen shooting stuff with rockets, and this is making my day. This is the greatest thing ever. Like, if you could see what I'm seeing in my head, it's fantastic. He's just flying around the map going... blowing everything up. Like, that's awesome, dude. Dog in a spacesuit? Yes. We should be able to customize the dog. That should be one of the perks. There should be an additional passive perk of the handler, and it should be that you get to dress the dog in armor that matches your armor. Why Gunfire has not implemented this, I will never know. Why Gunfire still will not allow us to customize backpacks after everyone complained about it in the first game, that also is a valid question. That one, no one will ever understand. Nobody knows. Yeah, Legion against dots, so easy. Unbelievable. Or like Firestorm, Sandstorm spam, that's easy too. I guess it has some stagger, which is nice. It's pretty bad. DLC is really great. Makes you want to ask for higher difficulty. New gear makes Apocalypse feel like a veteran. Yeah, the gear is insanely powerful. Soulbinder. What's up, No Payoff? Welcome back, by the way. We're doing the last mod that we have, which is Soulbinder. And then I have to attempt to rank them. Which is going to be a nightmare. Let's go to the World Stone, holds onto leash, and the dog just flies away. That's what I'm saying. Like, he should... I don't know. The dog is awesome, bro. Like, dog should be the best class in the game. And no one uses it because it's not the best class in the game. There's some improvements we can make, and we've already suggested some really good ones. Make the dog fly with a jetpack. I would instantly never take that class off. I don't even care what the bonuses are. You could take away all the bonuses, I'd still use it. It's a dog with a jetpack. What more do you want, dude? You don't even need bonuses. There you go. It's good at killing one butterfly. Amazing mod, dude. I can't believe this thing isn't just used by everybody. Remember when it was bugged with Crescent Moon and it was letting you, like, deal almost infinite damage, kind of? That was crazy. I like Handler with Engineer. I think they work well together. They do, because the skill damage is really high. Yeah, it's the best pairing for Handler, in my opinion. Wish the dog or turret would weigh down trap plates. Sucks that you're in your solo and multiplayer and items in dungeon. That would actually kind of make sense, though, I guess. If that was able to happen. New amulet increases status damage by 20%, plus 4 unique statuses add exposed. Yes, the Thorn to something. It's pretty good. Hey, Soulbind, actually pretty good against Nameless Nest. This is a decent test, finally. It's tough to find a good boss for this one. The more I use regular Sorrow, the more I think it might be the best gun in the game. Is that crazy to think? Nah, it's not the best gun in the game. It's up there, though. It's really good. The smoothness of its gameplay is beyond anything you'll ever see. Like, it literally, like, Bullet Weaver loops itself. It's just so beautiful. It's like a dog with a jetpack. He said, no, it's not. Frederick? You better watch it over there, dude. I'm coming after you, bro. Insult my sorrow. Get out of here. Okay. Fly away with me, buddy. It heals you, too. Like, get the frick out of here. It heals you and does really good solid damage. Like, I don't know. It's... got me hooked right now. I don't even need a lifesteal. Like, this is all I need. This gun. I think this is another reason I don't like the rune pistol. A healing like this feels way better. Like, I'm actually dealing damage with the healing. The rune pistol doesn't work like that. Repulsor's S tier. Hunter's second skill and handler make it into a slug shotgun. Repulsor to me is pretty good. I think the biggest downside of the repulsor is the ammo economy, but other than that, it's a very solid weapon. Now, the real question is which one's better, the repulsor or Ford's scattergun? That's the biggest question. Because Ford's has more ammo. But I think it does slightly less damage, if I remember correctly. Zero divide with it? Yeah, it helps a lot. Zero divide with literally every gun is amazing. We can pretend that hit me, but it didn't. Did anyone else see what I died by? Because I have no idea. I dodged the AoE, and then my screen froze 3 times in a row, and I died instantly. I actually have no idea what hit me. I mean, I dodged the AoE and just died. Done. Get out of here, dude. Those guys have a lot of AoE. They're kind of crazy. And the only downside of Sorrow is that it's got so slow. A little bit slower than some other... gameplay-wise. Just takes a little bit longer. You have to shoot and, you know, get your stuff back. Good, but it is slower. Been happening to me. I have no idea what took me out. Yeah, it's happened to me a couple of times the last couple of days. Flyers are kind of the biggest downside of this gun, too. Like, they just move a little too much for this gun. And there's also too many of them. You know what? It will be good for the Corruptor if we try and test it on him again, though. There are certain bosses that certain guns just feel so good for, and this one right here is so good against the Corruptor. Supercharger? Okay. I think we're overestimating Supercharger. I wish it was a little bit like... We need a long-ranged crossbow version of Sorrow. Just a regular crossbow. I just need a bigger crossbow. That's about it. I think that's really what I'm asking for. So all the DLCs have been king-based. It makes me wonder what Nerud will bring in terms of a ruler. Nerud is going to be, what's his name? I know some people were saying the Nerud one might be the Traveler guy. I don't remember his name. Not Alepsis Tora, the guy that, like, controls everything. It's been a while since I read the lore. The Custodian, yeah, thank you. I shoot stuff, I don't read. What's wrong with you? Yeah, Custodian. Like, maybe he has, like, something in his past, maybe, or something like that. See ya, bud. The mini ballista. That's what I'm talking about, Vic. Trinity crossbow? Yeah, but like a good one, you know what I mean? Like Trinity crossbow if it wasn't not fun to use. And also it was an actual crossbow instead of a handheld weird weapon. I don't know, Trinity crossbow's not bad, it's real awkward. Like it's in a weird state where it's got a lot of power behind it, it's just very slow. So I don't know, it doesn't feel like a major incentive to use it. It is a primary, though. You could pair it with Sorrow. That'd be kind of cool. He said, yeah, but a good one. Dude, if the Undying King comes back, I will rebuy Remnant 2. Like, again. I don't even need it again, but I'll buy it again. Undying King was awesome. That Boise is just like, yes. Go get my item. He's cool. Cool NPC. I like that guy. Like the skull summons from... Yes, bring back the skull summons, dude. Please. I beg of you, bring back the skull summons. They're so good. Crossbows and Mistwalker dodge thing. There you go. Bring the skulls back and bring the turrets back. Bring all the mods back. Let's just do that. Be that kind of a sequel, because that would be fun. As soon as the summons show up, they're gonna die. Watch this. Soulbinder, baby. Nope, doesn't work. Soulbinder's getting an F. An absolute F. I'm done. I'm tired of testing it. Gets an F out of principle. Absolute F. Hate it. Like, why does this range not... I have amplitude on, too, I think. I do not. Somehow I don't have that on. I wonder if it would help. Let's test it one more time, and then see if it helps. Okay. It clearly doesn't work in any capacity. It's way too far. Let's see if amplitude helps. If it doesn't, screw this mod. Don't ever use it. Rezium with R2 sandbox would be awesome. It would be epic. Ready? I don't know why I don't have this on. I must have changed it for Sagittarius or something. No, because I had amplitude for Sagittarius. Yeah, nobody knows. It's all up in the air. Alright, fortify. And lastly, you mod duration, which would be good. Okay, if it doesn't reach, throw this mod in the garbage. Okay, it does work. That did work. I don't know if they were close enough that time or if I actually, like, amplitude works with it, but that's good to know. That is actually useful information. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Can't wait anymore. If it works on this one, that'll be where we know, because this one will be a little bit closer. I got drained again, by the way. Yeah, look, it works. Ah, amplitude! Okay, you run amplitude, it's usable. So don't throw the mod away completely. But you can avoid using it. Not really that good. It's kind of unique for situations like this, though. Oh, dang, I hit that button way too soon. That mod animation was way longer than I thought. It works! We got it to work, though. This is way better. That's great. I need this, yeah. Yeah, the animation on the mod used for this gun is definitely a little bit longer than you might want, but with careful usage, it's really not too bad. Why am I standing in the red stuff? I can't even see it. Alright, ready? Soulbinder. Wait for the minions to show up. They're gonna show up in 3, 2, boom, dead. Oh, it kind of worked, kind of didn't. So it does still have a range issue. If they're too far away, it's definitely not gonna work. What's up, Bevy? Welcome back. Dang it, he's just too far. It's an interesting strategy, though, because, I mean, it literally lets you keep shooting the boss and still kill the small stuff. If it was a little bit more effective, it'd be way better. But this build specifically, I can keep it active quite a bit. Hellfire is pretty good. We tested Hellfire the other day, actually. It's got a nice upgrade since the latest patch. Used to be pretty bad, but they've done some nice changes to it. It's pure elemental damage now. This gun does not kill the small stuff, and they keep getting in the way. I don't know. It feels like if you just ran Helix side by side with this, you'd be able to kill the small stuff faster. Like, it just feels like a little bit too much effort for an okay result. You're definitely not using it in dungeons. I think we all know that much. Like, they didn't hit at all that time. Nah, it's not worth it, bro. It's really not worth it. Oh, he's vicious. That's why he's one-shotting me. Well, he didn't that time. Hunter passive should affect Hellfire range. Yeah, Hellfire's range is real low. It is kind of an issue. They just move out the way, man. Nothing you can do about it. It's like having an item for a specific purpose, and it only works half the time. That immediately puts me off. As it should. Ah, crap, I used the mod. Especially with this specific gun, it's like, I might as well just shoot the enemy. Yeah, you see how long that animation time is? It's pretty significant. There's really not that many minions in this fight either. Like, maybe one true king you could get a little bit more. Nah, because he doesn't have minions. I guess with the hammer, it's definitely better, but still not great. Yeah, still missed one. It's like... Gotta do a little bit better than that, buddy. That attack is so finicky. Sometimes it hits you even though it really shouldn't. Ugh, I thought I might die there because my angle was weird. It's bad. That and the story. Like, it's a super unique kind of mod where it can work if maybe you, like, had a very specific boss. But there's so few times in this game where something like this is going to be valuable. So few times. Oh, yeah, I mean, it one-shot the Once Your King before. That was sick, but now it's like, eh. She built up with Timekeeper's Energized Net Coil. Yeah, but at that point, it's pointless. Just run Ritualist as primary. You can already kill everything in the game, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Ritualist primary would just take over at that point. Or the prime perk, not primary. Yeah, probably. That should be every mod right there. In the entire game. That's a lot of mods. Catch you later, Mr. V. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll be right back, and we're going to rank all these sons of guns. I got to double check and make sure I got them all first, too. What's up, Draco? Vote, it goes in the do you like stubbing your toe tier. That's a good tier. I like that tier. You gonna do the melees? No, they don't count it. They're not really mods. They're not really mods. They're just abilities tied to the weapons. Which I get, like, mods are on these guns too, but, like, it's a different category for me. I ranked the mods with the weapons when I did the melee weapons, so. Alright, let me use the restroom real quick. We'll be right back, then we'll rank all these sons of guns and see what happens. This is gonna be a hard one to rank, so we'll see what happens. BRB. Actually, I need to stop my recording real quick. Control. There we go. Alright, now I'll be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Are you ready for this? It's gonna be a nightmare. This is not an easy one to do. And I'm gonna do it on stream this time. Last time I did it on paper. Off stream. This is gonna be fun. We're gonna go through each one individually, remind ourselves what they do, and then we're gonna rank them. Sheena wants something quickly fun. I worked the new flail into a prospector build, but shocker on the flail, it spams the dummies. Does it really? I'll try it. Don't test me, bro. I'll do whatever. What'd you say, shocker? I wish some of the melee mutators looked more distinct. The new ones do, but the old ones are all boxes. I have no idea what the frick they look like. Why is there no effect? Where's the lightning from the sky? Mine is not working. So this feels like something that happens to me personally. People find cool things and then I try them and it never works. I'll do it with this one. How about that? My lightning's gone. All right, forget that. Sorry, it didn't work. I don't think it was. I just don't think the effect is working. All right, mod number 1. Because the sand on the cyclone counts as a melee hit now. Oh, is that why? Gotcha. So mod number 1 is abrasive rounds. What do we think of this mod? This is the lifesteal mod. It's going to give you 5% lifesteal on your shots. It doesn't increase your damage, but it looks awesome. It honestly makes your gun look better than anything in the game. Has lifesteal on it. And applies bleed. This one, to me, is an S tier. I would put this below corrosive, but I still think it's S tier. Are we in agreement on that, chat? I think it adds elemental damage, but it doesn't add damage. I mean, it doesn't say so on here. It adds bleeding, of course, but... like, it doesn't, like, add to the damage of the bullets. Like, there's no crit, there's no, like, fire. Because the fire one actually adds range damage. Except in the new DLC where it's useless. Good point, but I think otherwise it's yes. Well, actually, no, the lifesteal, I think it still grants lifesteal. Like, it's got a lot of... for all of the bleed, like, abrasive whetstone, yeah. Not abrasive whetstone. The mutator's gonna suck against stone enemies, but this one's still gonna give you that lifesteal. And it adds a lot to a variety of situations in the game. You can just run fetid wound, especially with fetid wound change, you're gonna have to run a double element anyway, so fetid with this is gonna give you a nice crit chance. Bleed reduces healing too, so it's good. Yeah, I'm gonna go S for that one. I've got a list that I'm writing these down on, by the way. Crackpot gave me a list. Thank goodness, because mine was way off. Alright, next up. After abrasive rounds is Astral Burst. Now, my opinion, we used this with Prophecy, and we found that that was the best way to use it. Other than that, this was really terrible. But it wasn't unusable. We actually found that it did some decent damage. It's just really, really awful to use it. Like, it doesn't work on dungeons, it only works on bosses, and it's only going to work on an up-close boss. To the point where I'm thinking D tier. Like, this thing is just not good. It is usable, and it's just, there's so many better options. You're going to build into crit, most likely. That's probably it. Like, it's very pitiful, too. It has no impact. It feels lame to use. It has a weak spot bonus, but you can't hit weak spots with it. Doesn't track. It's just whack, dude. It's so weird. Also means you build around all damage, so when you scale your bleed damage, you usually also scale your weapon damage. True, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go D tier for that. That is just bad. It's not a good mod. It's not a good mod, but it is usable. Alright, next up we got Banish, which I believe Banish is from this gun. Yes. Okay, Banish is weird. Did we try Banish? We may have not tried Banish. We may need to test that one. I can't remember. It's been like literally a week of us doing this. I don't think we did, but I'll go back and check the footage. If I don't have footage, I'll record myself. This one has really, like, insane... Sorry for that. Really low mod power. 200 mod power. That's crazy. And I think for, like, mutator, you just run extender. Like, you could spam this thing. And then when they come out of it, you do more damage. It's a boss killer is what this is. You're really not going to use this at all against basic enemies. Banish a corrupted sorrow. I mean... Maybe? I don't know. This one's just really odd. Like, you gotta take off Gambler, obviously. You're gonna do a lot of weak spot. So we're getting about 7... Let's see... 759 is what we're maxing out at. But if I hit him with this... 1,000. So it's actually a really good bonus. It's just that this mod is kind of weird to use. Sends them into a dimension for 5 seconds. When banish ends, they take 1.5 the damage. For 10 seconds, too. It's actually a really solid buff. I think it's A tier. I could go with an A tier. I mean, it's really powerful. It's kind of like Spore Bloom's mod, where you're not really using the mod for damage. You're buffing the gun. Banish feels great, but with the repulsor, I don't like it. Feels slow. I think it has this slow kind of feel to it, but with Gunslinger and Hunter, I think it's pretty solid. I would not pick this every day, but I think for a repulsor build, it's gonna put in a lot of work. We'll go A tier. I agree with that ranking. Let's give him. Yeah, 1.5 times bosses is insane. Like, you're gonna get a multiplier like crazy, dude. Like crazy. Banish and Anguish? No, that wouldn't work at all, I don't think. It only works for this weapon. So the only benefit would be if, like, you froze an enemy, stuck a bunch of needles to him, and then activated Corrupted Sorrow. Next up is Beta Ray. Now, we know Beta Ray is not an S tier. This one, I believe we used with Harmonizer. No, we used with Feedback. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, unfortunately. You're gonna run this with Feedback. And again, it's really good for mod builds. I mean, I'm talking really, really good. Like, the regen is very solid. It regens itself on kills. It does bonus damage if you stack 2 of them. It comes back. I mean, it's got a lot going for it. Brands a target for 40 seconds, which is pretty crazy. Reloading or swapping detonates the brand, dealing a bunch of damage. Additional brands on the same target. See, it's the 50% damage bonus. That racks up fast. And then slain enemies return mod. With a low mod, I gotta go A on this one, too. Like, if you're building into it the way you're supposed to, this is an easy A. It does so much damage. Now, me personally, I think there's only one build you're ever going to make with this, and that is the Helix Beta Ray mod swap build. I don't think there's any reason to do anything else with this, but that specific build is really strong. I feel like it's a high B unless you build it. Unless you do that specific build, I don't even think it's worth using. I really don't. But I feel like for what it's used for, I gotta go. Like, its damage is really solid, and the swap is really... We'll go A for that one. I could see it going B, but if it's high B, A is fine. That's a really good one. Alright, Big Bang. Big Bang has to be, like... I mean, this one could easily go S tier. This does so much damage. They've changed the mod regen, but it still didn't really affect this gun. Like, this gun's still so good. Like, look at this. You ready? With Firestorm, you can spam that. That is absurd. You know what's really good about this one, too? Is that its regular shots of the gun can regen the mod. That's what's crazy. That is insane. Now, it's obviously not this insane for regen against the boss, because, like, it's hitting the whole everything, but it is really good. I think this one builds good into blast damage, regular mod damage, and elemental damage. So you've got 3 really solid builds you can make with that one, which is incredible. Really, really good. Just for the burn damage alone you can deal? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll go S. That's a nice one. You run like a Maelstrom, Feedback. Feedback's really good if you're doing Archon. Here's an interesting one. This one, I honestly don't know. So we did Blood Draw, and we said either Maelstrom or... Honestly, this one was a Feedback. Pretty much guaranteed. Blood Draw is like a B or a C. I'm not getting it any higher or lower than that. It's either a B or a C. Like, it's just okay. What's up, Full Metal? Stun and Malevolence would work with that for more mod charges? Yes, it would work very well. So, this mod attaches to an enemy, and it pulls, right? The disadvantages are you got to be really close. It's reasonably low damage as far as mods are concerned. It doesn't always work. Enemies can iframe through it, which is really freaking weird. It locks you into an animation pretty hard. I mean, it's pretty fast too, so it's not too bad, but it's not great. Does apply bleed, that's an advantage. It's got some nice impact to it, which is an advantage. And I mean, for an up-close option, it attacks multiple enemies. Blood Draw would be B if the pull is faster without casting speed. Definitely. Cyrus said C or D. I'm feeling a solid C. Like, this feels very usable. It just doesn't feel like an option you really want to take that often. It's scaling with detonation triggers weird. Like, I don't understand why. It's good that it does, but it's kind of weird. It's just not something you really want to use that much. Yeah, when it works, it's great. When it doesn't, you feel like you're wasting your time. So we'll go C tier with that one. I feel solid. All right, next up we got Bloodline. Bloodline is a very weird one. Actually, no. Bloodline is from Merciless. Now, we tested this. Bloodline is actually crazy good. So you could run this with Maelstrom, Bullet Weaver, or Feedback. I think, personally... No. You could run it failsafe too. You could honestly run it with any of the mods. This is all really good. You can run it with even just throw fetid wounds on for the extra elemental damage. So this one penetrates enemies. It's going to do way more damage if you penetrate, which is a huge... I mean, this thing, when you penetrate, this thing trashes. It's really good. It's able to hit weak spots. It crits like crazy, even with no crit stuff. Does a ton of damage when it does. It's very spammable. This one, to me, feels like an A, because I think the usability is like it's a little bit harder to use. When we used it on Spectrum Nexus, I feel like we really had to build into mod casting time, or it felt bad. So a lot of mod casting time, and then it was good. And if you're not hitting weak spots, it's a little bit worse. Not too much. I mean, the stagger is a huge advantage, too. The penetration is really good on Hatchery. You can do a lot of damage there. It's really good on Keula. If you hit the tentacles and hit Keula through them, that's very solid. It's not a ton of situations, but those two are really solid. It's good with a lot of mutators. Yeah, it's... The penetrating through is Shahala. I don't know if I mentioned that one. It can hit through his hands. I may have mentioned that one, but yeah. This one does work with a lot of stuff. You get some openings with that. Like Abrasive Whetstone, you could build into the ranged and the other as well. I will go A tier for that one. That'd be like a low A tier. Because there's definitely better and easier to use, but it is very good when you use it correctly. Can't really argue for S even. No, I wouldn't say S. It's a little bit finicky sometimes. So yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say S. I also use it on the Ravager to hit the red doe very hard. True. Next up is Bloodshot. Now, I love the idea of this. I love it. Absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. It's great with Bullet Weaver. It's going to get the mod back fast. It's going to increase your fire rate. It's going to apply bleed. It'll regen your own bullets. But here's the thing. On paper, it's great. In actual... like, when you actually try to use it, it sucks. And I think they ruined it. And they made it to where the automatic reload's actually longer than just reloading with regular bullet storm. Which is not a good thing. And, I mean, it's a Hugs build. It's like one of the worst hug builds you can make. Only works on weak spots. Super niche. Like, the majority of the people playing this game are never going to touch this. It's kind of awkward. It's not bad, it's just kind of awkward. You know? Fire's too slow? Yeah, fire's way too slow. Without Gunslinger, it's worthless. Without Gunslinger, it's worth... I'm honestly thinking D. Like, it's not F tier, it's not useless, but it's a solid D. Like, I would never touch this thing unless I'm just testing. It does... like, for what it does, it should be good, but I don't think it lasts long enough. I think it should last longer, and it should speed up the reload twice as fast as it does. That one I'm not a fan of. Next up, we got Boar. So, Boar does not matter what you use it with, because the majority of the time you're going to be running Boar with a melee build, and for melee, using your melee gets it back. So this really isn't that important. You could run like, I mean, Maelstrom if you're doing elemental like here. It's whatever. Boar got nerfed. Boar is way worse than it was, but also better than it was at the same time. Needs more ammo in the clip, in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. It's too hard to use, is what it is. It's just too hard to use. Boar, again, it's like your melee option. You're gonna use this with melee a lot. And for some sniper builds, it could be really solid, but bosses move a lot. So for sniper builds, this is really hard to use properly. I mean, you are creating a weak spot, though, which is pretty darn powerful. I don't know, it's just a weird one. Use it on a handgun, then switch to another gun with a better mod or melee. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's not... it does no damage, essentially. It's literally just a buffer for other things, which is fine. It's just kind of weak. I'm honestly thinking B. Like, you're going to use it on every melee build. Because you're using melee, there's no reason to not use it. But also, like, it's just... you know? Does Boar get auto-targeted by Monarch? No, I don't think so. I am 90% sure it does not. Although I could be wrong. We'll try it. Where the heck is Monarch? There it is. Monarch usually doesn't even auto-target that well. Like, it usually goes for a certain... if you aim at it... yes. But also no. Kind of? I mean, you can make a spot. It doesn't really aim at it, though. It just kind of hits where it's at. If I went right here, it wouldn't really track towards it. It's easier to hit with Monarch, but no, it doesn't really track. Still, between the time you shoot Boar, spear the enemy, start shooting, you already lost half of Boar's duration. I think Boar is good for what it's good for. You know, it is there to buff melee, and it's really good at buffing melee. But other than that, I wouldn't use it. So I'm going to put a solid B tier. It's really, really good for buffing melee, and you're pretty much just going to stay away from it other than that. Next up is Chain of Command, which Chain of Command was actually Monarch. Now, this is an incredibly powerful mod that you're going to use a Hugs build with. Fires a harpoon, marks a target. Homing rounds, they deal 15% reduced damage. Enemies hit by homing rounds build influence. Influence is going to increase your damage by 20%. 20%. This is an S tier mod. Because when you're considering making a ranged build, you have to consider the mod that's on the gun. And this one right here, if you're doing a straight up ranged build, is like top of the line. It's the first mod that comes to mind when I'm making a ranged build, because I'm like, hey, listen, tracking, I don't have to freaking aim. I can focus on dodging. I can do whatever I want in battle. I can literally stare at chat. I'm always hitting the boss. This is a really good mod. You haven't seen many good builds with it? Well, where's my build at? I have one. The old Devoured Loot build with this works like a charm. It will never be stopped, other than when they broke the gun and it didn't work. You just track it, use your buffs, and you just aim. It gives you a damage buff, and you just aim. That's all you do. Just hold the button down. You don't need to aim at all. It auto aims for you. Do whatever you want. Like, it's insanely good. And then you get your skills back. Boom. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Easily one of the best guns in the game. Now, the gun itself is a huge part of it, but I think the mod definitely adds... Like, the mod is why the gun is this good, really. Because that's tracking is part of the mod. Boom, I got my skills again. Like, it's insanely good. You can aim, it's not that... No, I can aim, and I still think this is really valuable. There's just a couple bosses, like Magister. Magister is a weird boss, because he's got his mouth as his weak spot, but you can't hit it directly. You've got to hit it from, like, an angle. Well, if you use Monarch, you can aim at the ground, and it'll curve up into his mouth. So there's a lot of bosses where it really benefits you. It's the best gun in the game for Monarch, or for Nightweaver. Because she moves around a lot, and this just lets you hit her without thinking. It's super good there. It's not the best for every boss, but there's a couple that this thing just... It's awesome. They fixed Devoured Loop? Yes, they fixed it. They did nerf it. They added a 10-second timer, but they did fix it. It was working incorrectly before. Basically, it never procced when they did the DLC. Now it works every 10 seconds. I think it's working. Does even more damage without the mod. Yeah, and it does good damage without the mod. So, like, if you don't want to track, like, you still got a really solid... Like, the numbers are a little bit lower in this build because I don't have Hunter for the extra crit. But you're shooting fat. Like, the mod itself is really good. I'm going to give it an S tier. As far as, like, ranged mods go, I think that's one of the best in the game. Alright, let's go back to the Archon build. Say your gun is Black Maw, and you can put this on Abrasive Wounds on it, which is better, using Abrasive as a comparison S tier mod. If you had to switch for this or Abrasive, I think both of them are equal. If I was trying to rank them. Abrasive is going to give you that lifesteal, but that literally lets you track and gives you infinite ammo. I think the infinite ammo is a big part of it for me. It's very, very valuable. Alright, so then we got Enigma. Which Enigma you'd run with the new Reed amulet. And then you'd run with Failsafe, basically. This is incredibly powerful. The new combo is nutty. Like, you just get so many mod charges. Now, they nerfed the crap out of this mod speed. Like, it takes forever to get these off. So, it's either an S or an A. I'm not sure which, because they did nerf the speed a lot. But it's got 7 charges, which means it works with a lot of stuff. And it's elemental damage, so it's going to add a lot to your build. Enigma in general is just good for mobbing. True. The relic shards I have on are actually mod and skill casting speed. And I have on Flashcaster, obviously, because I'm on Archon. Like, they really nerfed the casting speed of this mod. But at the same time, like, you get a bunch of these out, it does a ton of damage, so... I don't think it really affects the gun too much, it just affects the gameplay a little bit. Ring of Infinite Damage increases fire rate speed for the mod. Yes, it does, Flaming. For the Monarch, definitely. This one can weak spot as well, so if you take off Gambler, Let me go psi list. This one weak spots, which is a huge advantage. For Annihilation, this thing can do a whole chunk of damage by itself. That is pretty solid right there. That's a lot of damage just getting continuously pumped out. This has been one of the best mods since release, so I think this may just be an S. Works with the fire speed. Yeah, I mean, it's good. Yeah, all my effects are missing. I don't know why. That's weird. That's probably from switching builds. Are coming back here. I didn't like that. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, look, like, you can do stuff like this. It's just absurd. I don't like the lower casting speed definitely made it a little bit worse. But dude, this is such a good mod. It's worse for mobs, but it's going to be really solid for elites. Yeah, you could use kinetic cycle stone. That would definitely help. I'm going to give it an S. I think the utility is so powerful. There's going to be a lot of S's on this, honestly. So here's an interesting one. This one will not be an S for a fact, because it's not that good. But it is better than we thought, and I think they made it better with the latest stuff that they did. The latest patch. We were running, actually, I think either feedback or, like, run the shotgun with Maelstrom on it could be fun. Infinite damage. Infinite damage doesn't increase the mod speed. It'll increase the firing speed, though. Yes, it will. Casting speed would increase the mod. For the Chaos Driver. So this one is Concussive Shot. Usually most people don't use this. Right? It's not that good. We found it could crit pretty well. It does a massive amount of impact. The main downside of this mod here is honestly that it is, dude, it's so up close. It's so up close. Like, you could use it with failsafe pretty well, actually. We were trying that with failsafe. It's not bad. It's really funny. It's like a meme type of build type of thing. Like, it's cool, but it's just, it's pretty mediocre, all things considered. Nice in certain situations. Like, if I was running through a dungeon and I hit an elite and I was scared, like, this would be a good way to get him off my back for a couple of seconds. And just, like, refocus, maybe. But for boss fights, it's practically worthless. Doesn't do enough. Probably, like, it's either B or C. I'm leaning towards C. C for concussive. You mean the tick damage, like with Havoc form? No, I mean the actual bolts themselves, like Chaos Driver. It would scale with mod and skill cast. It's because it's a mod speed. It's not a firing rate. Firing rate would be for the gun. Like if you're just shooting Enigma. Firing rate would increase this, and then mod casting speed would increase this, I believe. I didn't do any testing with it, but I think that's how it works. It does work with the firing speed. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. I don't know why it would. What's a good ring with that? As in, ring infinite damage is kind of low. Is that enough to tell? I mean, we could throw that on, and then we could throw on, like, well, actually, we could take off my casting speed. See if that affects it. Okay, so there's like a 18% increase. How about that? Oh, yeah, you're right. What the heck? I don't think that's supposed to be intended. That should not be how that works. You were right, though. I had no idea. I thought for sure it only scaled with mod casting speed. That's stupid. That makes no sense in any way. This game, dude, sometimes. It's a mod, bro. Why would fire rate increase the mod? Why on earth would that make any sense, dude? What? Used to fire extremely fast? Yeah, it was the recent thing that they messed with it. Yeah, I think they should change that. I think that should be mod. Because if you're building into the mod, you're gonna have faster casting speed. You don't want to have to build into fire rate when you play with Enigma's mod. That's weird. That makes the gun really awkward. Like, if you're using a ranged build and you want to add support, that'd be fine. But then the shock itself is doing no damage. I feel like that's a mistake. That's a good to note, though. Good thing you pointed that out. Concussive shot. What did we feel for concussive shot? I was going to go C. Yeah, we'll go C. It's just kind of, eh. It's fun, but it's kind of, eh. Corrosive rounds. Do we even need to talk about it? It gets an S out of just default. The default S. Like, seriously. It's just amazing. I mean, it's the best mod for range builds. Hands down. Like, if it's not a special weapon, you're going to be using corrosive rounds every time. There's no reason not to, because it's that good. Like, with an Archon Summoner build, I can already hit, like, 2,000 crit. That's incredibly powerful. It's very, very good mod. Adds corrosion damage, which is increased 10% damage. Yeah, like, it just gets S. It's so good. Alright, Creeping Mist. This is an interesting one. This one, I think you just run with feedback. No, because it doesn't do damage. So you could run it with, like... You could run it with Bullet Weaver on... because you're going to be swapping weapons. I don't know what you'd run this with. You'd run it on a sidearm, most likely. Yeah, probably. I mean, you could run it on Sparkfire, but I mean, I really wouldn't do that. I think we tried to use it on Sparkfire to get it to go fast. In fact, there's a consumable item that basically does the same thing as Creeping Mist, makes it C tier for me. Well, the thing about Creeping Mist you gotta be careful about is there's a couple of things this does. Number one is it actually makes enemies receive 25% more damage, right? So you could pair this with the Corel Axe, with the Stormbringer Mutator, and a bunch of status build. You gotta have a really strong status build, and it increases crit chance by 5% for all sources. So if you just want to deal a little bit more crit chance, and know that you need a little bit more, you can just throw this out there and get it for even range builds, which is pretty cool. Now, my personal gripe with this is it covers a lot of the screen in a mist that is actually, like, pretty annoying sometimes. It's not that thick, but it's thick enough that in certain boss fights, it could be kind of annoying to see. See, because it feels more like an application, just makes the build flow better. Yeah, you don't really need it, is what you're trying to say. Like, Sparkfire Nebula with Creeping Mist, I feel like that's an insane combo. But at the same time, a lot of times I'd rather just have, like, corrosive rounds, abrasive rounds, like, just Nebula going off. I feel like this one's more personalized to how you play. Like, if you really want to do more status damage, this would be for you. But if you just like using some of the mods, I think there's some more fun options. And this one getting in your way is pretty annoying. Does it stack with Invoker's second ability? Yes. Miasma? Yes, it will increase Miasma's damage. And it'll apply the status bar to it, too. I'll go C. That's fair. It's really good, but it's like a lot. It's hard to fit in your build with all the other good options here, because Nebula is going to deal way more damage and be way more worth it. Cube Room. Does anyone want to even guess what I'm going to give this? One of the worst things ever put in the game. Nobody gives a crap about this mod. F tier. Let's not even talk about it. Cube Shield. Did I not remember this mod? It has one use. Throw it in the garbage. Oh, man. Nobody talk about that mod. It doesn't exist. That's going to be the last on the list, actually. I think it's going to be the lowest mod on the list. No joke. I despise that mod with a passion. It should not exist. It does not benefit any build. You just throw on the microcompressor and you don't freaking need it. That is it. Alright, so next up we got Cube Shield, right? Cube Shield is actually okay, but they nerfed the crap out of it. Because now Cube Gun no longer benefits from the Hog Lure, which makes the Hog Lure useless. So I don't understand any idea what they were doing with this. Why would you use this? This is a completely pointless ring, not that they nerfed that. But aside from that, the mod's okay. I mean, it blocks damage. It's got good utility. So it might just make it a B because of that. Like, the utility is pretty nice. If you're not doing anything else with your sidearm, which sometimes you're not. Sometimes you don't want to switch. If you're not doing anything else, having something to block is pretty useful. The damage is relatively low. It's really not going to clear ads free that well. But, I mean, utility is utility, and it's really good at blocking. Sometimes projectiles are the most annoying thing in the game, and you just can't deal with them. Boom. There you go. It's a solid B. Has a niche, and it does it well. I'd be down with a B tier. Why would they nerf the Hoglore interaction? It was so niche. Exactly, Garrus. You have no... I don't know if you were there the other day when I was furious about it, but I was literally livid. It was so stupid, dude. I was trying to test it, and I'm like, why is it not working? Yeah, I was not happy about that. Like, it's the... No one was using it either, is the thing. They really tried to draw back on, like, the infinite mod spam that you could do in several different ways, and that was one of them, even though no one used it, except for a couple people. It's a decent mod, though. I'll give it a B tier, just for utility. Like, if you want the block projectiles, you can do that. It's nothing bad at all. Just use Nebula to cast a mod and switch back to the main gun. Yeah, that's what I would do. Keep the cube gun out to use the mod. True. True, but at the same time, what you can also do is if you shoot out the mod, it will continue to block projectiles. And so if you, like, want to get a little bit of damage in, you can just throw it at the boss, and then if it's shooting, it won't hit you. So it's pretty cool. It's got a couple of nice uses. I like it quite a bit. It's not going to get used as much as a lot of other stuff, but it is pretty solid. Alright, Dead Point. Dead Point is, I think, it's on one of the guns. Which one is it, though? Dead Point is... dude, I'm blanking on this one. This is Dead Wood. Dead Point. Might be on a sidearm? Some of these I really don't know the name of. Okay, this is Load the Weak. Explosive Shot. Screamer. Is Corrupted Meridian? Ah, it is. Okay, thank you. I could not think of it. Corrupted Meridian. Honestly, this one's a pretty easy one, too. You run feedback, and it's one of the best mods in the entire game. It has so much crit that you're literally just going to annihilate the game. You run it with Detonation Trigger. Like, it's easy S tier. It might actually be one of the best mods in the entire game. This thing is so dumb with how much damage it actually does. Throw on Monolith. Throw on Monolith, dude, and you just go to town. Like, nothing can stop you. It's gonna regen so fast. You put Maelstrom on Monolith is what you do. And then you run feedback on this one. And it just, boop. Just keep chucking them out. Gonna regen. Has such high crit potential. It's so good. The only downside with this mod is it really does mess with, like, teams. Like, it staggers pretty bad. But it's an insanely powerful mod. If you play with people, make sure you get kinship. Yeah, you gotta run kinship, but, dude, the power behind that mod alone is absurd. What about Deadwood? I know which one Deadwood is. That's the new one. Deadwood is weird. It actually doesn't require a mutator. I would honestly just run it with feedback. Well, no bandit. Yeah, bandit, so you can get the shots out. This one's really odd. But it is kind of fun because of how weird it is, and it does insane crit sometimes. Like, the RNG factor's there, but when it hits, bro, it's hitting hard. Bandit's really good. Like, look, 30,000. Without making a build for it. That's with no crit rings, you know. Like, that's really strong. They did fix it. Yeah, it's fixed. The last patch, they did actually fix this. Force size is bottom heavy. Yeah, because it's going to reload pretty fast, isn't it? A bandit's good too, though. There's a couple of options that aren't bad. Like, yeah, now it's hitting 30,000 pretty consistently. You still when it came out and it was bad? Yeah, it was pretty bad when it came out. I tried it too, and I just couldn't get it to work. It was still doing a lot of damage. It was just really inconsistent. Like, sometimes it just wouldn't do anything. Now it's really good. You can keep activating it, do a ton of damage. Hit it as it reloads, do a bunch of... Like, it's really good. I don't know if I'd say S tier, though. Because... I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is S tier. I mean, the mod itself actually is crazy good. I just don't really like not dealing any damage for a while and then doing a bunch. But, I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? There's several mutators that work. Like I said, they're like all the mutators work on this gun. It's a very versatile gun. It's one of the very few you can run a ton of stuff with. A ton of stuff with. Just because really all you want to do is get bullets out fast. And it lasts a long time. Increases reload speed, fire rate. That detonation is nice. Low-ish mod requirement, like it's not that high. And the cool thing about it is you really don't need to build into mods at all. Because if you're out of the mod, the own explosions that it does regens it very quickly. I don't know why, it really shouldn't, but it does. Pressure point works on spammable. I don't really know which one pressure point is. I don't think I like this one. Dealing 50 damage per 100 mod power spent in a single cast. Yeah, I don't really care for that at all. This one's weird. This one's like a niche one that other people are going to enjoy. I don't care for this mod at all, though. I know Sarah was messing around with that one, too. S, but I wish it had a better effect. Explosions should look cool. In fact, you can argue S, I feel, leaves it in the nudge room for S. But then again, there's guns that fill that same slot. True. 1,000 cuts, though, is pretty good. We could let's try with 1,000 cuts. I don't think I ever did. It's just critical chance as it's fired. It says this weapon, though. Does it actually increase the... It'll increase your reload speed. I mean, it'll really help with your reload speed. You're getting way more bullets out. Yeah, 33,000 on this. Like I said, you can run so many mutators. I feel like we get S for versatility. Controller friendly, I have bad aim. That's fair too. I feel like we give it an S because it is very versatile. Like, it might be the most versatile mod in the entire game. You can literally run it with any mutator. And that might be the only item in the entire game that's like that. Next up is Death Brand, which is the corrupted rune pistol. Ramp up's kind of long. Yeah, a little bit, but it could definitely work if that's what you want. Death Brand just gives you more damage. I feel like A tier. It's used in a lot of builds. It's never bad. It's just that it's really not like it's not really spectacular in any way. It's just more damage. More damage is always good. It's just not incredible. This one actually works with a team though, which is really solid. Rune pistol? I mean, corrupted rune pistol is pretty good, though. The weak spot damage is solid. The range damage is solid. Like I said, the mod isn't really incredible in any way. It just gives you more damage. Yeah, it's a set and forget it mod. I mean, it lasts a while. How long does it last? This is a pretty good one. I think I have on Chakra. So with Chakra, it's going to last about... Does it even say? Doesn't even say. That's weird. That's really weird. Odd. I feel like that should be in the description. Well, it lasts about, what, 30 seconds, I would assume, with the mod. It's a good amount of time. And you just get more damage. You can switch your weapon and do a bunch of damage. Like, it's never a bad thing to have. But I'm really not going to give it S tier, because, like, a lot of people don't like something that just doesn't do anything for you. Like, when you switch weapons, you would maybe want some extra help, and it's not going to be there for that. How about defrag? Anyone have major love for defrag? because I'll argue all day that you're wrong. About as long as Nano, I could see that, yeah. Let's get an argument going. Let's do it. Somebody argue for defrag, because I'd love to hear your argument. Defrag's so bad, dude. I don't know. It needs to do something more than it does. What it does is just nothing. It's below F. What it does is nothing. I feel like Bullet Weaver, you'd run with it. Alright, Sorrow's in it. Sorrow's in it to win it. He says it has a place. It's a solid B tier mod. Alright. Why do you think it's B tier? I would argue the mod has very high mod requirement. It only works not in boss fights. It almost never is going to work in a boss fight. It requires a little bit more effort than something like corrosive rounds. It's only a 20% damage buff, which you could just apply corrosion instead, maybe, or you could just use something else that deals damage. Probably get just the same thing out of it. The ad clear is okay at best, pretty mediocre all things considered. I feel like you want to use it on a range build and it really doesn't add anything. And yeah, there's my argument. I don't like it very much. Corrosion's only 10. It is only 10, but corrosion's easier to use, too. He said, I'll help. I mean, it definitely does its thing, you know? It's just like, you gotta either pick it up or you gotta shoot it. And honestly, it's bugged. It spawns like 1,000 of them when it shouldn't. Even for ad clear, you have to kill enemies to get the AoE, so you already get less value. Well, plus, once they actually do, then it just, like, doesn't kill them. Doesn't work on single targets. It works on any boss that has any sort of ads. Even if you can't get the glitch, it still buffs your damage of your gun when you activate it. This one has some team co-op synergy. So, I mean, I guess there's that. The pickup mechanic is very annoying. I feel like it should track to you. It requires you to interact after killing something. Yeah. I understand and I value your argument, Sorrow. But I'm going to go with F. I get superiority on that one. I'm going to go F on that one. Fun if you want to play aggressive, but there's so many better options. I agree. I think there being better options is the main issue. You can defrag minions, but they have to die from the attack to spam the orb. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, it's just real weird, man. It's real weird. I would never use it, is my thing. I think that's why I'm gonna F it. Sorrow obviously would use it. He's used it a couple times. We use it together. Well, he used it when he played with me, but not for me. Dreadwalker. Dreadwalker got such a buff from the new ring that lets you regen stuff while it's active. Like, it's Bullet Weaver with this thing. Dreadwalker's insane. This is an S tier. This is Monarch to me. This one in Monarch. Just remember those arguments as we hit other mods. No double standards allowed here. Alright, Sorrow. You can hold me to it, bro. You can hold me to it. This one literally makes you have so much lifesteal, way better fire rate, really high damage, lasts a long time, can regen itself very, very well. It looks awesome. It helps your survivability. Like, this is one of the best range damage mods in the entire game. And it's just so much fun to have on your side. Like, it's really, really strong. I love it. Easy S. Build for more fire rate and crit. Yeah, you want to have a massive crit, massive fire rate, and you're gotta win instantly. S+, I'm biased. First Hugs build of my blood. I know, I did the same thing. It was my first Hugs build. I did Challenger Hunter too, I think, for that. How about Energy Wall? Energy Wall got a nice buff. Energy Wall is very, very usable now. It's massive. We actually use this on Shahala. It blocks about 80% of the fight. The phalanges creep me out. It is kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy. This actually feels a lot... the mod feels a better spot than the last S you modded. Like, this is S, the other gun's A. You talk about, either Monarch... You're probably Monarch you're talking about. Could defrag minions get the effect of sacrifice? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Monarch. And then I understand the argument for maybe Monarch being a little lower. I'm biased. It's my favorite gun in the game. I think it's #1. It's the ease of use on it's absurd. Feel these weapon-specific mods have to be lower in the S tier than standalone S tier mods? Yeah, that's fair. I will definitely assess that when I make the list. So it's massive now. I mean, it's double the size. It's double the size sideways, and probably, I don't think it's double up and down, but it's at least I don't know. It's at least way higher. It's a lot better. Like before, basically your head was standing above the shield. It's really, really good. For specific fights, though. So Shahala, Custodian's Eye, and that's it. The new pot boss. All these things that have lasers, this is an incredibly valuable item. But that is literally it. Any other time in the game, it's useless. Annihilation, Venom, Cancer, useless. Nightweaver, One True King, Feyrin, useless. Red Prince. Red Prince, it is minutely beneficial. It can block the swords. Magister, useless. Legion, Keula, useless. I mean, there's so many bosses. This is nothing. But when it's good, it trivializes the fight. So I'm thinking B tier for utility. Does nothing for AoE damage or melee damage? Yeah, it's got a lot of stuff it misses. Gonna block the Corruptor Beam? I don't think so, because I think that's an AoE. I don't think that actually counts as a beam. But I don't know, I've never tested. As far as, like, for what you use the mod for, we gotta remember we're ranking it for that. For what you use this mod for, I think it's not something you need, because those fights really aren't that difficult to kind of dodge and do what you need to do. But it's definitely got, like, B tier. It's very solid. It's never bad in those situations. And it helps your team. So, like, if you're playing Shahala and your buddy sucks at Shahala, pop this down. Now he's alive probably 80% longer. Again, it's fantastic at certain fights. Other than that, worthless. But it is fantastic. And you can shoot through it, too, which is nice. A lot of games would be like, oh, you can't shoot through it. And this one lets you. Awesome. But there's really not that many situations. Can't remember, does AoE make it bigger? I don't think so. I have it on right now, and this was the default size the other day. I don't have it on. Why does this keep getting taken off? I don't think it does, though. I'm pretty sure this one's like a stationary thing. Should I test? I guess I'll test it. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Hopefully my game doesn't crash. I know it's loading slowly. Yeah, no, that one doesn't work. I didn't think it did, so. Yeah, it's an easy B. It's a good one. Yeah, I need to do magnifying glass now instead of switching. Alright, Eulogy. Does anyone remember Eulogy? Yes, Eulogy is the sorrow. Bro, I'm going S tier. Honestly, like, this is such a good mod, and I think it's underappreciated. I think this is underappreciated. You could use Prophecy, potentially. I go Bullet Weaver every time. I think it's fantastic. This mod is so interesting to me. Because it scales with the explosion. It heals you. It just, like, loops the gun effect really, really well. It's just incredible. You can build into crit, too. You don't have to build into crit. You can just build into detonation trigger. But it does a ton. I don't think it's OP, but it's very reliable. Seen 0 builds with it. Yeah, it's because you don't really, like, put it in a build. You make a build around it. You can't really, like, add it to some random mod build and be like, oh, now I have this. You know what? There is one downside, though. The one downside is that because it's explosive damage, we have a lot of better options. said easy S, solid D tier. This is the complete opposite side of the spectrum, guys. Yeah, I think the no versatility does hurt it pretty bad. I think what you're able to do with it is incredibly powerful. But now that I'm really, like, thinking about it, trying to be less biased, like, it really doesn't have any versatility. I mean, none at all. It's good. I mean, it's really good for Venom. Venom is one of my favorite bosses to use this on because it makes him so easy, but... Ugh. And it's safe. It doesn't explode your teammates or you or anything like that, so that's nice. Definitely some better explosion options. What do you think of, like, A tier? Like, does explosive? It does. I mean, it procs detonation, so I assume it does. Explosions apply burning. I don't know why it works with that, but it does. I mean, it has for a while. I don't think it did originally, but they... Or maybe it did originally and they took it away and they added it back or something like that. I can't remember. It's been a while. Said B at most. I'm a greedy life stealer, but I call it a B+. That's tough, man. That's hitting me in the jewels right there, but you might be right about that. Like, I think, yeah, I mean, its versatility is really low, and if we're being realistic, like, there's so many explosion builds, so many explosion mods, and this one, like, this one's good, but the damage is a lot lower. Man. Yeah, it's outshined by better stuff. You guys are right. You guys are right. We'll give it a B. We'll give it a B. I love it to death, but we'll give it a B. You're right. What about Explosive Shot? What is that from? That's from, Hellfire. That flow better into builds. I think it's just easier to use some other explosion builds, yeah. Alright, so Explosive Shot got buffed. It now, instead of being just an explosion, it is pure elemental damage. So it's a... Deals up to, like, 1500 fire damage, and then adds burning, dealing fire over time. So the cool thing about this one is that the actual explosion is dealing fire damage. You can scale it really high with certain, like, a Ritualist build is pretty darn good now with this. Use Maelstrom, it regens really quick. This one does a lot of damage. I mean, we tested it, actually performed way better than it used to. Failsafe, it's pretty solid with. I feel like it has a couple of downsides, though, and the main one being... It's got an arc. It's like a grenade instead of like like a bazooka kind of thing. So it's a little bit harder to aim. Not that hard, but it's a little bit tougher. The gun itself is really up close. So if you're trying to regen it, you have to be up close and then back up to do the explosion, which is awkward. There's better options, which is notable. The one thing is Eulogy takes a secondary slot, which can be by any other mod on a normal gun, and other secondary mods which have other stronger options. Yep, that's fair. This one just feels good to me. Like, I think if we're going to give Eulogy a B, I think we got to give this a B below it. Either a B or a C. Like, this one does better damage than Eulogy, sure. But I feel like this one has even less usage than Eulogy. Like, Firestorm. This is just a way worse Firestorm at this point, you know? Because Firestorm does the same elemental damage. Or if you're gonna run it, you just run, like... What? What's the other gun? The big old nuker. Yeah, Starshot. I think that one's better. So, either B or C. I'm feeling generous, so I'm thinking maybe B, but I kind of want to put it in C because Eulogy is really, really solid. Recently played through Remnant 1 for the first time, and Hellfire hurts me in 2. Felt so nice in the first game. Still call it a C plus B, because it ain't bad. How about we give it a C, and instead of a B, because they ruined the original one, which is in the first game. We could be a little petty. You guys want to be petty real quick? I'm down. Give it a C. A C for Hellfire. Like, I think the idea is good, and the change is really good. The change is way better. It's much, much better. It's just that I don't want to use this. If I'm ever going for explosion damage that's like this, I'm either going to use Firestorm for the elemental damage, or I'm just going to straight up use Corrupted Meridian. Like, this just doesn't have a place for me. And I definitely think Eulogy's better. How about this one? This is a cool one. Familiar. Now, I feel like Familiar should get a default S, because it is the only good summon mod in the game. It is the only good summon mod in the game. And not only is it the only good one, it is incredibly good. Attacking very fast, working with Soul Link, giving you high lifesteal. Lasts a long time with Chakra. Can regen really well with feedback. I mean, this is a really, really good mod. Is it as good as other mods in the S tier? No. But for a summon build, this is one of the best options. Like, this thing is crazy good. S tier for sure? Yeah, I'm thinking so. Compare it to Witchfire, which is sort of like it. You're talking about the other gun? Yeah, definitely. So yeah, easy S tier because, I mean, summon mods have to use it. It's that good. What about Fargazer? Fargazer's is weird, man. It's either really good or it's really bad, and it depends on if it's bugged or not. You know what I mean? Like it depends on if status damage is bugged or not. Like, that's pretty much where it's at. It's not a bad mod. It just doesn't... It's not great in summon builds, because while it does work with summon stuff, it disappears. It acts kind of weird. Its damage isn't really that exceptional. You have to pinpoint enemies, so it's only good for bosses, really. It's really bad for dungeons. Fargazer got gutted, I think. I think now that it works correctly, it's just not that good. Like, it was way better before when it was bugged, and then now that it works correctly, it's just very, very mediocre. Its regen is good, but I mean, if you don't do that much damage, it's just super... It does look cool, though. Especially since it comes from the suckiest boss in the game. Like, get out of here. I go C. I don't think it's horrible. It's still pretty decent in certain situations, but, like, it's just not that incredible. Alright, Firestorm. It's gonna get an F, because it's terrible. No. Definitely the worst mod in the game. Doesn't break builds at all. You know, this thing is terrible. I don't know why you would use this. Gross. It's disgusting. Ew. Like, what is this? What is this? Who's using this mod? Oh, man. This mod is so good, I don't use it. That's how S tier it is. This mod's so good, I don't use it. I think feedback's actually better. Like, that's crazy to think about. Yeah, feedback's way better. You're so good as a mod that I won't use you because it's too easy. That's crazy. That's gonna get, like, top of S. Like, it's crazy good. New one. Flying Bomb Trap. How about Flying Bomb Trap? Flying Bomb Trap was actually pretty good with feedback. Or... Maelstrom. Either one is fun. S tier, F when you're in the co-op guy caught outside of it. Yep. Or inside of it, exactly. Yeah, it's very brain-dead playstyle. It's super easy. It is fun that way, but it is super easy. Flying Bomb Trap, I feel like, is... I don't know, because it has a lot of stuff going for it, so it could be S, but it might be an A tier as well. Doesn't pull you in as much as it used to. Firestorm's better in call. It's way better now for sure. Like, it got improved a lot. The pull is so much better. That was crazy that they did that. I feel like, especially if we're comparing it to some of the other options we have, it definitely feels like a little bit worse than some other explosion options. I mean, look, it only hits if it's near the... Like, if I throw it here and the enemy never walks over it, it's a little bit less. But it's doing elemental, it's doing blast damage, it's doing mod damage. That's immediately 3 things it stacks into, which is really good. I think the biggest downside to this one, and why we can't put it in A, is because number one, it does not stack. You can only have one on the field at any time. And so you're never able... If you could spam it, you could, but you can't. They won't let you. And I feel like some other stuff can be spammed. Now, it doesn't make it bad by any means, because it's still really good, but it does make it a little bit of a consideration before you grab it, you know? Like, oh, do I really want that? You know? Because you can't just spam, switch back. I think a high A, like the highest A possible, I think is good. Lots of damage, but it literally works like a trap, so you can steer mobs into it. Yeah, we'll give it a high A. Very, very high A. I actually put that in here, high A. Because it's so good, it's just like... Is it as good as a couple other things? Maybe not. How about this one? Fusion Cannon. What do we think of that? Because I was honestly incredibly disappointed with this. I would only run it with Bullet Weaver. I mean, they've gutted this gun. It's still usable. It's just like, there's no major incentive to use this gun anymore. Gotta take off Gambler and run Crit, probably. I think it was a lot more fun before. They definitely made, like, the reticle for the mod a little better. Because remember, it was goofy. Like, it wouldn't work properly. It was too small. But at the same time, this one really isn't that much better. And it's the fact that you have to shoot the gun to get the mod back, but the gun shoots slower without the mod back. It just doesn't feel good. Problems like with Deceit, you can't have an effective loop on a gun build. Yep. Yeah. Like when this thing crits, it's hitting 8k, 10k, maybe. I mean, it's going to get up there. But look how low it crit. I mean, it doesn't crit that much. I can put on braided, but what else can I do? Look, almost 10k. That's a lot of damage. That's 10k every 13 mod uses. That's not good. D tier, the amount of work you needed to obtain just feels like a slap to the face for it to be nerfed. Yeah. I think because it requires so much effort to use, and because of how it really performed when we did Bruin, I really do think it's a D tier. Like, it just doesn't feel good. Corrupted Savior is still really good. It's at the top of the guns, but only for range damage. Like, its actual mod is pretty weird. The one in the first game is so good. I don't understand how they can mess this up. Like, it was really good in the first game. But like, it recharged itself in the first. It doesn't do that here. I'm going D. I think you guys are right on that one. That's just super weird, man. Gravity Core. Everybody loves Gravity Core. Now, the original Gravity Core, you could run this with a lot of stuff, honestly. It really doesn't matter. Harmonizer's fine. The original Gravity Core was terrible. It was terrible. Never worked. It was never worth using. It was always worse than running a different gun or explosion build. It was just always a worse option. Now, it's borderline. I don't want to say it's S. I want to say it's probably A, but it's borderline S. Like, the damage you get from this thing and the actual pull on enemies. Yeah, I'm not getting any special effects. That is weird. The actual pull on enemies is so high. And look, 9k for it to just regen pretty fast. That was creepy. What the freak was that? What the heck? That's horrifying. I don't ever want to see that again. Anyway. What the heck was that? Like, that's crazy good. I can't believe they took away my effects. Let me go back to the main menu real quick. Freaking whack game. But the thing about S tier is that, like, S tier, it's got to be super good. And this really is kind of slow. It takes a while for it not only to activate, but the regen's a little bit slower than some other stuff. It's not always going to crit, so you're playing that RNG game a little bit. Not too heavily, though. There we go. Needed to reload the game a little bit. But, I mean, that with Amplitude is crazy big. A is a very solid option there. I'm glad with that change. See, some of this stuff makes sense, man. Like, they changed a couple things, And they made a lot of stuff better. A lot of these mods, especially mods, I feel like got a lot better with the patch. They made them work correctly. And then they just went range damage. Forget that. Gut everything. Melee damage, don't play that. That sucks. Like, that's not cool. Works well with the read now? Yeah, for sure. What about Guardian's Call? Guardian's Call is the Twist Arbalist. Now, I know... I'm not giving this an S. I'm not giving this an S. It's not an S. It is very, very good. It's borderline B or A. It's either B or A, but it's not S. This has... It's worse than the other version. The corrupted version is way better. It's explosive. There's a lot of better explosives. What do you run it with? Bandit? You could run it with Bandit. Feedback's fine, too. I think my main issue with this gun is this. I have to shoot the gun, then activate the mod in order to get the damage. And I think that's an issue. That requires more effort than other options. Now, first off, damage is great. Stagger's better. Has very, very high stagger, which is huge. Like, some bosses just get really jacked up from stagger, and they just can't... They don't know what to do. They just get messed up. Like, they can't fix themselves. And the crit chance on this is pretty nice. It just really has that issue of you have to fire the gun to use the mod. And especially in a situation where you're out of bullets and you want to activate the mod, you can't. Because you got to reload it and then shoot it and then activate it. So I'm going to give it a B. It's really good. But especially since the corrupted version's better, you're going to have a hard time getting me to run that. It is not bad, though. And it not damaging your teammates is a huge bonus. So Guardian's Fury, on the other hand, is going to get a solid A from me, I think. It's really good. I mean, it is fantastic. The biggest deal is it's not very good for bosses on its own. Yeah, you really have to pair it with something else. That's very true. Run summon and shoot your summons for more damage. Yeah, we didn't try that, but I think you might have been the one that brought that up yonder. That may have been you. I think this version's way better. You run Bandit, you have unlimited ammo. It explodes, bounces off walls, it hits everything in the map. I mean, you literally have infinite ammo. You never have to reload this thing. Because Bandit's so strong. And the mod regens itself pretty fast. This one is not a mod that you're going to kill a boss with either. It's one that you use with another mod to spam. Like, you spam the other one, and then you switch to this and keep shooting. And it's just incredibly good for regenning your other gun, as well as dealing damage. Although, the stagger on yourself is pretty brutal, I agree. That's why I don't want to put an S. I don't want to put an S. Again, I don't think any of these weird ones that work a little bit different are an S, but I do think they're an A. I'm just going to go ahead and give it an A. This one, that build I made with this one and that trap just really got to me. I love it. I love it so much. Alright, so next up, we've got Healing Shot. Now, Healing Shot is not an A or an S. Healing Shot is a utility option. If I'm solo, it works great. Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty tough to run co-op, though. Healing Shot is like a C. It's there. It sits in your inventory. You know you can use it if you need it. You never really need it. I feel like there's so many options in the game to heal that you're never going to use it. But if you did need it, pretty good. It's a fast heal. You can pop it underneath your feet. I think the only downside is that sometimes if you shoot it and you walk over it, it doesn't always activate correctly. But, I mean, you could shoot your teammates with it. And, yeah, I mean, it's just a heal. Like, some builds need a heal real quick. You can't take a relic right away. Like, this is going to be solid and help you out. Baby's first run safety net, or even like apocalypse runs where you're low level, or hardcore runs, you know, you need some extra heals early on, you only have 3 relics. Like, this is a good option, it's just not amazing. So we're going to give it a solid C, unless anyone has any arguments against that. Heatsink. This is where we start getting into territory of, like, how do we rank this mod? You know what I mean? Early on, sure, a C, but endgame, it's like a D. Yeah, because you just don't need it anymore. So, heatsink allows... Let's actually read what it does, because it's actually more than you think. So, while active, Plasma Cutter generates 50% less heat, and ramping damage cap is increased 3 times damage. So, you basically do 3 times damage, and it never overheats, is what this does. Now, on a Plasma Cutter build, this is an S tier, obviously. Like, it's incredibly useful. If we're considering it as a mod in general... like an A, probably. Rated based on the weapons rating? True. Plasma Cutter is an A, I think. Or an S. I think I did rate Plasma Cutter an S. That's not a bad idea. The mod is very, very good. I mean, it's such a strong mod. It really is. And it really improves this gun specifically. Very, very powerful. This is a tough one, man. It's either A or S, and I don't know which. Like, Nightfall we gave an S, but Nightfall's a very obvious S. Like, it just improves the gun overall. And not only the gun, but your ranged build in general. Does this improve every ranged build? If you're using Plasma Cutter, yeah, it kind of does. Yeah, it kind of does. It's easy to use, too. I mean, it really is. What's the mod requirement? It's not that high. It's 680 with this setup, so it's be like, what, 700, 800-ish, probably. Plasma Cutter is one of the best builds in the game for damage in general. So, I mean, maybe we just give this an S. It's very solid. I mean, there's basically nothing wrong with this mod. The only downside is that it's not really a mod. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a mod, it just improves your other gun. We'll give it an S. That is perfectly fine with me. Alright, Heat Wave. Heat Wave is weird. Yeah, Heat Wave is weird, man. He said, I agree. Alright, Earthroon. What's it? Athrun, I believe? A lot of the range options are pretty interchangeable. Should be equal to the Nightfall. Fair enough, fair enough. So, what this mod does is it summons a Aura of Fire. This is not an S tier mod. I can tell you that right now. There's one massive complaint I have with this mod, and that's that it takes several seconds to actually activate the burn on enemy, and I have no idea why that's necessary. Why not just instantly burn the enemy as soon as it walks into your range? It just doesn't make any sense to me. It feels highly unnecessary for no reason. If you could put that mod on Bonesaw, you would, but I think I would prefer something like Corrosive Rounds or Abrasive. True, but I think because it's attached to it, it's... Yeah. I think because it's attached to it, it's like, you have to run it. Is it worth running? You know? And I think it is worth running. Like, you still want to run the Plasma Cutter, even though it has a mod slot. I think that's kind of the distinction. This one feels like A or B. Probably B. It's got one really, really fun build with the net coil, and it's more the net coil doing the damage than this, honestly. Like, the net coil is OP. It's S tier. It might be one of the best necklaces in the game, but this ain't. This is good. It's not bad. It adds to a status build, but... By the way, I copy your build for Plasma Cutter. It's amazing. Oh, really? That's awesome, dude. I got one I'm going to post soon. A new one that uses the new Infinite Amulet. Infinite Ammo Amulet. And that one's a lot of fun, too. You might like that one. Glad you enjoyed it, though. Doesn't even feel great with the Energized Net Coil anymore. I mean, it does. But you kind of have to build into Ritualist Death Wish. If you do a Death Wish build with Net Coil... This thing literally crushes. I mean, just by itself. But I think in co-op, it's going to really suck. It doesn't really regen itself that easily. And I don't like that it takes forever to activate. I'm going to give it a B. It's a good mod to have, and we need more mods like it so we can use it with melee, but it's really not that good. If you're building a fire-based build with Firestorm on one and this on the other, what's another better option over Heatwave? Hotshot. I don't know if Hotshot's over, but it's another option. Hotshot, Creeping Mist, Witchfire. That's probably about it, but I would probably use a lot of those over Heatwave. I'm really not a fan of how it works. I don't like that delay. I really don't like that delay. It takes 3 seconds for enemies to be burnt inside the aura. Now, it is good. I mean, it adds a lot to it. Low maintenance, that is important. Definitely very low maintenance. But I think the main thing is that there's no mutator for it. Yeah, I don't have a mutator, which is tough. Like, you could run Bullet Weaver to get it back, but you're not really going to use it like that. You could run Feedback, but that's not going to work. I mean, it kind of works. You could definitely run Feedback, because you're running Archon with this. But if you're not running Archon with this, then you can't run that. Can't run Fetid. Harmonizer, maybe, is an option. It's a tough one to pin down for Mutator. Just using it as an example to compare to the logic used in the last one. Oh, for heatsink? I get you, I get you. I don't know, I understand where you're coming from, but heatsink, I don't know, like, the way you use Plasma Cutter, it's just a tough one to rank. That's gonna have... It's a hard one to pin down. Heatwave, yeah, we'll go with B, though. I think we all pretty much agreed on that. Helix is an S, I think. Elemental Mod Gen Ring, yeah, Stone of Malevolence could work, definitely, with feedback, probably. Helix is the all-in-one crit build. You're going to use this with every single crit build you make, unless you're using a boss weapon as your sidearm. This is an incredible, incredible item. I would run it with Prophecy. I would run it with Feedback if you want to. I'd run it with Harmonizer if you want to. I'd run it with Failsafe. I'd run it with... I mean, you can run this with literally every single mod or mutator that's for mod damage and regeneration. I think it works with all of them. Usually the one that I run with, I believe, is Feedback. I think. Yeah, usually Feedback. It just makes a really, really nice mod that doesn't damage your teammates and can do high crit. And what I like about Helix is it like splits off and hits other things. He said, I'm staying out of this one, don't like that mod. I feel like I might be biased towards it. Like, I really like this one. And I have since I started using it, too. Like, I just always loved this one. What's the mod requirement? Reasonable mod requirement, not super high, not super low. I don't know. I think it's S because the crit potential. Like, it crits like a madman. Every time you use it, it's going to crit. If you have it on a crit build. Like, if you have Gambler on and stuff, it's always going to crit at least once. Yeah, a good all-rounder. I think it gets an S for being all-rounder. Like, it's not the best option in the game, but it's got a lot of... It does a lot of things, and it does it well. Hotshot. Hotshot is not an S because it's not on the level of Abrasive or Corrosive. It's just not that good because all this does is provides fire damage and it adds 15% range damage. Right? Which is not bad at all. It's very good, just not as good as Corrosive rounds. Like, just nothing tops Corrosive rounds. So you almost never use this because of how much better Corrosive is. Now, that being said, this as a mod is not bad. It's actually very good. I'm thinking either A or B. Like, it's solid, but B might be a good place for it, because like, you really don't use it that often. You're almost always using the other two. And honestly, in my opinion, I think Overflow might be better. I think most people choose to use Overflow over it, because the reload is nice on that too. The new mutator, you do get 25% range damage in total while burning enemies. Yeah, I mean, that's a good mutator. This was the best. This would easily be like top 5 mods in the first game. Like, it was in so many builds because it was super easy to use. And elemental damage is kind of crazy. It was just, you threw it on, boom, did a bunch more damage. Like, a lot of builds could use this in the first game easily. Not really mod builds, but like range damage builds. Just, boom, add this on, more damage. It's the best mod in the game early on, for sure. I mean, there's nothing else useful other than Scrapshot, which Scrapshot got buffed, but probably only useful with Ritualist. Like, otherwise, you're not really using Scrapshot too much. We'll give it a B. We'll give Overflow an A, I think. Overflow is very good. Why is Hotshot not as good as Abrasive Rounds? Yeah, I think the Lifesteal is that good. And I think Bleed, Nerf's Healing, which is very important. Yeah, I think it's better. I think it goes Corrosive, Abrasive, Overflow, Hotshot for me. Like, if I'm not using Corrosive, I would always use the Abrasive one. I love the Abrasive one. I don't know why, I really like it. How about this one, guys? What are we going to say about Night Guard? Heal Shot for Hardcore is the one thing that's better. Yeah, I mean, just because it's nice to have. Yeah, Defrag last. Yeah, exactly. What are we going to say about the Sword mod? Does anyone want to know? Does anyone actually know? Because I can tell you, it does 94 damage on a mod build. What they've done to this is pitiful. What they've done to this mod is made it unusable. Now, it's either an F or a D. And the only reason I think it might not be an F is because you can proc summoner buffs with this. Summoner rings, summoner amulets, summoner shield. Like, it doesn't work with the shielded mutator anymore, but it works with all that other stuff. I think Hotshot's undervalued because Sparkfire exists. I think if that gun didn't exist, people would rank Hotshot higher. Yes, and I think that's a good valid point. Defrag gets its own SS with Prismatic. Yeah, okay. Like, it's... For my summoner builds, there's no other option. So, like, default, it goes on my build. Because there is no other option. You've got the bird, the swords, Fargazer, and the Root Lash. And Root Lash and Fargazer are not very reliable or good. This one sucks too, but it counts as 2 summons. So, like, for what you're using it for, it is something. It's just not good. Space Grabs works too, so I guess it's even over this one as well. This used to be amazing, like S tier. We're going to go D. I'm not going to go as far as F because, again, it is usable as a, like, hey, I have more summons on the field. They're terrible. They do nothing, but they're on the field. And that's it. He said, my beloved. Alright, how about this one? This is going to be a fun one to rank because this is incredible, dude. You run this with Bullet Weaver or you run this with Feedback. This is the biggest, like, shift in all of Remnant 2 history and always will be. The worst item ever in the game to one of the best crit mod explosion builds. I mean, this thing has ridiculous amounts of damage that it just spews out for the longest time. This is a handgun that outputs more damage than a lot of, like, primary guns, and it instantly regens itself. This thing's incredible. I would argue, as much as it pains me to do so, I would argue this is probably better than Corrupted Meridian in terms of sustain. In terms of sustain and how it actually is, like, easy to use and stuff like that, I would argue it's better than Corrupted Meridian. And I hate to do that, but it might be. Because Corrupted Meridian's crazy damage-wise. Definitely better, but the regen ability is a little bit lower. This one, you can have 100% uptime if you just run Feedback. Like, I'm running Bullet Weaver. I almost have 100% uptime. The only downside of this mod is that it's on this piece of garbage gun. That's the only downside. It is on one of the worst guns I've ever seen. I hate this gun. Like, the actual fire mode is terrible, and it sucks. And like, no one wants to use this. It's horrible. But the mod is insane. Like, it is awesome, dude. It's awesome. So we'll give it an S, because it's definitely, like, the shift from being as bad as it was to being as good as it is now is unbelievable. I can't believe they made that change. It's gonna be Beast with gray health is a real thing. Yeah, if that ever happens, I mean, I don't even know what's gonna happen with that. They really want it to be a thing, so we'll see. So Micronova is weird for me, because it's not an S, I don't think. It's a little bit too finicky for S. It's up there, though. It's really good. Like, it regens itself very, very quickly. We had almost 100% uptime in the boss fight without Stone of Malevolence, which is nutty. It does a lot of fire damage. The downsides are you have to use the gun to actually activate the mod. And so you're going to have to reload, you know, which it doesn't get that many bullets to begin with. Right? It can be kind of inconsistent with range. Like, its range is just a little weird sometimes. Basically, its damage is, like, top tier, but its usability and, like, ease of use is really low. This is definitely better than Aphelion, which we need to keep into consideration. Like, Aphelion is awful compared to this. This is way better. Should fix items first to make sure they actually work. Yeah. Visually, Micronova S tier. Cool factor S tier. Viability B tier. Better explosive options. Very true. Search forever for the Obsidian Band, and most of the time you don't get the bulwark when you have gray health. Yeah, gray health stuff just don't work, dude. It don't work. I'm telling you, this would be such a better mod if it, like, if it just had the correct range every time. It's just so inconsistent. I don't know. I'm feeling B. I'm feeling B, and we give the other Aphelion a D. Like, that's the difference. This one's actually pretty solid for the mod regen. It's just there's way better explosion options. I mean, I would rather use just Infinite Anguish over this, personally. I mean, that's a different... I mean, it's not even in the same gun slot, and I'd rather use it, so... Alright. Moonlight Barrage. What do we think? This one's a tough one as well, because, again, this is not a mod that acts as a mod. It acts as a gun buffer. Now, I would usually run this with... Momentum... or Supercharger. Supercharger's the one. You're not really buffing the mod, per se. Love the feel of it more than Anguish, but it's not better. Got you. This one's crazy good if used correctly, you know? But, unfortunately, they decided to make it way harder to actually get the perfect shot. And I don't know why they did that. Like, well, not necessarily true, but now you have to get the perfect shot to get the double arrows. Still good. I think in terms of ranged, I think it's moved down from S to A because of usability. Damage-wise, still definitely up there with Nightfall and Monarch and all that, but it's a lot harder to use. Although it has infinite ammo, and it heals you, which is kind of crazy. I just feel like it's a little bit more difficult to use now, and that kind of lowers it. At least should be a factor we consider. I mean, even with not a range build, look at the damage. 1400 crit, a very high crit as well. Like, it crits a lot. It's tough. The gun itself is in S tier. Now, the weapon itself is in S tier on my list, and it's in S tier because of the mod. So, honestly, might as well just give this S. Like, I mean, it's either A or S anyway. And it's so good. It's so good for me that it's hard to use other bows. And I think that is really, really important. Like, if I'm using a bow build, I gotta be like, is this better than Moonlight Barrage? Probably not. I'm just gonna go use Crescent Moon. Like, on an actual range build, this is just insane, dude. Insane. What hard to use? We'll give it an S. I think we gave Plasma Cutter an S. These things, they're just... Their mods are too good, and they're such a high consideration that sometimes you want to make a range build instead of a mod build just to use them. Which is a little nutty. Alright, Nanophase. This is one that I have no clue. Good luck with this one. It's only an S if you want to play with a bow. Yeah, true. This one's so weird, dude. Like, this one busts up. This one busts up bosses, bro. Like, it just destroys them. But only works against half the bosses in the game. Easily. And has the worst ammo economy of any gun I've ever seen. Its ammo economy is freaking terrible. Honestly, I'm thinking B. I'm thinking B. It is so good in bosses, in some boss fights, that like it literally just instantly kills them. And we were in, I think, the ghost fight for probably 20 seconds. Maybe, dude. Like, it is stupid good. It is stupid good. But it really, I mean, its usability is so low. And you're right, it doesn't work on ads in any aspect at all. Like, it is only for bosses. But it's nasty for bosses too, dude. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Frederick says C. Weak spot only hurts it for sure. What do we think? If we say anyone else think it's C? It's either B or C. It's definitely not A and S. Like, and Nebula's will get an S for sure. The weak spot thing, it only hits weak spots. It only works on bosses. It only works on half the bosses. It has terrible ammo economy. The advantages are very fast mod regen, extremely high burst damage. Probably the highest in the game. Builds into elemental and... Builds into elemental status, builds into explosions, all that stuff. It's not too hard to shoot either. Like, I feel like it's actually pretty easy to aim. Feeling B? Alright. Battle Carrier says D. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a little low. I understand why you're saying that, though. I think we'll give it a B. Like, for the bosses that it's good on, this may be one of the best guns in the game. Like, it's so dumb in terms of damage. I can't believe that it does that much damage, really. And then, can we all agree that Nebula's an S? I was honestly hesitating between high C or low B. Okay, so that sounds about right. Nano Swarm's it's obvious. Like, this is just something you throw on and you deal amazing damage side by side, right? You run it with feedback, Maelstrom, honestly Maelstrom most of the time. And I mean, this is literally one of the best mods in the game. If you're running a ranged build, you throw it on so that it does damage side by side. You can add corrosion. If you're running a mod build, it crits like a madman. It attacks so quickly. It does elemental damage. It does not count as a summon. I kind of wish it did, but I understand why it doesn't. It's incredibly good. There's no downside to this, and it's only upsides. And it does actually hit weak spots. Now, it does so inconsistently, but on certain bosses like Annihilation, it will almost always hit a weak spot. When you're using it with energized net coil, you obliterate everything surrounding you. Yeah, exactly. Travel distance with the amplitude trait. Yeah. I don't know. It's just insane. Like, its utility, its damage, its mod regen, like, it has so many things going for it. Like, sometimes I throw this on my build just to have it regen my other mods. That's how good it is. Yeah, that one's insane. Alright, Ouroboros. This is Deceit. This is not getting an S tier. because they have ruined my beautiful, beautiful gun. I am in pain because they have done this to my gun. This lets you throw out your mod, then you get weak spot on the gun. Honestly, the mod itself is F. It is one of the worst mods in the game. It does nothing. No damage. Takes a lot of effort to use. Pretty pointless. Now, the interaction between this and Deceit is probably like an A tier. It's not S anymore because they nerfed it so badly. The mod costs way too much. It does. You're 100% right about that. They messed this up, dude. They messed it up. What's up, Rando? They jacked this up. I don't think they understand this or have not paid attention to it. And I honestly think it's just they haven't looked at it. The corrupted Deceit cost 600 mod power. That is nothing. Deceit costs 1,200. Basically. That is a huge difference. It's double, bro. That's unfair to this gun. It's unfair to this gun. They do almost the exact same thing, and they just gave this one way better mod requirement. Don't know what they use, but I saw that someone put a good Deceit build out today, actually. Yeah, I mean, it still does good damage. It's not bad. It's not nearly as good as it was. I mean, this is ridiculous how much mod requirement it has. Ridiculous. I'm gonna go... If we're talking mod and how it pairs with the gun, I don't know. I'm really conflicted on this one. It's like C or B, dude. Can work in tandem with God Splitter. Yeah, but not the mod. Like the gun can, but the mod can't. He said F. The wise one said F. It's terrible. Get it out of here. Yeah, this one took a big hit, bro. This one took a big hit. It's way worse than Corrupted Deceit now, which is a huge loss. Huge loss. Too bad Corrupted Deceit is just garbage and the mod doesn't work half the time. Yeah, we'll give it a C. It's just weird. Like, it's just weird now. It went from being easily one of the best things in the entire game. Like, this is how crazy this is. Games launch up until now. That is a massive amount of time. Games launch up until now, which was like the corrupted deals. When they introduced those, it wasn't that far off. This was the gun I went to. If I had trouble with a boss, like legitimately got stuck for a little bit, and I was like, I gotta finally get past this boss, right? This was the gun I threw on. This was the build, because you could kill bosses so fast. Which I understand they didn't want that to happen. That feels fine to me, but doing what they did to it, and then adding this gun, which is way easier to use, that feels off. So something needs to change between these two, and honestly, I just need to lower the requirement. And then fix this stupid mod. How they have not fixed this mod, I have no idea. But yeah, C is fine for me after all the goofiness that's happened. Overflow. I think we're going to give Overflow a solid A. Overflow on the Bolt Driver is one of the most fun things in the game. I mean, it's just incredible. It shoots so fast. It does a lot of damage. It reloads fast. Overflow doesn't get used as often because, again, Corrosive is so much better. So much better. And I like Abrasive a lot more. So I'm going to use it even less. But it's not ever bad. Like, it is always such a good option to have. Yeah, we'll throw it on Sparkfire real quick, too. You're unfettered, Overflow? I mean, it's just such a good elemental bonus to your gun. Like, look how much faster it shoots. Look at the reload. What? Really nice on the LMG, really nice on the Tommy gun. Like, it's just such a good mod. And it would be better if we didn't have Corrosive, but it's better than Hotshot for me, I think. It's one of my go-tos on launch, but yeah, same with Hotshot. It's just falling behind. Exactly. Prismatic Driver. F. Absolute F. I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't know why it exists. It is awful. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's worse than every other explosion build. It crits less than every other explosion build. It doesn't feel good to use. It takes way too long to actually proc the explosion. Terrible ad clear. Only minutely usable on bosses. It's an awesome laser that does freaking no damage. Like, come on. Again, this doesn't look bad. It looks fine. But you go out and you use it, and enemies move. So you miss a laser here and there. And then it takes twice as long to build up. And then it does nothing for you. And it's just worse than every other explosion. It's like, what is happening right now? It's F. Easy F, dude. What's the other? There's two F. It's that and defrag. We have an F right now. That and defrag are an F. If it could only be good. Yeah, if it could only be good. If only it weren't terrible. Alright, ready? Next one. Ring of Spears. What do we think? Now, Ring of Spears, I have no clue if this is working correctly, but is broken currently and makes you immune to damage. So that's nice. I mean... With the shielded mutator, you can literally have nearly infinite shield, which does not feel like it's correct. I feel like that's bugged. I hope it's not, because it's really good and makes Ring of Spears usable by a big margin. All things considered, it's like B tier. It's pretty terrible in every single way other than the fact that it does this right now. With the shield, if it's not a bug, it's S tier. Yeah, but that's what I'm wondering, you know. Healing shenanigans we did with Prismatic, just so you know, that works with Stasis Beam the same way. Oh, cool. High stagger, good range with amplitude, really good mod regen with feedback because it lasts so long. Makes you immortal. Right now, we're going to have to give it an S because it's that good. This will make you unkillable on a melee build. Completely unkillable. Because we are ranking them right now, we're gonna have to give it an S. I mean, it is. It's completely broken. I'm assuming they will change that eventually, but if they don't, that's awesome. No, I still don't like how loud it is, and I also think that the throwing is stupid. Like, this is not fun in any way. I don't know who wants to do this. It's goofy as heck. But yeah, it's really good. Yeah, so much you forget you can fire the spears, yeah. Be A tier if the animation didn't look so bad when you throw those spears. That was a lot of damage. Yeah, on a mod build, like, I don't know. We'll give it an A. How about that? Because the way you actually use it is really stupid. But right now, because of the current, like, iteration of the game, it's actually insanely good. Pretty much, I mean, every melee build is using it, and anything up close is going to be, like a tank is going to be using it. But I don't know, it's got a lot of weirdness to it that I'm not a big fan of, so I don't want to give it S. We'll give it A. Even Remnant 1 had better casting animations. Dude, give us Thorns back from Remnant 1, for real, please. The other one is Root Lash. I hate Root Lash. I really, really want to like it, but it just doesn't... Dude, it does such low damage, man. Like... Come on with the summons in this game. They gotta be better than this, man. It's either D or C. That's the best you're getting. In its current state, if spears are S, people are gonna tell you about it. They can tell me all about it because that mod is loud. First off, which is really annoying. And I'm trying to consider both sides to it, like the actual throw too. No one's using it for the throw. The only person I've ever seen make a build with it for the throw is Fumetto, and he's the only one that likes it. No one else does. It's incredibly boring to use the way you're supposed to use it. But it is really, really good. Great for Arbalest Martyrs, but I give it a D. I mean, it just ain't good, bro. Like, my main issue, again, we've talked about summons in this game, is that they seem to correlate the ability to have stuff on the field with, like, that's OP. That's not OP. It's usable. If you give something on the field, it needs damage. These have no damage. They don't even kill meatballs in one hit. I mean, summons are in such a bad state that it's crazy to me we didn't get any good summons in the new DLC. Did we? I don't think we did. We got Flying Bomb Trap. That's like the only mod we got. Oh, Lifesteal, Abrasive Wounds. The other ones were on the guns. Yeah. Oh, Heat Wave. Yeah, no summons. We need summon mods, man. I mean, this is very obvious to, I think, anyone playing the game. We're giving it a D. I just genuinely don't like it. Rotted Arrow. Also, what did they do? They said they fixed it and made it better, and they changed it, and they made it worse. Far worse. I pretty much hated every second I used this. This was way worse than it used to be. I'm way worse, bro. Don't see why they do so little damage. With all the AoE damage, it could be better done now. Exactly. It's like blast damage is the only focus, is what it seems like. This does no damage. I'm baffled by the state of this ability. They literally said in the patch notes, we completely changed this and gave it a big weak spot damage bonus. Where's it at? Because it doesn't do any weak spot damage. I mean, this might actually be worse than Prismatic Driver. That's how bad this is. It's unbelievable. I can't... Yeah, just F. We don't even need to discuss it. Why are we talking about it? Get it out of here, bro. Kind of missed the crit summons from Remember from the Ashes. I mean, there's just so many good summons in the first one. It's awesome. Do we even need to talk about this one? Sandstorm? Does anyone have an argument to put it anywhere better than the first #1 spot in the entire game at the current state? No. No one does. If you do, you're on drugs and you should look at yourself in the mirror. This is literally so broken, it's not even funny. Starts with S, keep it S? Yeah, dude. I mean, you don't have to see when the boss is dead. You ain't gotta see nothing, dude. The boss is dead. I mean, it regens fast. It insta-kills stuff. It covers the whole screen. It literally tracks towards your enemy. It does elemental damage for some weird reason, even though it's sand. Sand is not an element. It applies Exposed, which is a broken debuff that we can't have Cursed, but we can have Exposed because the devs make no freaking sense. Can I have that one, Sorrow? Can I have that one? Yeah. -1 point for visibility, yeah. It loses its SS state for visibility. Can I, like, have that one there? Like, seriously, dude. It's literally the best mod in the current state of the game. They're like, you can't have Curse because you can't debuff enemies. Adds Exposed into the game. The freak is a debuff? I don't think you know what a debuff is. Alright, Sandstorm. It might just get SS. Freaking amazing. Crazy mod. Can't believe that thing. Alright, Scrap Shot is the most interesting thing I've ever seen. I have no idea how to rank this because it's really not amazing, but it's fun and it does really good work in dungeons. What this does, we made a build with this, okay? We made a build with this. It's an Energized Net Coil build, which honestly, again, I think says more about Energized Net Coil than anything else. But at the same time, applying slow and bleed at the same time, pairing very well with Ritualist, it was incredibly powerful. I mean, dungeons were never easier. Nothing could touch me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I was astounded by it. I think if you paired this up with Sandstorm, boom, you've got an unkillable build right there. I want to give it a solid A tier. I think the utility of this thing and the actual damage when built into... Like, I mean, yeah, just using a general, it sucks. It's pretty trash. But, like, building into it, this is a nice one. Same position as Pot Trap. It's a pretty good pot trap. We didn't get pot trap A. I think we gave it... or S. We gave it A, I think. Flying bomb trap? Yeah, we give it high A. And I agree. I think this is an A. People are going to be like, oh, that's terrible. Because it is. If you use this like regular, it's terrible. But if you like find an interesting way to build it into Rich List, it becomes crazy good. And again, we've talked about this many times. I don't think people value utility, ease of use, and slow that much. I think most people want to go for highest damage. And if you don't want to go, if you want to go for those other things like utility and stuff, I think this is one of the best options. Like, it's crazy good. You could just place it at your feet, and then anything near you is just slowed. That's really just crazy useful. 2 debuffs, good crowd control, low cost, respectable damage all on its own with bleed. Yeah, I mean, not S, but really solid. Really solid. What about Screamer? What are we feeling for Screamer? Because this is an interesting one. This is not S, because Corrupted Meridian is just a million times better. A million. Honestly, I don't think anybody uses this gun. Be an A camp if it could touch flyers, but maybe it's too strong. Yeah, it'd be crazy strong if it could. I don't even know of anybody that's used this gun in a long time. There's nothing wrong with it. It does respectable damage. It does respectable crit. It regens reasonably well on top of that. It's just like, why use this when you can have a better version? A lot of charges, a lot of damage. That's a good advantage, it's true. The mod itself, if I was rating the gun, I'd say the gun's like C. The gun is really weird. I like that it's a grenade launcher, but they gave it a really slow reload, which is fine. It should have a slow one. It's a grenade launcher, but it makes the gun feel bad. Like running it for primary fire with Bandit for explosions. Yeah, I feel like the primary fire is fun. Works well with Prophecy. I'm thinking high B. Let me give it a high B. It's just like... It's one of these things where the mod itself is not bad. It's just like there's so many other options. It's going to be really hard to pick that mod specifically. The high charges is probably the best thing about it. It does have a lot of charges. Shatterstar. Excuse me. What do we think about Savior's Shatterstar ability? Because the mod itself is actually not that great. This is a weird case where the mod actually has nothing to do with the gun. So we don't have to rank this with the gun. It has nothing to, it does its own thing. It adds elemental damage and spreads the elemental damage. Like, honestly, this is a pretty low. It's pretty mediocre. It's not horrible. It's not good. It's just so like, I get it. It's elemental damage. And you're trying to get some crowd control on a weapon that has no crowd control. But it's awkward, man. It's real awkward. Honestly, I feel like this should just be something different. I don't know. It lasts a long time. I guess that's an advantage. It's fire and it's so low, it doesn't even really matter. Yeah, I feel like, honestly, the mod itself is a D, bro. Yeah, I think Frederick's agreeing with me. Let's do it. Let's put it in D. Put it in D. Not that good. Not that good. Like, the only reason you're using it is because it's on the gun. And you're using the gun for weak spot. Like, it's just not that good. So the next one is Skewer 2.0. Why it's called Skewer 2.0, I don't know, because we don't have a Skewer 1.0. I've never understood why it's called that. This one's pretty bad. You want to run this with Prophecy. It's pretty bad while also being kind of good. You can spam it. It does a lot of crit. It does a lot of mod power. You can kind of act like a trap. All things considered, it's very niche, I would say, while also being usable on pretty much any general mod build. Does not count as explosion damage, which I feel like would help it a lot if it did. It's just like, why use this? It's not bad at all. It's just... Skewer was the mod on the Devastator. Oh, really? They called this after that? That is embarrassing. That makes me hate it even more. I don't know, it's just not really a reason to use it. What's the point? D tier? Let's do it. I'm all ears on this one, dude. I don't freaking care about that at all. Oh no, network connection. Steam. Alright, D tier. Nobody cares about it. It's dumb. Song of a Fear, do we even need to try it? Why even talk about it? Song of a Fear is the best thing in the game. It's the #1 mod. You throw that on every build if you're having any trouble with anything. It's, just below Sandstorm. It's the only thing worse than Sandstorm. Because Sandstorm is literally just broken at the moment. Will be nerfed, guaranteed. Soulbrand. He said, the actual GOAT! Yeah, you know it, dude. Soulbrand sucks. I don't value it. I give it an F tier. There's no reason to use this mod in the current state of the game. Lifesteal is way more powerful. Makes it pointless completely. Lasts a long time and marks enemies, which are the only two benefits. You don't need either of those things. The Corrupted Rune Pistol, far better. F tier. There's literally no reason to run this gun. At all. Soulbinder. What do we think of Soulbinder? I thought it was F tier. I don't think this is usable at all. I think the only reason it's good is because sometimes it's bugged. That's it. Sometimes it's bugged, and that's why it's good. There's literally, I've not found any use that it was actually useful. Like, every other thing, you could just use a second gun to help you out. I don't know. This one's weird. I don't even know what you use on it. Like, you use a couple different things, really. Feedback? Not really. Bullet Weaver? That could work. It's terrible. I think the very idea behind this is horrible. Because what it should do is it should not split damage. It should be the exact same amount of damage. If I do 200 damage to this, it should do 200 damage to that. I get the idea behind it, but it makes it way worse. Yeah, it only shares 60% of the damage dealt. 60% of the damage. It's just pointless. Like, the idea actually could be S tier in particular situations. By the time you get it to work, the target that it's on is dead. It's not usable. Yeah, it doesn't work in how the game's built. I 100% agree with that statement. How about space crabs? What are we thinking for space crabs? Because honestly, pretty good. I'd put it solid B, probably. Like, it's not amazing. It's not amazing in any way. But super easy to use. Like really easy. It's probably one of the worst explosion options you have, but it's so easy to use and spammable that it becomes a lot better. On its own, doesn't feel amazing, but I mean, it'll do respectable damage, assisting pretty much any... Like, you use it as a prophecy and spam a different mod, essentially. Like, look at that. I mean, it's pretty good. It's just not amazing. Play A, cheap, works multiple kinds of builds. I guess. I mean, it's summon or mod. I don't know. I think I'm still sticking B right now. That's where I'm feeling it. Has high synergy with gear. See, again, if I'm making a summons build, like, I want my summons to stay alive the whole time. These guys try and kill themselves, so I don't really... I see the value of it. I feel like I never use it, because when I'm using summons, I want something different. When I'm not using summons, I'm using, like, explosive damage, I use something different. Like, Helix. Like, this is a worse version of Helix to me. The way I play. We'll give it a high B. It's good. But I don't think it's A level. I don't quite think it's A. There's argument to be made there, though, and I would listen to it. But I would still disagree. High B. Okay, Spore Shot. What do we think of Spore Shot? Honestly, Spore Shot is like F in terms of a mod. Because mod damage, it does nothing. It's non-existent. But the idea is to use it as a support option for Spore Bloom. And it's very good at that. And I don't believe it kills you anymore. So you can stand in it and have like a slow field around you. Protect you. Which gives Spore Bloom a very, very high utility option. Automatically. Meaning you can run a ranged build, use a different mod for your other gun, and still have high utility defensive option that really helps you in a lot of different scenarios. Like, mainly running through dungeons, because Spore Bloom suffers a little bit in dungeons. The haste is nice. Yeah, that's true. Is it A, though? I'm thinking, like, B or A. Maybe. Like, it's very good, but is it on that level? I think it should do more damage, so I think I should rank it B. I really do think, even though it's a utility option, it should do more damage than 24 and a mod build. Like, that's kind of absurd. It's a little too low. Like, that is a little ridiculous, honestly. So I'll give it a B, but... Again, support is very, very beneficial, so I think it's definitely very solid. Only supports one thing, yeah. Starfall is... Okay, Starfall is interesting. We were very conflicted about this. Where do we kind of end up with this one? Benefits. Let's start off with those. Covers a wide area. Lasts longer than an initial burst. It works with detonation trigger. It hits better now. It's pretty easy to regen. Downsides. Feels horrible to use because bows don't use mods very well. There's a delay. It's very awkward. Very stationary, so enemies move through it pretty fast. Has issues with bosses that move too much. Doesn't deal as much damage as some other stuff that you could replace it with. No utility at all. Yeah, very, like, no utility at all. This used to be F. This was so bad that it made Sagittarius F. That's how bad this mod was. It has moved up a lot since then. I think how cool it looks is something. Realistically, I don't think it changed that much. But I'm considering giving it a C. Like, it's on the low end of explosion builds still. It's not great. It was obviously good for Astropath, but everything's good for Astropath because his fight's a joke. I'm guessing it's probably bugged, too. That fight itself. I think they need to take a look at it. His orb is taking way too much damage. Yeah, again, look at this delay. Like, it's just... Bows don't make good use of mod. We'll give it, like, either a D or a C. And I'm thinking C. I'll go C because Frederick said B. Don't really like it. I still think bows are bad for mods, but it's definitely been far improved. Stasis Beam is an easy B. Stasis Beam is an S, triple S, quadruple S in the hatchery fight because it completely breaks the fight and is hilarious, dude. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. In every other situation in the game, it's not that good. Only good in dungeons, terrible in boss fights. No damage, utility option. It's a good utility option. It's just not one that works a lot of the time. And I think the main downside of this mod, specifically, is that Song of a Fear exists. Song exists, and is just billion times better because Song is busted. I mean, says more about Song than anything else. It's a great idea. Till you get Song, and then you'll never use this ever again. But on its own, it's a solid B tier. Like, it's a really good option that definitely is going to put in work when you have it on. And for the hatchery fight, man, there ain't nothing more fun than that. It's actually better than Song of a Fear for hatchery because it freezes him rather than just slow him. Which is cool to see. Alright, we got Supernova next. What are we thinking about Supernova? Supernova is on the regular Aphelion. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think it's a D tier. This is the worst explosive option in the game. It feels awful to use. The gun that it's on feels awful to use. It's got terrible damage compared to its other version. It's awkward. Sounds weird when you shoot it. Horrible. They did fix the reload. The reload's better. A lot better. Just no reason to use this gun. Like, the other version is so much better. And even then, it's like the other version you really don't want to be using. You kind of want to use something else. For a boss weapon, this one just... Both of these are just kind of mediocre, man. I feel like they need to up the ammo capacity on these. Like, for a gun you need to shoot the mod with, why do they have such low ammo? That feels counterintuitive. How about time-lapse? What are we thinking there? Time-lapse I thought was pretty mediocre. It wasn't horrible. For how... Okay, if you want to talk about how cool it is to get it, it's an S tier. Because, let's be honest, getting this mod was fun. You had to go into that weird small dungeon, come back to the clock tower, go up the elevator, kill some dudes, put in a code, I think? No, put in a gear. Like, it's a cool mod to get, and then you never use it, because Song of a Fear exists. And honestly, I think the stasis beam's better. The problem with this one is, when I freeze an enemy, if I shoot them at all, they move. They should be staying frozen. They should be completely frozen in time. It's a time stop. Why would I shoot them and then they be slowed? It is weird, man. It don't make any sense. If the aura is around them, they should be frozen completely. Not able to move. Especially because stasis beam does actually freeze enemy. I'll go D. That's fine with me. Yeah, it's like you combo it with the right mod, it's usable. But, why? You know what I mean? Let's go Tremor. Tremor's an S. Tremor's incredible. Tremor will beat bosses by itself. Amplitude. Detonation trigger. Insane range. Insane stagger. Consistent damage. Build it into any Archon build in the entire game. I mean, it literally has no downside other than being really sucky for the highest flying enemies. It does hit flying enemies. It does. Not all of them. It hits some of them. Flyers, it's pretty good about, but then when it comes to bosses, it just doesn't hit certain bosses. Like Annihilation is not good. But Cancer, Venom, a really good mod for both boss fights. And it regens other mods very quickly because it hits so often. I think it's S. It's lower on the S scale because of the whole flying thing, but it's you definitely an S, man. This thing's so good. Good in most regards? Yeah, for sure. Voltaic Rondure. The most mediocre slop I've ever used. I've got no idea. I don't understand it, man. Like, I just feel like Overflow is a million times better. Million. That's a big number. Its only benefit is you can spam it. And you really can't spam it that well unless you've got, like, Maelstrom, I guess, is the only thing. It's a mod that you cannot control. It's always going to end up in a place where it's doing nothing. It applies shock, a pretty good amount of shock. But to get the most benefit out of it, you've got to shoot it as well, which means there's a lot more effort put into it. So worse Firestorm for shock instead of fire. Wish it was better. That's how I feel about it, too. So flaky, feels like it should hit more often. What I feel like it should do is the orb should track towards the target and, like, try and stay on him, but it doesn't do that. That might make it too good, but the way it is now, it's like, why use it? I could literally just apply shock with Corral Axe. I don't know, this one... I feel like some people like this more than I do. And I don't know why. Nice for Sunken Witch. I mean, great for Sunken Witch. Yeah, she's a close-in boss. It's gonna bounce off the walls. That's probably the best boss fight, because it actually hits the boss the entire time. That one and the Primogenitor are probably the only two that works correctly. I don't know. I feel like C. Maybe D. I don't... It's so hard to rank this one, because, like, when you're in a particular situation where you would want this, which would be a dungeon with hallways, it's not bad at all. But when you're in the open, it literally does nothing. And it does nothing to bosses, as far as I'm concerned, either. Let's go on the lower end for the first time. Let's go D. We've been going higher end most of the time. This one just does not impress. I feel like it should impress more than it does. For sure. Will-O-Wisp is the mod for Corrupted Nebula. Not Corrupted Nebula, Corrupted Sorrow. And this one's tricky. This one's very tricky because the mod itself is kind of like Corrupted Nebula where it doesn't work half the time, and then when it does, it insta-kills the boss. You know? I feel like we have to give this one maybe an S just because, again, when you're using it in the right situation, like, it literally just obliterates. Like, if you're using it on Annihilation or Venom or hitting weak spots with the correct build, which is Hunter Archon, this thing is dumb. Like, it literally just shreds entire health bars in half a second. It's crazy. Like that right there. But imagine that all hit crit. I mean, it's nuts. More reliable than Corrupted Nebula? Yeah, it is. What would we give Corrupted Nebula? I think we gave it a C, maybe? What's it even called? I don't know. It's right below... Nanoswarm. Nanophase got a B. I don't know. Honestly, I think we should just give it an S for the damage. Like, its damage is so unbelievable. It's crazy. I'll give it an S. It's either S or A. Probably low S. It's just the fact that the gun itself is absurd with the right build. It's not even funny. Alright, listen. Here's the tough part. Here's the tough part. If I'm going to stick to the rating system, we got to give Windfall an A or a B, because of how good the gun is with it. But honestly, for this particular case, I say we go screw it and we give it an F, because I think the developers need to pay attention to this mod, and they haven't. It is a broken mod that does not work on half the bosses for no reason. There's no reason. It just doesn't. It hits them, it does nothing. And it requires way too much effort. Like, push the button, pull it back, push the button again, push the button again, send it out, send it back, send it out, send it back. Like, it's got the most tedious playstyle to get high damage. It's just, like, I don't think anybody actually really enjoys using it. Except for Talrotha. Most bosses move too often. It's not that fun to try and hit them with. Like, you're never hitting Nightweaver with this. You're never hitting... Fei Rin. There's just a lot of bosses this ain't gonna work on. I would say probably about 5 total bosses in the entire game this does work on. You've got Venom, Cancer, Talrotha, Kaeula. That's about it. There's probably one more. Brett says if it was something like a boomerang, it'd be fun to use. I agree. If it send it out, stayed a couple seconds, and send it back automatically without you doing anything, that would be more fun. Make a broken tier in general. Things that aren't working and would deserve a score at present. What if I give it an F and just explain it? And say that it's only an F because it sucks. Like, it just needs fixed. I think because I do enough explaining in my videos, it'll be fine in F. But we'll give it an F. Otherwise, you're right. It should be in like a busted, like not working thing. It really just isn't working. It's unfortunate, man. It would be very, very good if it worked correctly. It's still kind of annoying to use, but if it did work correctly, at least it would be better. What about Witchfire? What do we think about that one? Witchfire is a worse fire tornado, so it's not an S. I'm honestly feeling a solid B. Like, the damage is good, but it burns you pretty quickly. It covers... It doesn't hit flying enemies. There's really no situation where it isn't better than something else that does elemental damage. Honestly, sometimes I run Hotshot instead just to avoid the fire. But it does do a lot of damage, and it's a good mod. It's got 2 charges. So, B, high B, low B. F with the explanation? Yeah, it makes sense. It's not bad. At all. I mean, regen's pretty quick, too. Can activate Energized Net Coil. Just, I mean... Fire Tornado. You know what I mean? Like, Fire Tornado. Why use this? That really does hurt it a lot. Low B? We'll give it a low B. I think low B because there's nothing wrong with it. I think C tiers have at least something wrong with them. Witchfire doesn't really have anything wrong with it. It just doesn't have anything really going for it in a big way. You know? Kinda, unfortunate. Okay, so there is a total of -2. Let's see. There's a total of 69 mods. Not adding flying enemies really is a bummer. Well, I guess you're right. Maybe that is wrong with it. True. You got me on that one, Frederick. So let me count this real quick. Make sure we got them all. We've got Alpha Omega, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Was this not on there? No, this is the number one. Yeah, I need to rate that one too. There's 70, so it's... Oh, yeah. We didn't rate Polygon. Which is this one. What do we think Polygon is? The mod on it's not bad. The gun sucks. Needs a complete rework. Not even a rework, it needs a complete fix. Like, they just need to buff multiple things with it. Buff the distance of the bar. Make sure that whenever you're not shooting, it doesn't continue the charge. Actually lets you use it properly, things like that. The mod isn't actually a mod, but the way that it works is kind of cool. I like it. I think it's B. Switch from a shotgun to a sniper type weapon. That's pretty useful. I think you're just giving it a solid B. Like, there's nothing wrong with the mod. It's still, being able to switch to both is pretty useful. It will need to be talked about, though, because it's not really... You're right, it's a completely different thing. It's not that good, because it really doesn't benefit you in battle. And it actually takes up a mod slot doing nothing, kind of. But I think it's a neat idea. Because if you want an up-close and personal weapon, you have one. If you want a long-range weapon, you also have one. Not bad. Alright, I think those are the only ones we're missing. Let me count again. You said, what, was there 70 total mods? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So there's 22 guns for the primary. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So 36 in gun form. Dang, there's a lot more mods than I thought there were. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 68, 69. Okay, so what am I missing? Because it says 70 on the list, and did I not count one? It starts with polygon, goes up to 71. Oh, no, it goes up down to 70. So there is only 69. Because I'm missing one on the top. So yeah, 69 total mods. Why that number? That's so weird. 69? Nice, got him. So right now for the S tier, you guys want to see what's in the F tier? Or the S tier? Abrasive rounds. Big Bang. Chain of Command. Chaos Driver. Corrosive Rounds. Dead Point, which is the... Dang it, I don't remember that one. Oh, that's Thorn. No, Deadwood's Thorn. One of those. Both of those, Dead Point and Deadwood, are S. Dreadwalker, which is Nightfall, is an S. Familiar's an S, because it's the best summon mod. Helix is an S. Loathe the Weak is an S. That one's going to be a high S. That's so good. Song of a Fear is number 2. The Sand Gun is number 1. A Tremor's an S. Will o' the Wisp is an F. S. The only Fs that we had was Windfall, which is Deceit, and that's only because it's working incorrectly. Soulbinder, because there's no reason to use it in the game. Soul Brand, because there's no reason to use it in the game. Rotted Arrow, because these guys have no idea what they're doing with Rotted Arrow. I don't even know if they understand how the freaking thing works at all. It just doesn't do any damage. You have to give it damage. I just don't understand that one. Prismatic Driver, because it is awful. Usability is 0. And then I think Defrag, because that sucks. Cube Room, because I don't want to talk about that either. That is a horrible implementation into the game. And that's it. So there's, what, 6 Fs? That's pretty good. That's not too bad, dude. That's not too bad. A lot of this stuff was on the higher end. Towards the lower end, like the back end of the list, we could start getting into the DF territory, like time-lapse, all that stuff. Stuff no one really uses, but there's a lot of really good mods in the game. My only thing that I hate is that there's no summons, man. There's no summons. If we go look at Remnant from the Ashes, there really weren't that many summons either, but the ones that were in the game were so good, you always thought about taking them when you did summons. Always. The way that it is right now in this game, there's not very many summons, and you don't think about taking any of them other than Familiar. Like, that's a guaranteed. The other ones, you're like, maybe I want it. Maybe I just throw on a different mod for fun, you know? I think that's an issue. I think Elemental-wise, we have a lot of good mods. Elemental, we're good with. They should stop adding those. And they should stop adding explosive mods as well. There's too many. I love Flying Bomb Trap. I do. I'm a huge fan. But we're done with both of these things. There's already enough in the game. What we need is more summons. And we need more melee-based mods. Mods that can be used on guns that help melee. So things like the Spear mod. Things like Heat Wave, Thorns from the first game. This stuff is what we need. Who's playing melee right now anyway after they nerfed it? But if they added that, that would help a lot. Turrets and the skulls were dope. I was a big fan of the skulls. I really like those. A good shock mod would be nice as well. At least a different one. Because at least we have Flying Bomb Trap now. Firestorm, Sandstorm. Witchfire. Yeah, a good shock mod would be nice, because really I don't care for Voltaic Rondure, so I can agree with that, but... Man, I mean, just looking at what we have, it's all explosive damage. Like, a lot of the stuff is just, explosive, randomly. I don't know what's up with Astral Burst. Like, some of the weird ones in the game. Like, why do these exist? Astral Burst and, wait, was Astral Burst F? Astral Burst was D, actually. It was actually better than some of the worst ones. That's crazy. Like Skewer 2.0. How do you go from such a massive, beautiful mod in the first game to this, whatever this is? It's really just nothing. It's interesting. Again, it's very interesting to see the balance in this game. Scrapshot went from being an F, an easy F. Why would you ever use it? To a really, really solid option. I can't remember what we ranked it. It's in there somewhere. This now does pure, like the change they made, they realized what was wrong with it, and they said, hey, turning this into pure bleed would be way better because you could build into builds with it better. Like ritualist builds. Boom! Completely fixed and buffed by a huge amount. Huge amount. To me, time-lapse is an easy fix. Space crabs is fine. Prismatic Fury driver's an easy fix too. Make it blow up every time it hits. End of story. Lower the damage if you have to. It should blow up every time the laser touches the enemy. It should not have a charge. It's horrible because of that. Horrible. Rotted Arrow should do massive explosion damage. I don't know why it has a weak spot modifier. Get rid of that. Nobody cares about that. Make it detonate for way more damage than it does. Make the status damage. It should do status damage again. I think it does now, but it goes away instantly. What's up, Vivi? Need to Flicker Cloak back for melee? Hey, that's a cool one, too. Soulbinder should do 100%, and it should attach to... honestly, this one should be like a... This should be infinite range. I think when you shoot it on an enemy, everything in the entire arena gets hit. Because otherwise, it's just not... I mean, that might be too OP, but if it's not like that, it's not usable. Night Guard should be buffed to at least do 3 times the damage it does now, if not 4. Fargazer needs to do more damage, I think. Do more damage at max stacks. It shouldn't get a damage bonus overall, but it should do more damage at max stacks. It should get like a damage modifier if you keep it at max stacks for longer, or something like that. Abrasive's great. Astral Burst just needs taken out of the game. Just take it out of the game. No one wants to use it. It's not usable. If you actually want to keep it in the game, make it a ricochet effect. Every time you shoot it, each one of the individual stars bounces off the wall 4 times. And then for every bounce, it does more damage. Like Ricochet Seeker in Dragon's Dogma 2. That's what it should be like. It should just bounce off the walls and start hitting stuff. It says weak spots hits deal reduced damage, but it doesn't hit weak... I don't know. This one just doesn't make any sense. Boar is getting a complete rework in the future, so don't even worry about that one. Concussive is good. Concussive's in a good spot. It's just not something a lot of people use. Defrag needs a complete rework. Make your weapon bullets bounce? Yeah, make it a ricochet effect. That's cool. That's actually a really neat idea. Defrag needs to be a 20% damage bonus. Defrag doesn't make any sense to me. This is the highest mod requirement in the entire game. 1,500 become a mod requirement. For a mod no one uses or cares about. That is very hard to use and implement. Like, it just doesn't... I don't know how you can look at this and be like, yeah, that's balanced. You keep it the same. Ring of Spears is good. I wish it would take away the sound, though, so it didn't make any sound, because it's annoying. Root Lash should do 3 times the damage it does. Other than that, pretty good. All the other stuff, the stuff that's good, just solid. I think Voltaic runs right. It's not my mod. I don't even want to say anything about this one. It's not my mod. I feel like it should travel slower. Then it would hit more often. But, you know, if you like it, I'm glad you like it. I just don't know about that one, dude. Just don't know. I feel like we ranked it pretty good. For how hard it's going to be to actually rank mods that are on guns with ones that aren't, that's a pretty good ranking list. That is the longest ranking list we've done so far, so that's a tough one. But we got a good list going. So, all right, anybody got any questions? Because otherwise I'm going to be done for the day. That's 8 hours. I'm going to get to work on this video either tonight or tomorrow. I might make the range build video tonight. Post some range builds, my dude. That scattergun build, I'm telling you. You guys want to see the scattergun build real quick? It's fun. I don't even know if it's the best scattergun build, but it's fun, man. It's so much fun. The only downside of this gun is this terrible reload. It's gotta reload. All little stuff usually dies, but bosses, it's kind of annoying on. The reload, that is. Just does a lot of damage. And I usually take Tranquility Font to help with that as well. Oh, that's the wrong concoction. Just to lower the reticle even a little bit more. Yeah, look at that. More accurate. Boom. And you got the bleed as well. It's nasty. It's really good crit chance. So what I did was I paired it up with Abrasive Whetstone, and I ran Twisting Wounds as the mutator. I was like, kind of iffy about that, but I think it worked out. Atonement Fold, and then Ravager's Bargain. Which, not really too many people use, because that's like the nerf state of Atonement Fold. But, I'm telling you, man, the gun hits hard, and the damage numbers are nice. So, I kept it the same. It's annoying, because the new DLC, everything's immune to bleed, but it's fun, man. It racks up the stats really, really fast for a challenger because of just hitting so hard and the status on there. The nice 4-4-4-4, dude. That's what I like. I love it so much. You could probably do it with Gunslinger and fix the reload up a little bit, but I think Challenger was fun. Basically, here's what I did. I went in and made 5 builds. 5 range damage builds. The first one is a Deceit build. The second one is a Forward Scattergun build. The third one is a Corrupted Deceit / any of the bows. All of them, they're the same build. Every single one of them. Other than Ring of Flawed Beauty, I think you could probably take that off. And then I made a Monarch build, which is just like the old Monarch build, but I tried to make sure it worked, basically. And then Plasma Cutter build with the Zero Divide Amulet. And so I got a good, like, couple section of builds. I'm not 100% on this one. Like, I'm not a big fan of throwing in Ring of Beauty, but, like, it's still pretty good. It's still pretty good. Probably switch this out for, like, Probability Cord, if you wanted to. Mutator I had on Scattergun was just the bleed one. The, Twisting Wounds. Just to proc the amulet really easily. You could probably switch it around and do, like, Fetid with Lifesteal instead, if you really wanted to, but I think this way works better. I think you get more crit chance out of this one. With the 10% bleed damage bonus? I'm not sure. I couldn't change it after I saw 444 because I was like, this is awesome. Did you try Lively? I didn't. I haven't really tried Lively on much, actually. It does help reload, doesn't it? Let me see real quick. Reload's definitely much better. You're definitely losing the consistency of the crit, but I mean the usability is quite high. Yeah, that's a pretty good mutator for that gun. It's pretty good. You probably would want to switch out the amulet since you're not applying bleed as easily. But yeah, that's definitely something you could do. What about Fetid in the other one? See, the problem with this one was it doesn't apply bleed every time. So I was like, I think the abrasive is better. But what's up, Dark? It's pretty similar. Hey, but no 444, man. That 444, dude, you can't go wrong with that, bro. You can't go wrong with that. That's beautiful. There's something about the nice, perfect number. Alright? It's too hard to give up. That's testing going? Great. We actually finished all the mods and the tier list. So. It's a staple of the build, man. It's a staple of the build. It looks too good to give up. I agree. I agree. Like, look at that. That's a beautiful number right there. You can't give that up. Not once you've seen it. Not once you've seen it, like before that, yeah, okay. Every other shot is crit, essentially. And then you got 17 shots with extender on this gun. Look at that, 11-11. How cool is that? This gun got a nice, just a nice upgrade on the reload. It feels a lot better now. I will say it is kind of annoying how slow the reload on this. That's why I've never liked this gun or made a build with it, but I finally sat down and I said, you know what? Just make a build with it. I like the idea behind it, and it feels good. It feels good. Like, the numbers are just perfect, man. Perfect. You can't argue with that right there, dude. Oh, man. Beautiful. Yeah, there's gonna be times where it's, like, horrible, like, with, you know, the new DLC bleed stuff, but for general gameplay, it feels pretty fun. It feels pretty fun. I took it out. I gave it a spin. It was pretty fun. I got to use the new shovel on this build, too. He said the gun to magic. You know it, dude. Alright, guys. Anyway, that's what I'm working on. Just wanted to give you a little sneak peek of that for anybody who was interested in the video that I'm working on. I haven't made a thumbnail or anything, but I have all the footage. Just record everything later. I think Ravager's Bargain's underwhelming, but I might be wrong. It's better than it sounds when I would need to use it more. They're talking about the... This? Yeah, it is a bit underwhelming, but honestly, like, for a situation like this, it feels fine. It is a little underwhelming compared to what you would think it would do, though. But yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for the help with the ranked stuff. I appreciate it. That was a hard one, so I wasn't really sure what we were going to do on a couple of them. Some insight was kind of nice. Kind of nice for sure. On Thursday, we will be doing, I have no idea. We'll rank something. How about that? We'll maybe start mutators or something. I got to work on this. This is going to take me a while to get this one done. So, we'll work on some sort of ranking. Maybe try a new couple of builds. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, this was really fun. Thank you guys for the help. Appreciate it. Be back on Thursday, 4 o'clock, same time as usual. Other than that, peace out. Have a good night. Whatever it is for you. I'm out of here. Tell Tragic about the doggy with jetpacks. I will be sure to let him know, Frederick. He needs to know about it. It's going to be awesome. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'll catch you later. Thank you very much for watching.